Morning. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I speak to voice the concerns of many of my constituents about the imminent threat to Trove, an extraordinary information service provided by the National Library of Australia. Trove is a remarkable resource. It contains about 6 billion digital items: books, journals, maps, archives, digitised newspapers and magazines, photographs, web archives, parliamentary papers, reports, theses and more. All are available at no charge to users. The site is accessed 63,000 times every day. That's 22 million visits every year. There are almost 1,000 organisations contributing to Trove. It's an extraordinary service and one which has become an essential part of many people's lives. I'd like to share some of the correspondence I've received from constituents from Kooyong about the importance of Trove to them. Mrs Sandra Torpy of Hawthorn writes, "The first of my family to settle in Australia arrived in Tasmania in 1836. Many more came by sea in the following years. They weren't distinguished people, but their arrivals can all be found in Trove, as can their births, their engagements, marriages and deaths, their small honours and rewards, serving the country in its wars and more besides. We cherish their stories, which would be lost without Trove." Associate Professor Chris Wright of Camberwell, an intensive care specialist and academic director of clinical programs for Monash University medical course, has also written in, urging me to push for the restoration of funding for Trove and, more broadly, for support of that wonderful institution which is the National Library of Australia. I heard from Elizabeth Ewers, President of the Hawthorn Historical Society, who emphasised that Trove has democratised knowledge. It's brought important historical resources to Australians who can't otherwise access them at public institutions. The Melbourne Tram Museum, a volunteer-led group in Hawthorn, shared how invaluable Trove is for supporting their exhibitions, and that failure to provide ongoing funding for the Trove service will have a serious impact on our museum's ability to inform the public and support ongoing research on tramway history. The defunding of Trove will lead to vastly diminished public access to nationally significant collections. It will also remove access to records that are significant because of the history that they preserve and the memories that they protect. To quote Ray Bradbury, "Without libraries, what have we? We have no past and no future." On behalf of all of the constituents of Kooyong and the wider national communities of Trove users, I call on the government to step up and provide the National Library of Australia with the funding it needs to ensure the preservation of this essential service.
Thank you. Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A few short weeks ago, some local Sunbury champions were awarded with medals of the Order of Australia. Marianne and Neil Williams started the Sunbury Neighbourhood Kitchen 10 years ago. Initially a small operation which used the leftover food from their catering business, the Sunbury Neighbourhood Kitchen quickly grew. Every Monday, Marianne, Neil and their incredible team of over 45 volunteers opened their kitchen at the Sunbury Memorial Hall to provide over 220 meals to those in our community who are doing it tough. Like many, Marianne and Neil's catering businesses faced challenges throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. However, their commitment and dedication to the Sunbury Neighbourhood Kitchen never wavered. In December, I had the honour of attending their annual presentation evening to acknowledge the amazing contribution that this organisation and its volunteers make to our community. I am so deeply thankful to Marianne, Neil and their entire team for the work that they do. I cannot think of more deserving people for such an award. I look forward to catching up with them and the team at a Monday night cook-up very soon. Deputy Speaker, today's announcement that the Albanese government will expand NBN full fibre upgrades is a game changer for so many in our community. From my hometown, in the westmost part of my electorate in Balan, right across to Sunbury, thousands of homes and businesses will be getting this upgrade in Hawke. This complements similar works already announced and underway in parts of Melton, Melton South and right across our region. We know that with many more people working and studying from home, the The pain of slow and inconsistent internet is felt by so many. I myself have been the victim of this, with at times agonisingly slow internet speeds. Trying to do meetings online with 3 kids yelling in the background and a dodgy internet connection is pretty challenging. So I'll be keenly following this one to make sure we can make the most of the full fibre upgrade at home with fast speeds and better connectivity. I was recently contacted by Andrew from Sunbury, who asked when his premises would be upgraded. I'll be very pleased to share this news with Andrew and so many others in the community who have been waiting for so long. We know that the rollout of the NBN was bungled by the previous government. They sat on their hands and they didn't invest in the high-speed internet that we so desperately need for our communities and for our economy. If we want to keep Australia more connected and competitive, we need high-speed internet. This Labor government have invested $2.4 billion for the expansion of NBN full fibre upgrades to 1.5 million Australian premises, including over 660,000 in regional communities. I know that locals in Hawke will be thrilled to hear this news today, and I can't wait to see it get rolled out.
Thank you. Member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Every Australia Day we celebrate our great country, our democratic values, our freedoms, our beautiful landscape and our national character of strength and resilience forged over many years. Significantly, this Australia Day we came together in Mandurah to recognise and welcome our new Australians taking the Pledge of Allegiance to our wonderful country. I had the pleasure of welcoming 80 new citizens from a wide range of backgrounds and nationalities, and it was a delight to sing, all of us together, our national anthem at the conclusion. The ceremony also gave me and many others the opportunity to renew our pledge to Australia. It was a reminder for all of us, whether we're born here or naturalised after birth, that we owe this country our unwavering allegiance. This Australia Day, I was also honoured to help recognise and celebrate the achievements of cherished members of my local community. Among the long list of Australians honoured in the 2023 Australia Day honours, I was delighted to see Canning residents Lynn Rogers, OAM, and John Lawrence, OAM, recognised for their long-standing service and dedication to our community. Mandurah Primary School Principal Natasha Upcott was awarded the City of Mandurah Community Citizen of the Year. Natasha has taught in Mandurah for nearly 20 years and has been an industrious and tireless advocate for women and children's issues, children's education and road safety. 16-year-old Bailey Freitag received the Youth City of Mandurah Community Citizen of the Year award. Bailey is the junior CEO of Halo Team Mandurah, an organisation that provides critical help and emergency relief for at-risk youth and adults in Mandurah. Kay Sieber was recognised as the City of Mandurah's Senior Community Citizen of the Year. Kay is the founder of WA Mums Cottage, an organisation well known in my local community for providing a benevolent relief, guidance and assistance to local mums and children in need. Marine Rescue Mandurah was recognised as the Group City of Mandurah Community Citizen of the Year. Mandurah is surrounded by beautiful and popular waterways, and the team of volunteers at Mandurah Marine Rescue work hard all year round to keep us safe. I understand that so far the team has attended over 160 marine incidents, 150 recoveries and 15 distresses, totalling over 20,000 volunteer hours. Also recognised on Australia Day were Keith Holmes, OAM, former Mayor of the City of Mandurah, and Stephen Good, former CEO of the City of Mandurah, who were awarded the title of Honorary Freeman of the City. Again, I want to extend my most sincere congratulations to all those recognised within our community. Your service and dedication does not go unnoticed, and you are well deserving of the accolades you received. And to our new Australians, I hope you are as proud and grateful to live in this great country as I am. Citizenship of our great nation comes with rights and responsibilities. Together we are collaborators in this great democratic project, and let us all continue to work hard to make Australia the best place to live.
Thank you. Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in this chamber to acknowledge the 15th anniversary of the apology to the stolen generations delivered in Parliament House by former Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr Kevin Rudd, in 2008. This moment in our country's history was a significant occasion for First Nations people. And overall, it was an important step in our nation's path to reconciliation. I am honoured to be in this place as a proud Wiradjuri man living on Darkinjung country, acknowledging the impact this had on First Nations people. and the importance that this apology had for truth-telling about the shameful policies of past governments. I will never forget the moment as a young teenager in high school watching Prime Minister Kevin Rudd deliver the apology. And finally, after years, after decades, a federal government was acknowledging the destructive effects that these policies had and that they continue to have on our First Nations people throughout the country. And today I was joined by none other than my grandmother, Auntie Robin Reid, a Wiradjuri elder living on Darkinjung country on the New South Wales Central Coast. My grandmother personally met Prime Minister Kevin Rudd today and got to thank him for his powerful apology 15 years ago, and to tell him how this continues to resonate with our family and for our community. Nan was also very proud to shake Kevin Rudd's hand today, and he was very, very lucky to get that hand back, can I just say, Deputy Speaker. It was a very big moment for her today. And today we remember and continue to work towards closing the gap for our First Nations people and our First Nations communities. So together we move forward as a strong, and we move forward together as a united nation. Australia will be presented with a once-in-a-generation opportunity in the upcoming referendum to recognise our First Nations brothers and sisters in our Constitution and to give First Nations people a voice to Parliament. And today, in this chamber, I ask all Australians of all walks of life to vote yes, and to vote yes to support the next step in the path for reconciliation, for respect and for unity. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A couple of weeks ago it was my birthday, and a special treat. We caught the train from Moree to Willow Tree, had lunch at the Willow Tree Inn with my family and caught the train back again. And why that's significant for this chamber is that the first 100 kilometres of that trip was on the newly completed Inland Rail section from Moree back to Narrabri. A remarkable achievement. It's now, we shared the track on that day with grain trains, and the closer we got below Narrabri, coal trains as well. And it's a vital piece of infrastructure. I just want to give credit to the people that worked on that section during floods and high rainfall, and trying to deal with black soil in mud is not much fun for engineers. But during the flood, it was the only thing out of water on that section, and so it will be a flood-free route. But there are dangers we need to be careful of, and I know that the Minister King is waiting for the Kerry-Schatz report on Inland Rail that was instigated after the election. I'm also looking forward to seeing that, because I am concerned. These projects that are worthwhile are not easy. It's a lot easier to stop something than to start it, and so we need to push through. And I've had considerable criticism myself for my sort of support of this project, but ultimately it will be, with regards to reducing our emissions, with regards to freight efficiency, with regards to greater access to my electorate, to the capital cities around Australia. It's a great project. But we are going to understand that the business case is to build an intermodal track between Melbourne and Brisbane, and that'll be 85% of the freight. I'm supportive because it will also give access to more ports for the grain that's produced in my electorate, but also with an upgrade that was funded under our previous government. The Port of Newcastle will also connect to the Inland Rail, and so it will become much more important for your electorate, Deputy Speaker, for grain. It's the obvious choice for exporting grain out of New South Wales, and I would think ultimately southern Queensland will be out of the Port of Newcastle. So my hope is that the Schott report does not put a kibosh on this project, that the current government and Minister King keeps her commitment to it, because ultimately it will be a game changer for the eastern states of Australia.
Thank you. Member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, one of my biggest passions as the member for Gilmore has always been safety on our roads. Country roads are notorious for all the wrong reasons, and it just doesn't have to be that way. In 2008, Danielle Bryce tragically lost her youngest son, Chris, in a pedestrian accident on South Head Road, Moruya. Chris died 6 weeks before his 18th birthday while walking to a party, and it simply should not have happened. Since then, his mum has campaigned strongly for improvements to South Head Road. Her efforts with the Moruya South Head Cycle Pathway Committee saw the off-road shared pathway get off the ground, and now there is less than 2 kilometres left to complete, something they should be incredibly proud of. But here is the sticking point, because what doesn't a community who has spent 2 decades fighting to improve local infrastructure to protect the lives of local people need? They don't need broken promises and political stunts. But sadly, that seems to be all the New South Wales Liberals know how to do. Mere days before the Bega by-election last year, the New South Wales Liberal Minister for Active Transport visited Moruya with 2 local Liberal candidates, one the former member, to announce with some fanfare that Eurobodalla Shire Council would submit an application to fund this $2.5 million missing pathway link. The former member for Bega said, and I quote, "Rob will steer it over the next few weeks." The minister himself said, and I quote, "I'm convinced, having seen it, this project has real merit." He went on, "I'm confident, provided this project meets the parameters of the program, which I'm sure it will, it's exactly the sort of project that should be funded." But wait, there's more. Another quote, "Ultimately, I'm the guy who will make the decision on the funding. Having seen it, you'd be foolish to not realise how important this project is to the community." Well, who could blame the Moruya community for thinking the project was in the bag? But hold on, a slight slip in the Liberals' plans. They lost the seat of Bega to Labor's fabulous Dr Michael Holland, and they lost the seat of Gilmore too. Whoops, that wasn't in the plan. So what did they decide to do? Well, that project that the minister said would be foolish to miss out on, missed out. No explanation, no more fanfare, just an unsuccessful application and questions from the community left unanswered. Simply flabbergasting. The minister must explain why he put politics above the safety of the Moruya community and deliver on his promise to local people now. The people of the South Coast deserve better than self-interested, self-serving political stunts. They deserve better than pork barrelling 101, but sadly this is all you'll ever get from a Liberal government.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on a very more positive note here to acknowledge and celebrate outstanding achievements from some of our local citizens in Cairns, Port Douglas, Cooktown, Weipa and of course the Torres Strait. These individuals have been recognised for their significant contributions to their communities and have been awarded for their excellent efforts through the annual Australia Day Awards. Starting with Cairns, I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to Majella Fallon, who has been awarded Citizen of the Year, and to Alana Graffudia, who has been awarded the Young Citizen of the Year. Additionally, I'd like to acknowledge the hard work of Hannah Boone, who received Volunteer of the Year, and also to Kushla Phillips, who came as highly recommended for for that award. James Kerr also recognised the Cultural Award, while Sebastian Temasai and Eden Matheson have been awarded Sports Person of the Year and Junior Sports Person of the Year, respectively. In Port Douglas, I'd like to extend congratulations to Kerry Shepherdson, who has been awarded the Citizen of the Year. Lewis Magano and Greg Mill, who have been awarded Junior and Senior Sports Awards, respectively, while Emily Silverstone received the Environmental Achievement Award. Gwyneth Dowdle and Alan Ross also been recognised as Young Citizens of the Year and Senior Citizen of the Year, and Michelle Vladic has received the Civic Recognition Award. Now, in Cooktown, we had Jean Stephan, who was awarded Citizen of the Year, and Alex Stamler received Young Citizen of the Year. Melissa Gunton was awarded Volunteer of the Year, while the Sports Award has been awarded jointly to both Corrine Stallon and Michaelia Gibson. The Arts and Culture Award has been awarded to the Black Image Band, and to the Environmental Award has gone to my good friend Sue and Tom Shepherd from Artemis Station for their work with Golden Shoulders parrots. In Weipa, Don Tonnen has been recognised as the Citizen of the Year, while Tom Hockey had been awarded Young Citizen of the Year. Darryl French and Demi Datuna have been awarded Sportsperson and Young Sportsperson of the Year respectively. Community Award Spirit was awarded to Weipa Rodeo Association. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge achievements of Torres Strait. Corey Ward has been awarded Citizen of the Year, and Natasha Fuji, Dinah Saylor and Hagigi Moresby and Napus Pedro Stephen have been all awarded Achievement Awards. Rosie Ware was awarded the Cultural Medallion. And all these individuals have right across Leichhardt represent the very best of our community, and their achievements have no doubt left profound impact on their individual communities. I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to each and every one of them, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank them for their continued service in the efforts to support their communities, and I'm really pleased that those efforts have been appropriately
Thank you, Member for Canberra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to update the House on the progress of the Canberra Forum, which is my Australian first deliberative panel, which is being run by Democracy Co, Emma Fletcher and Emily Jenker from Democracy Co, who have very generously volunteered their expertise in running this deliberative process. This is a process by which randomly selected Canberrans, 40 people, will participate over 6 months in choosing topics, coming up with recommendations on those topics, which I have then committed to use to guide my advocacy in this place, to raise their recommendations with ministers in our caucus and publish the recommendations in full on my website. So last weekend we actually had our first working meeting in which we began the process of choosing the topics. And I must say this was a really, frankly, heartwarming experience to see 40 randomly selected Canberrans who'd only really met each other once before at our sort of meet and greet meeting late last year, work together all afternoon in such an engaged and respectful way. To be really committed to choosing these topics, choosing the things that they felt mattered most to Canberra, but not just Canberra, Australia and our world. So the 3 topics at the moment, which will be further defined, were of course around climate change and the transition to a renewable economy, around social justice and the equitable access to services for all, and also a topic around community voices being heard in the Parliament. And so through hearing from experts and further refining these issues, we will pin down the topics which we will then work towards the recommendations of. But I just want to say again how proud I am to represent a community for which these are the sorts of topics that they turn their minds to. And at the end of that session last weekend, we had an exercise where people talked about how their experience of the afternoon, and it was really very heartening to hear people say that they felt they had been heard, that they really appreciated the opportunity to work with their fellow Canberrans, and that it was a really respectful and positive experience. So I again want to thank Emma Fletcher and Emily Jenker from Democracy Co, who came up from Adelaide to run that session and will for further sessions as well. So the next steps are to hear from experts as we refine those topics, and then we'll have further meetings over the next 6 months. I also want to acknowledge the Canberra Alliance for Participatory Democracy, who are a citizen group who helped to organise observers for the event and will be evaluating it. So really looking forward to the next steps of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the weekend, the clubhouse at Moorooka celebrated its first anniversary. Happy birthday and a big thank you. Of course, the clubhouse sits the old Moorooka Bowls Club that had to close its doors back in May 2019 after half a century of entertaining fans, providing a social hub for the community and training elite players, and even hosting the Commonwealth Games lawn bowls back in 1982. Locals are still very proud of this moment in the sun and will point to the plaque on the wall commemorating the visit by the late great Queen Elizabeth II during the Commonwealth Games when they were held in Brisbane. The transition from battling Bowls Club to Community Hub wasn't easy. It did take a while for the clubhouse to become operational, Originally, the Brisbane City Council had made an agreement with the new lessee for the club, a not-for-profit group, keen to open the facilities up to local groups and residents. And while it takes a lot to get a club up and running and to turn it into a viable, active community hub, unfortunately, the LNP-led Brisbane City Council refused to take responsibility for handing over a facility in anything like an adequate condition, although they were quite willing to fund the refurbishment of a similar old bowls club in a neighbouring LNP ward. Funny that. So the clubhouse, run mainly by volunteers, has had to find the funds to continue to renovate and upgrade. But the band of workers at the clubhouse have done some great work. For years we watched the clientele of the Moorooka Bowls Club dwindle, but no more. The once well-manicured lawns were void of players as interest in bowls diminished. Boomers just don't bowl in the numbers that are needed to keep these clubs alive. Consequently, the once proud facilities became a little run down, and as the years rolled on, locals wondered what would become of the venue. The team at the clubhouse had turned it into a wonderful warm hub that our local community well and truly loves. Good coffee from very early, and then plenty of choices later in the day if you need something a bit stronger. The clubhouse hosts movie nights, bands, activities for children, and every now and then a theme night that may include wigs, roller skates and a bit of dancing. Each morning the coffee kiosk, Bean on the Green, opens up to serve locals with the brew of their favourite hot drink and some pastries, and then the ice creams have been a bit of a hit as the warm weather took over in Brisbane lately. Parents can enjoy their morning coffee while children can make the most of the fully fenced facility. And I do see them dogs running around there early in the morning. On Friday evenings, people flock to the clubhouse to unwind. The relaxing atmosphere and the warm summer sunsets are a perfect way to end the week. And the old greens, the old bowling greens, are now full of families catching up with friends and neighbours. So after 12 months, the Moorooka Bowls Club has truly transformed the clubhouse. Not long after it opened its doors, the clubhouse brought in people that were damaged during the floods. Great work to look after those people. And whilst the Moorooka Bowls Club serves as a hub for our community in a very different area, the clubhouse is the perfect venue for a vibrant, modern and welcoming community.
Thank you. I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate and give a big shout-out to some outstanding volunteers who were recently honoured in the recent Australia Day Awards. Dungog Shire Council's Gwen Rumble was named Young Citizen of the Year for showing outstanding leadership in her community. She had received the New South Wales Premier's Anzac Memorial Scholarship for 2022 and for volunteering in the National Youth Ambassador Program. Georgia McDonald received Junior Sportsperson of the Year for representing Glen William Public School in zone athletics, swimming, touch football, and she also competed in the New South Wales State Age Championships. Lachlan Richards of Gresford received the Senior Sports Award for his efforts as one of Australia's best rodeo riders, placing second in the PBR Australia Grand Finals and ending the 2022 season in the top 3 of the national rankings. And Lachlan is really inspiring many other young people into the sport. Now, William Dowling of Bandon Grove was the recipient of Environmental Citizen of the Year for his efforts in several projects in the state forests, in the Barrington Tops Conservation Area, and working through the Dungog Commons. Pauline Camborne and Susan Dillon are also doing great things in the Dungog Shire. They received Volunteer Service to the Community Awards for their efforts for the Dungog Growers Stall and as Secretary of the successful Dungog Tea Party, which I can say from my own personal experience is an amazing success. Hundreds of people come to Dungog to look at all the amazing collection of teapots. Susan has put in a huge effort also for the Patterson River Pony Club for more than 20 years and manages the Gresford Canteen. In the Port Macquarie Hastings Council Awards, the Joint Citizen of the Year recognised local Lake Caddo Primary School principal Jock Garvin for the hours of his volunteer work and the positive impact he is really making. His achievements include out-of-hours youth bands, Hatch and Hatchlings, creating the Big Band Blast in 2013 with jazz musician James Morrison, and giving 17 years of his time volunteering to the Wauchope Bonny Hills Surf Club. Tin Toa New was named Living Treasure in the awards. Tin is a political refugee who fled Myanmar in 1990, and she has committed her life here in Australia, improving her community. She was involved in human rights struggles during her university days, so her life was in danger, and that's why she left.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Australia Day 2023 awards.
I call the member for Page.
I move the motion relating to Australia Day 2023 awards in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Yep. Oh, thank
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and thank members of my community who received Australia Day awards in the Clarence Valley, and I was fortunate enough to be able to attend these awards. Peter Doherty was awarded an OAM for his service to the community of the Clarence Valley. Susan Chappell was awarded an Emergency Services Medal for her service to the community of Grafton. Megan Wellard was awarded a Public Service Medal for outstanding public service in the recovery of the Department of Education's Rural North community following the flood crisis. Citizen of the Year went to Adam Wills for his work in growing Grafton's 2 theatres and increasing its collaboration. He is a great mentor and helps students further their studies. The Young Citizen of the Year went to Nicole Cowling for her commitment in helping a number of community organisations, such as helping to organise a Highland Gathering dance section and assisting young women entrants. Peter Martin received the Local Hero Award. Peter puts many hours devoted to croquet, such as mowing lawns, weeding, organising working bees and such. The 24 Grafton Academy unit was awarded the Community Achievement Group Award, helping at many different community events, the Dragon Boats events and the Jacaranda Festival, to name a few. Thank you and congratulations to all those winners. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge members of my community who received Australia Day awards in the Richmond Valley. Citizen of the Year went to Mark O'Toole for his courage and selfless acts during the 2022 flooding natural disaster. He also secured donations for the region and distributed them. Iris Hobbins received the Young Citizen of the Year award, a young member of the Evans Head Casino Surf Lifesaving Club. She's a natural leader and a mentor to other young girls. Tina Redmond was Volunteer of the Year for her steadfast commitment to the success of the Evans Head Casino Surf Club, such as being Secretary, Radio Officer and so much more. Chantel Davis, Young Volunteer of the Year for commitment to the community in the 1925s and the 2022 floods to protect and save lives in these events. Joseph Mohammed, Sportsperson of the Year for demonstrating outstanding performance in rugby union at both club and representative levels over many years for the Casino Bulls Rugby Club and has coached many teams. Clayton Wilkinson, Young Sportsperson of the Year for being an incredible role model and inspiration to others within the Casino Swimming Club and wider community, and has represented St Mary's Catholic College at country, state and national level. And Ben West was awarded the Community Service Award for supporting youth in the Richmond Valley for many years, arranging sporting and social activities. Thank you and congratulations to all those worthy winners. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate members of my community who were recognised at the Kyogle Australia Day Awards recently. Pamela Campbell was awarded an OAM for service to the community of Kyogle. Citizen of the Year went to Lyndall Seville. She has contributed to various community clubs over many years and the first female member and secretary for 5 years at the Gun Club. Senior Citizen of the Year is Peter Constable, who has served in executive roles in many community organisations dating back to the 1960s. Junior Sportsperson of the Year went to Braden Howlett, who has represented Kyogle in junior state and national golf competitions. He's been a caddy kit at the Australian PGA for some of the world's top-ranking golf professionals. And Senior Student of the Year to Lani Ingram for being an excellent role model for other students with an exemplary application to her studies, but finding time to help in fundraising for community organisations as well. And the Young Citizen of the Year is to Oliver McCormack, who was an outstanding role model for students as school captain at Kyogle High Schools. Congratulations to all those worthy recipients. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate members of my community who were recognised at the Wollongong Australia Day Awards recently. The Citizen of the Year went to Christine Reid. Christine has been director of the Woodinbong Preschool for 40 years. She's been involved with nearly every Woodinbong community organisation since 1982. Sportsperson of the Year went to Lachlan Hannant for competing in state level in junior rugby league, touch football, junior golf, futsal, athletics, swimming and shooting competitions. Senior Citizen of the Year went to Jim Parker, who was a member and active volunteer of numerous committees. And the Young Citizen of the Year went to Madison Riley, who represented the club at many inter-club events. She's also been recognised for her volunteer work at the club. And the Business Service of the Year went to the Woodinbong Pharmacy for being at the forefront, providing information and advice to minimising the spread of COVID during the pandemic. Congratulations to all those worthy recipients.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Is a seconder, and I'll reserve my right to speak, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
I call the member for Solomon. Oh, I'm sorry. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate you for being selected to join the Speakers panel, and may all members of the House listen to your rulings and learn from your wisdom. Deputy Speaker, I join other speakers this morning in acknowledging that the Order of Australia is the highest national honour awarded to Australian citizens for their outstanding contributions to our nation. And of course there is a military division in the Order of Australia as well. And since the Order was established by Her Majesty the late Queen Elizabeth II in 1975, there have been 40,000 recipients of awards in the Order of Australia. And I am proud to be a member of the Order, receiving the Order of Australia Medal on Australia Day 2006 for volunteer work for Timor-Leste, and it was very humbling, and I continue to work for our nation in a variety of roles to honour membership of the Order and to serve Australians. Today we celebrate the 1047 Australia Day 2023 award recipients. I congratulate all of those recipients, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge all Australians who were nominated and awarded. Some of those recipients are Timmy Duggan, who launched Hoops for Health in 2002. So for over 20 years, Timmy has been assisting young Territorians and other young Australians, and he's used basketball as a vehicle for connection and for change. Timmy's also the first NT National Basketball League player, NBL player. He has used his passion for sports to build resilience in our young kids, including at the Youth Detention Centre, such as our one in Darwin called Dondale. In fact, it was Timmy who first invited me to join him to go into Dondale to spend time with young Territory kids, and he has done a power of work to help them get on the right track. Or take the remarkable story of Maureen Langdon, who was recognised for her services to nursing. Maureen was the first full-time female ambulance officer in Australia. She worked in the Territory for 48 years, including for the Northern Territory St John's Ambulance Service. I also want to congratulate my friend Henry Gray for his services to education, which included teaching in Groote Eylandt, Nhulunbuy and Darwin. Henry said to me that he gave up a possible inheritance of a family farm to enter Teachers College, and he was a mature age student in 1968. And he found educating young Australians, young Territorians, such a very fulfilling career. Let me say to you, Henry, that you acquitted your responsibilities with integrity. You made such a difference to those that you educated, and you kept a smile on your heart. Well done, mate. And I acknowledge Beverly McCormack for her services to remote nursing in Central Australia since 2006, as well as Dr Sadhana Mahajani, who helped establish Darwin's first community health centre in 1974 and kept on working out of a demountable after Cyclone Tracy ripped through our city. I heard her interviewed on radio recently. It was a truly inspiring story. Another Territorian to receive the Order of Australia is Superintendent Peter Malley, who worked in NT Police including in Darwin and currently in Palmerston for 20 years. Pete has also been recognised for his service with an Australian Police Medal. Well done. And finally, I want to pay tribute to Sue McCallum for her amazing service to veterans over decades. Sue was posted in Darwin as a radio operator in the Navy. She comes from a family of veterans across the generations, and she's been spending her time over the last decades helping veterans to navigate the compensation system with the Department of Veterans Affairs. She's been volunteering for Vietnam Veterans Association NT, Veterans Australia NT and Mates for Mates. Sue said she was overwhelmed to receive an Order of Australia. She felt like she had not done so much, and that's so true of many humble people receiving these awards. But as a long-term member of Veterans Australia NT, I know how much you've done, Sue. Well done. Truly important and selfless work. I welcome the valuable work of the NT Committee for the Order and encourage people to nominate exceptional Australians.
I thank the member and call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I offer my hearty congratulations on your appointment as well. I rise today to support the motion by the member of Page, which highlights the great work of the people who have received this Australia Day. Australia Day is a day we come together to celebrate our great nation and all that it has to offer, whether it's going to the beach to play cricket or gathering with family and friends for a barbie. It's also a day which highlights the great work given from people from our communities and awards them with recognition. Around our nation, many community champions received Australia Day awards. And Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Dawson, there was more than 40 that I would like to acknowledge in this place. I would like to take the opportunity to give a shout out to these amazing people. They put so much of themselves and their time into our communities. I think it's only appropriate to see them recognised for their efforts. As is in most areas, these awards range from volunteer acknowledgements, environmental awards, sporting achievers, Citizens of the Year and the prestigious Order of Australia Medal. However, they are all acknowledged one thing: how dedicated and selfless our people are. In Mackay, there are 7 people who received awards: Sergeant Nigel Dalton, Citizen of the Year; Kieran Brown; Jodie Burrows; Alison Richardson; Brenda Windsor; Connor Parrish; Dr Judith Wake and the Pioneer Valley Machinery Preservation Society. These people are all heavily involved in Mackay community in a major way through sporting groups, non-for-profit organisations and so much more. In the Burdekin, the recipients were Gerald Hannaway, Xavier Wood, Brent Dingle, Kate Caswell, Ricky Gudgie, Margaret Taylor, Desley Muzamichi, Joan Anderson, Michelle Darker, Flo Downing, Maureen Perry, Judy Anderson, Beth Wall, Keith Kelo, Aileen Jones, Eliza Walleen, Gerard Langford, Michaela Peroni, Kira Wiseman, Aliana Mujica, and the committee of the Burdekin Race Club. The Burdekin is truly a better place with these ladies and gents around. The dedication and drive they have for their region is something they should all be proud of. In the Whitsundays, the awardees showcased were Marlene Rifle, Lisa Stanley, Graham Smith, Mac Rogers, Anne-Marie Cares, Kids at the Beach Childcare Centre and the Bowen Neighbourhood Centre. There are so many opportunities to get involved in the Whitsundays, and these recipients truly took it upon themselves to get in amongst what the region has to offer. And in Townsville, the very northern part of my electorate, awardees acknowledged were Peter Shefford, Kobe Shentai, Darren Randall, Alan Jefferson, Marie McLennan, Zoe Chester and Dr Adam Smith. The Townsville region is a beautiful part of Queensland, and these 7 recipients have truly made the most of their tropical city. I was lucky and honoured to be able to travel around the electorate on Australia Day to witness some of these recipients receive their awards. A huge congratulations to all Australia Day award recipients. I would also like to make mention of the 100 residents around my region who were nominated for an Australia Day Award. As we all know, there can be only a certain number of people who can actually win the award, but all these nominees put in hours of their time, sacrificing their time and energy for the benefit of our region. Now, there's one last person I would like to acknowledge. That's Mr. Ronald Bassan, OAM. Ronald signed up for the military when he was 17. He was an artilleryman from 1954 to 1975. Ronald was recently awarded an Order of Australian Medal for his distinguished military service and the contribution to Mackay's community as a civilian. He's been loyal to our nation his entire life. He celebrated his 21st birthday in a Malaysian jungle camp while deployed. What a trooper. Mr. Bassan, a local legend up my way, deserves every accolade he receives. Thank you for your service and congratulations. Throughout 2023, I'm excited to see even more community events starting up or returning after COVID and more locals getting involved.
I thank the member and call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We'll make it a trifecta, and I too congratulate you on your elevation, much deserved, to the Speaker's panel. I thank the member for Page for moving this motion. I join him in celebrating the 1,000 or so Australia Day 2023 awards recipients, including 736 awards in the General Division of the Order of Australia for meritorious, distinguished and conspicuous service. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Order of Australia recipients for 2023 from my own electorate of Lyons. First, Deputy Speaker, I would like to offer my sincere congratulations to the very Honourable Margaret Reynolds AC. Margaret was awarded a Companion of the Order of Australia for eminent service to the people and Parliament of Australia, to social justice, gender equality and Indigenous rights, to local government and to the community. I know Margaret well. She lives in Richmond in my electorate, and despite having been a senator for Queensland for some years, she's moved to the beautiful Isle, and this award is truly well deserved. Margaret served in the Senate for Queensland from 1983 to 1999. She was local government minister from 1987 to 1990 and minister assisting the Prime Minister on the status of women from 1988 to 1990. Margaret's achievements during her distinguished career as an activist, educator and author are also too numerous to mention, and Deputy Speaker, but I will just single one out. For 6 years, she led the Friends of the ABC from her home in just outside of Hobart in Tasmania, and did a wonderful job representing that fantastic organisation and its importance to this nation. And to this day, Margaret and her wonderful husband Henry are very active members of the local community in Richmond as well as nationally. So suffice to say, I'm thrilled that Margaret Reynolds has been recognised for what continues to be a lifetime's work as an activist and advocate. I'd also like to recognise Mr Roger Self, OAM, awarded a Medal of the Order of Australia for service to the community of the Tasman Peninsula. Roger is a stalwart of this wonderful community, serving on Tasman Council for more than a decade, including as Mayor from 2005 to 2007. He was and continues to be active in several community organisations, including the Tasman Peninsula Rotary Club, the Tasman Lions Club and the Eagle Hawk Neck Action Community Task Force. And I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, that the Eagle Hawk Neck Action Community Task Force is a small but very active group doing really important work for that part of my electorate. Roger, I take this opportunity to thank you for your service to community and congratulate you on this well-deserved recognition. Deputy Speaker, I would also like to take a moment to congratulate recipients of Australia Day Awards awarded by local councils across Lyons last month. I've said it in this place before and I'll say it again. The people of Lyons are talented, hardworking and committed to their local communities. Once again, far too many achievements to mention them all, but I'll try and get through as many as I can. I've got 12 councils in my electorate. Congratulations to Glamorgan Spring Bay Council Citizen of the Year, Helen Gamble, Breaker Day Council Citizen of the Year Diane Harris, Central Highlands Council Citizen of the Year Ron Sonners, Derwent Valley Council Citizen of the Year Justin Benson, Kentish Council Citizens of the Year Doug and Leslie Begg, Northern Midlands Council Citizen of the Year Maureen Shadbolt. I had the great pleasure of spending some of the day with Maureen. Southern Midlands Council Citizen of the Year Tony Collis, Meander Valley Council Citizen of the Year Ian McKenzie, Sorrel Council Citizens of the Year Jessica Frost Boyd and Craig Boyd, and Tasman Council Citizen of the Year Arnold McShane. Brighton Council will announce its Citizen of the Year at a ceremony in February, having elected to have its awards later in the year, as is absolutely its right to do. And Clarence City Council, I understand, doesn't have such awards and is reconsidering whether to have such awards at all. And of course, this is a big thing in a free country like Australia. Councils are now free to make their own decisions about how to hold their citizenship awards, and I think that's only opportune and right in a free country. So congratulations to every nominee and award recipient. I congratulate everybody involved and thank you for your service to your community.
I thank the member and I call the member for Calare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What makes our country communities such great places to live are the local residents who, through their tireless efforts and achievements, make such an enormous contribution to our region and our nation. Today, it's an immense honour to recognise some of the exceptional recipients of Australia Day Awards in the Calare electorate. In Cabonne, for Boranor-Nashdale, Citizen of the Year, Phil Tyack. For Canowindra, Citizen of the Year, Peggy Nash, and Young Citizen of the Year, Emily Thomas, who is an up-and-coming young hammer thrower. Kewdale, Citizen of the Year, Jennifer Ryan, and Young Citizen of the Year, Sam Thomas. In Cumnock, Citizen of the Year, Amanda Schultz. Good on you, Schultzie. And Young Citizen of the Year, Angus O'Brien. In Eugowra, Citizens of the Year, Ben and Jess Stanley. And Young Citizen of the Year, Sabina Heinzel. In Manildra, Citizen of the Year, Dick Honan. In Molong, Citizen of the Year, Wendy McNabb, and Young Citizen of the Year, George Betts. In Mullion Creek, Citizen of the Year, Paul Culverson, and Young Citizen of the Year, Eleanor Rowe. In Yeovil, Citizen of the Year, Murray Parker, and Young Citizens of the Year, Douglas Phillipson and Katie Letcher. The Cabonne Sportsperson of the Year was Juliette Mills, and the Cabonne Youth Ambassador is Tengus Micklejohn. In Lithgow, Member of the Order of Australia to Associate Professor Dr John Deeran, AM, for significant service to medicine and to community health in Lithgow. Citizen of the Year, Kay Adams. Young Citizen of the Year, Christian Broome. Young Volunteer of the Year, Lauren Trounce. And Open Volunteer of the Year, Bill Evans. The Heritage Conservation Award for this year went to Donna White. In Oberon, the Medal of the Order of Australia to Dr Ian Fenningworth, OAM, for service to military history. And Citizen of the Year, Kathy Sadgewitz. Well done, Kathy. Young Citizen of the Year went to Daria Olney, and Sportsperson of the Year went to Grace Yo. Volunteer of the Year went to Greg Bourne. Citizen of the Year in the Mid-Western local government area went to Craig Bassett. Well done, Basso. He's a 2MG and local legend. Young Citizen of the Year went to Kiralee Bazant. The Glenn Johnston Memorial Award for Arts and Music went to Cheryl Murray and Teresa Therese, and the Mid-Western Regional Council Sport Award went to Jessica Reynolds. The Volunteer Services Award went to Martin and Priscilla Wyman. In Wellington, the Citizen of the Year went to Jennifer Wykes. Senior Citizen of the Year went to Shirley Drysdale, and Young Citizen of the Year went to Chloe Shanahan. Young Sportsperson of the Year went to Ronnie Tandy Bell, and the Community Service Award went to Melissa Witten, and also to Jeffrey Amato, John Newton and John Whiteley. And it was an honour to be in Wellington for their Australia Day celebrations on Australia Day evening. In Blaney, the Citizen of the Year went to Gwenda Stanbridge. The Volunteers of the Year went to Edward Prosper and Darren Yates, and the Appreciation Awards went to Jan Roberts and Babette Bradley. In Bathurst, Medal of the Order of Australia went to Sister Mary Comer, OAM, for service to the community of Bathurst. Also, a Medal of the Order of Australia went to Barry Purdon, OAM, for service to the Bathurst community. The Australian Corrections Medal went to Jason Schnepf, ACM, and the Australian Fire Service Medal went to Morris McMillan, AFSM. The Public Service Medal went to Janet Bingham, PSM, for outstanding public service, recognising and maintaining the Aboriginal cultural heritage of the Bathurst region. The Citizen of the Year went to Melissa Baker, the Joe Ross Memorial Award went to Cathy Hale, and the Bathurst Regional National Trust Heritage Award went to Alan McRae and also to Lee Steele. In Orange, Dr Susan Blinkhorn received a Medal of the Order of Australia for service to medicine as a psychiatrist. The Orange Citizen of the Year was Pip Waters, and the Young Citizen of the Year went to Annabelle Van Wyck. The Local Legend Award went to Linda Williamson. I would like to congratulate and thank all of our wonderful award winners and honours recipients, and also pass on the appreciation of our region for all they do for our communities. These awards are richly deserved recognition, and we are all very proud of them and all they have achieved.
I thank the member and call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I say I'm so pleased to see you sitting in the chair. I am very glad to have this opportunity to acknowledge some of the community servants in our community, the people who received Australia Day Order of Australia Awards and Citizen of the Year Awards from the Frankston City Council and the Mornington Peninsula Shire Council. We had 5 people in my local community honoured in the Order of Australia General Civilian Division this year. For significant service to tertiary medical education, Emeritus Professor Paul McMenamin of Mount Eliza, Member of the Order of Australia. Professor McMenamin has been Emeritus Professor Anatomy and Development Biology at Monash University since 2020, and his service to tertiary medical education means that he is a very worthy recipient of this honour. For distinguished service to medical research in the field of haematology, to tertiary education and to the promotion of science, Professor Michael Berndt of Mount Eliza, Officer of the Order of Australia. He has been a John Curtin Distinguished Emeritus Professor since 2018. And we know in our community, as do people across Australia, more so perhaps than anyone recognised before 2020, how important it is to have people like Professor McMenamin and Professor Berndt who promote science, who serve tertiary education to educate our future scientists, and who work in areas where medicine and medical research save lives. For service to the community through a range of organisations, Mrs Jean Gilbert of Mount Eliza, Medal of the Order of Australia. Mrs Gilbert has volunteered with Toorak College, St James the Less Anglican Church in Mount Eliza, the Peninsula Home Hospice Women of Action Biennial Luncheon, and much more, such a stalwart of the community. For service to veterans, Mr Kevin Hunter of Frankston, Medal of the Order of Australia. He has been on the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia Victorian branch as the State Welfare Director for 25 ongoing years, and as the patron of the Frankston branch of the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia, I thank him and everyone else for the work that they do. He has made many veteran welfare contributions and served in the Army and Army Reserves for almost 30 years, receiving recognition for his service in Vietnam with several medals. For service to the community, particularly through the church, Mr Ricky Painter of Langwarrin, Medal of the Order of Australia, Senior Pastor at Gateway Church Australia, co-producer of the Good Friday Family Festival, which is a terrific festival and which occurs on the Frankston foreshore. Very proud of our 2 police officers who received a meritorious award, Commander Martin O'Brien for 42 years with the Victoria Police, and Detective Leading Senior Constable Paul Roberts, 37 years with Victoria Police. The 2023 Citizens of the Year Awards in Frankston were a terrific event. The Citizen of the Year is Warwick Exton, who is an amazing 100-year-old cheeky man who I've spoken about in the chamber before, whose contributions to the community are outstanding, and his book Action Sweetwater Creek is a great historical record of some very important environmental work in our community. Young Citizen of the Year, Jack Lyons, is right now incredibly tired because he is almost finished running 50 marathons in 50 days to raise money for those experiencing homelessness. It's a feat that I think is actually unimaginable, and he's amazing for having done it. The community group of the year that I am an ambassador for is the Women's Spirit Project, which grew out of a grassroots community initiative established by women for women within Frankston. Jodie Bellier is a woman who is incomparable, with such a drive and a passion to serve our community and to help women who are vulnerable or in need. It is so well deserved, everyone who is part of the Women's Spirit Project. And the Mornington Peninsula Shire Council Young Citizen of the Year is Josh Berry from Mount Eliza, who is collecting 50,000 pairs of socks so that every one of the 23,000 homeless people in Victoria can have 2 pairs each. What a contribution and a dedication to the community. Congratulations, everyone.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2, Victorian Black Saturday bushfires.
I call the member for McEwen.
Motion relating to the Victorian Black Saturday bushfires in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper.
The member has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to introduce this motion and acknowledge and remember the 14th anniversary of the Black Saturday bushfires. On the morning of February 7, 2009, the state of Victoria woke up to a hot and windy day. Some of us saw it as a perfect time to do the washing. Others thought it was a good idea to go and do some gardening, which wasn't the best case. However, the perfect day for fire conditions, we just had an exceptionally hot and dry week coupled with being in the middle of a drought. During this time, Premier Brumby was scoffed at for his calls to be prepared, acknowledging that this was going to be a very, very tough day. What we didn't know is it was a day that was going to go on where 173 people would lose their lives, 414 people being injured, a day where we lost 35 children and 16 of those become orphans. It was a day where up to 1 million animals had died. It was a day where 450,000 hectares were burnt across the state, taking with it 3,500 buildings, including more than 2,000 homes. It was a day that scarred communities and the lives and the memories of all those Victorians. The fires that spread throughout Victoria were ferocious and devastating, some having been started by electrical faults, some by lightning, but a few by arson. The most devastating fire was the Kilmore East fire that burnt through Wandong and reached all the way to Kinglake, Broadford, Healesville and Talangi. This fire, thanks to winds which drove the fire up to 200 kilometres per hour, embers spreading up to 40 kilometres away, claimed the life of 119 people. It was a day that turned out where we lost friends, neighbours and just people we knew in the community. And I think of my friend Reg Evans, who always used to be at the St Andrews Market. Whenever you'd walk there, he'd say, "That's my boy, we go around and take it." It's never been the same to go back to that market without having Reg there to give you a push along and to make sure every person put the Labor flyers onto their stalls. It was a wake of this loss and this devastation our community stood up and helped. Over 1,000 CFA volunteers were there and other firefighters that served their communities and fought the fire. This was a fire like no other. There had been scenes up in Clonmerdane where leaves on trees had frozen in the direction of which the fire went, where fires jumped from house to house in areas some 50 metres apart, ignoring the bush in the middle but just jumping for the oxygen that was available on a cleared house block. It taught our volunteers and our fire departments how to redo bushfires because they'd never seen such a fire with intensity and destruction before. And we were to never know the full cost of what actually happened. In fact, it took till the 19th of March 2009 for the last final fire to be extinguished. Our volunteers and fireys worked tirelessly to bring these fires under control, putting themselves in danger to protect others. And to this day, we are endlessly thankful for what they have done. I'm also thankful to all the other volunteers who supported the firefighters and everyone else in the clean-up and the rebuilding efforts. From the pubs that stayed open to make sure all those volunteers got a feed, to the people who helped go through the wreckage and clean up and everyone in between. and those who gave out their time to support our community. I remain thankful for them every single day. They showed true grit, true Australian grit and determination, the definition of mateship, to stand up when others, to give others a hand when they need it. The kind of stuff that should inspire us as a nation. When we remember the fires, the Black Saturday bushfires, it's important to continue to acknowledge the ongoing ramifications these natural disasters can have on a community. The physical scars can still be seen burnt into the landscape today, and I believe it's a good metaphor of how this disaster still lingers in the minds and the hearts of all of us affected in those areas. And I want to take an acknowledgement to Christine Nixon. Christine was pillared to post for the work, but she was there every day. Every single community event, no matter what, day or night, she was there listening. And it's someone with an immense strength to be able to do that. Day in, day out, she turned up, she helped, and she should be recognised for the great work she did. Along with a former colleague in the State Parliament, Ben Hardman. Ben was someone who was there, knew a lot of people who perished, but he was there every single day and helped us out. Cameron Kane, the former Liberal candidate for the seat of McEwen in 2010, local policeman, got to see the devastating parts of what happened in Kinglake. It's taken a toll on him, and he's still a good mate of mine. I still pick on him because he needs it, keep him on his toes. But he was someone who stood up and fought day in, day out to help people.
Time has expired. And I think the member for McEwen, is the motion seconded?
Seconded, and I reserve my right to speak.
And I think the member for Jagga. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for McEwen for this motion, and I'm honoured to speak here today and pay tribute to those who lost their lives, those who were injured, and those who lost everything on the 7th of February 2009, 14 years ago last week. Black Saturday is etched into our memories in Indi. It's a day we will never forget. We remember the way the smoke burned our eyes and our throats, the extreme heat, the way the wind whipped up the embers and flame and destroyed all in its path. We remember the overwhelming roar like a jumbo jet. We remember the way the orange sky turned black and the fire that seemed to come at us from all directions. We remember the panic and anguish as we waited to hear word about our loved ones, whether they'd made it out alive. We remember the way we felt joy and relief when there was good news, only to be hit with the devastation when there was the worst news of others. 173 lives were lost that day, the majority of which were in Indi. Today we remember those we lost in Kinglake West, in Marysville, in Narberthong, in Flowerdale, Strath Creek, Tulangi and Mudgegonga. The countless other towns and communities that still bear the scars today. Today we also pay tribute to the brave men and women from our emergency services who put their lives on the line to protect others, who answered the call to protect their communities. The CFA, the CES, SES and many more volunteers, thousands upon thousands who rolled up their sleeves to come to the aid of those who had lost everything, and they came day after day. The way the community came together on that day and in the days and years that followed is etched in my memory as well. Importantly, we should also note that we are remembering, and what we are paying tribute to is not just one day. For those in fire-affected communities, this is not all in the past. Recovery is a marathon, and they're still running it. The trauma and scars in our community stretch for years and remain just below the surface. As one survivor, Bron Sparks, who lived in Kinglake, told the Age newspaper on the 10th anniversary of the fires, and I quote, "It's less about moving on and more about adapting to that experience and figuring out how to live while carrying that experience with you. You incorporate the experience into every cell of your mind and body. It's really how you work with that as you progress through life, because it's a part of you and it will always be a part of you, and you can't move on from that." For some, working out how to carry that experience with them as they move on through life has been incredibly hard. The mental health aspects, the effects on families, the impact on children who were so small when faced with such terror have been significant. And while Black Saturday was a tragedy and the years that have followed have been tough, the fires have also left us with a legacy of community, of togetherness, of connection, of resilience. There are many groups and projects that started as a response to the fires but have continued on over the years. They've transformed to meet the ongoing and changing needs of their communities. Firefox Australia started in Kinglake in the aftermath of the fires, helping with the immediate recovery and relief, and growing to the community to help the community consider what the new normal would look like after the fires. And now Firefox supports women to embrace and realise their dreams. Foundation Murrindindi began as the Marysville and Triangle Community Foundation to continue the recovery and allocate funds, but now works towards a vision of thriving, vibrant and connected communities within the Murrindindi Shire. Neighbourhood houses, men's sheds, still connect with people in our communities post-fires, and that's vital work that's too often unnoticed. It's the connection that's created and supported by these groups at local, sporting and community groups that is the real key to the recovery from a disaster like Black Saturday. Because long after the buildings are rebuilt, it's the community building that really is what government must be funding and supporting for the long term. These, Mr Deputy Speaker, are just some examples of the hundreds of groups and initiatives that were forged in the fire but continue to serve and connect our communities now and into the future. I'm proud to pay tribute to them, I thank them, and I remember those from 14 years ago.
And I thank the member for Indi. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my friend and my neighbour to the north, the member for McEwen, for bringing forward this motion, and to the member for Indi for sharing her reflections and her community's needs as well. The past 14 years have, for many people in Victoria, been incredibly difficult. There has been a lot of rebuilding to do, not just of physical bricks and mortar, but of people and of communities, and this work is ongoing. And while the fires didn't burn in Jagga Jagga, they were just next door to our north, and many locals did feel the impact. They were the people who rushed to provide support, as CFA members, as community members. They stood with family, friends, colleagues who lost lives, property and livelihoods. The Black Saturday bushfires loom large for people in our part of the world. And so today, not long after the 14th anniversary of the fires, we remember the 173 lives lost, the 414 people injured, and the destruction of over 3,500 structures, including 2,000 homes. We also remember the loss of animals that day, domestic and wild. Deputy Speaker, bushfire is a threat in communities like mine, particularly in the northeastern part of the electorate. In Kangaroo Ground, Research, Eltham and Eltham North, it's something communities live with every summer. And I recognise and thank the volunteers and members of our emergency services, particularly the CFA, who continue to put themselves on the front line to protect our communities. Eltham, Research, Kangaroo Ground and communities across Nillumbik have volunteer brigades made up of locals protecting locals. And on this day, Black Saturday, just over 14 years ago, it was an all-in effort from these brigades and services and the people who support them right across the state. I'm sure that many in Melbourne and surrounds know of the Kangaroo Ground War Memorial Tower in my electorate. It has a long history, including on Black Saturday. It was a fire-spotting tower. And the book Kinglake 350 tells us how, on the day, from the top of the tower, fire spotter Colleen Keating watched in disbelief at the size and speed of the thing as it came pouring over the slopes of Mount Sugarloaf and raced towards St Andrews, a mountain of smoke 10 kilometres high, 2 wide. And that, if not for a wind change, the communities impacted and the loss of life could have been even worse. The book says, the wind change would prove to be a bullet dodged for the residents of Melbourne's outer suburbs, a close escape most still don't understand they had. Given its speed, energy and direction, in another hour or two the inferno would have descended on the tightly packed, overgrown suburbs of the northeast, Warrandyte, Hurstbridge, Diamond Creek, Greensborough, Eltham. For Melbourne, it was a near miss. Deputy Speaker, in the aftermath of these fires and in the face of this awful tragedy, community near and far came together. And we did see the best of people come out. Victorians did pull together. The generosity of so many, including those who had lost so much themselves, was obvious and widespread. And here in our country, we have seen too often in recent years, through fires, floods, cyclones and other disasters, Australians coming together and Australians supporting each other. And it is a critical part of our infrastructure, our resilience and our community. And again, I thank everyone who gave their support that day. The people who are there for the good times and the bad, who stand up when they're needed. And I know there are people in my community and in others who still bear the scars of standing up on that day and supporting others, and our thoughts are with them. Deputy Speaker, Black Saturday also showed us the failures of a system that was not prepared for the scale of this disaster on this day or, in fact, in the aftermath. For many Australians, the places they live in are areas that have faced or could face a disaster. And it is important that as communities, as governments, we think about this and we prepare both ourselves, our properties and our communities accordingly. And we encourage all around us, our neighbours, our communities, our governments to do the same. 14 years on from Black Saturday, we pause and we remember the people who were lost and those who are still here but whose lives changed forever that day, the people who continue to struggle with mental health and other challenges. We remember the communities that are on that long path to recovery, and that while many things have recovered after 14 years, some things can never be recovered.
I thank the member for Jaga. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I commend the member for McEwen for his important motion on Black Saturday. I spoke last week on the anniversary and commemorated the 173 lives lost. And today I want to share my story of Black Saturday and my memories of that day, but also the importance that plays in my role in this House and this place, but also the importance that we have to have as leaders in ensuring that we support those and continue to support those Australians impacted by emergency services. On that day, I visited, I went to my mother's house in Yarra Glen to help her evacuate, and naively looking back, made every mistake in the book, Deputy Speaker, and that's one thing I do urge all Australians to do. As we come out of this bushfire season, we enter another one next year. Do not be complacent. So we went to visit to evacuate her. We left when we could see flames, which is rule number 1, never to do. And as we left Yarra Glen, the member for Jaga talked about that wind change, and that wind change definitely saved a lot of Melbourne and a lot of lives. But for us, that wind change put us into the fire front, and in about 2 seconds, the flames went from about 1 kilometre away to engulfing the car that I was driving, and my then fiancée, now wife, was in with me. And at that moment, we thought our lives were over. I could not see outside of the windscreen other than smoke and flames, and in a millisecond calculated the road we were on was about 200 metres to the bend, and if we hit that bend, it wouldn't really matter because we wouldn't be here. So, foot to the floor, we were going in excess of 130, 140 kilometres, as my wife repeated in tears, "I love you, I love you, I love you." And in that moment, we truly believed that our lives would be over. We got through those flames, escaped the other side. My mum and her husband were in the car behind us, and as we got through that, what felt like forever, Deputy Speaker, was maybe 10 to 15 seconds, I don't know, but in that moment we did not know where they were. They didn't have the luxury of speeding up because they knew that we were in front of them and they couldn't see either. And as a mother does, she wasn't prepared to risk running into us, so she continued at a speed and showed courage that defies logic. And I share that story because that's foundational in who I am and why I'm here today, to make sure that we take our lived experiences as community members and bring that into this House. And that's why I always support and advocate emergency funding. But I also want to share that story because we were fortunate We didn't lose property. I lost friends. Friends passed away, but my family survived. But the scars of that day stay with me to this day. And I know there are many who last week, 14 years on, it's still raw. I can picture those memories like I'm watching a movie. It doesn't leave you. And I just want to pay tribute to all those survivors that are still battling scars. And in many ways, it's the smallest things. A very hot day, the smell of smoke brings those memories back at the most unexpected times. And I know that there are many survivors out there from Black Saturday that continue to struggle. And while we pay tribute to them, it also makes it difficult for them as well. So I want to pay tribute not just to those that survived, but also the emergency services. And what a lot of people don't know is that it wasn't just the day after. I've got good friends in the CFA who were cleaning up and fighting those fires for months afterwards, 3 to 4 months after, and the emotional and psychological toll that it took on them and it continues to take on them is significant. So I urge that we continue to make sure we support mental health and PSTD support for emergency services, because they are the volunteers of our community who not only put their physical bodies on the line for us, they put their mental health on the line every day. And Black Saturday was just one of many examples of the impact that emergencies have, not just in my community, but across the country.
I thank the member for Cosie for that remarkable contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too want to acknowledge the words of the member for Casey. Like many Victorians, they has a story. And it's important that we share those stories. It's what makes anniversaries so powerful. So we never forget, and we never have another generation that have stories of that. On the 7th of February 2009, Victoria experienced an unprecedented and catastrophic event as firestorms raged across much of the state. There's been a lot of learnings since this day, the day that many remember as Black Saturday. But it's important that we stop and reflect and remember what did occur so that we can learn from this event. The state was on red alert, and many commented when they woke up and felt the heat that something was going to happen that day. It didn't feel right. I can remember I worked early that day, and I came out of the building where I was working just before 9 o'clock, couldn't get over how hot it was. And you did have that gut feeling, what was going to happen today. And as the day unfolded, those alerts that popped up, the messages, the phone calls, it was a dark day. It was a tough day for many. In Bendigo, the initial fire didn't break out till late in the afternoon. It was in Maiden Gully at about 4 o'clock. The wind gusts were around 80 k's and temperatures soared into the mid-40s. The flames reached 20 metres high, and the Furno travelled towards Bendigo through Maiden Gully, West Bendigo and California Gully. The fire came within 2 kilometres of the Bendigo CBD. It could have been a lot worse than what it was that day, but the amazing effort of locals, our emergency services and volunteers prevented the catastrophic from happening to our town that happened to many others. In Bendigo, we did lose one life. 48-year-old Mick Kane was tragically killed by the Black Fire Saturdays. Like many on that day, Mick was fighting to save his home and family. In Bendigo, the fires devastated an area of about 500 hectares. 61 homes were lost, 115 outbuildings were destroyed, many pets and wildlife lost, caravans, boat, much of people's loved possessions. A refuge centre was established in Kangaroo Flat, where about 50 residents sheltered without homes until more appropriate accommodation could be found. The other area in my electorate to be hit hard was Reedsdale, just southwest of Bendigo. About 10,000 hectares was left ravaged. Reedsdale was isolated, and the locals there felt very lucky. When the fire formed a horseshoe-like shape around the town, cut the area off, it was only bulldozers and heavy machineries deployed to build a dirt barrier between the fires and people. They believed that saved them. Over 300 people fought the fires in Bendigo and about the same in Reedsdale. 6 aircraft flown over, 46 trucks, 3 bulldozers and 4 graders. To remember that the fires in Bendigo broke out late in the afternoon with so many others already deployed to fires around the state. The town was really on its own. But what I wanted to acknowledge is majority of the people fighting the fires were volunteers. We have roughly 40 volunteer fire brigades across the Bendigo electorate, only 1 professional Victorian fire and rescue, and whilst they were involved on that day, it really was those volunteer firefighters. It is important to acknowledge the incredible bravery and efforts of all emergency services on that day, firefighters, paramedics, police officers and the locals who band together to help out. But for those CFA volunteers, it was an extraordinary effort, many of them fighting to save their neighbour's home whilst they may have lost their own home. To this day, when you visit their stations, they always share their reflection and memory of what happened on that day. It is still talked about. It is still that mark in the calendar where people share. Many will never forget, and many of the firefighters still live with those experiences. There was a lot of government assistance that did help post the recoveries, lots of packages to help rebuild towns, lots of work that was done to support the mental health and the scarring. But many will not forget the images, the giant smoke blooms, the orange skies, the horizon over One Tree Hill. They will never be forgotten, and may they never be forgotten, because it's only then we learn to do better next time.
I thank the member for Bendigo. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to add my voice to those who have already spoken on the anniversary of the Victorian Black Saturday bushfires. Black Saturday occurred in February 2009, and for those of us who were in the state on that day, on the 7th of February, I don't think there would have been anyone who wouldn't have thought that this was going to be one of the worst days for bushfires in Victoria if those fires got away. And sadly, that's what occurred. And one of the things that we have to do is remember the lessons learned. And the sad reality is that we still haven't learned all the lessons from Black Saturday. If you look at how the majority of fires started, it was overhead power lines. And yet, following Black Saturday, we have still had fires started by overhead power lines in the state of Victoria. Now, you can never foolproof, you can never completely bulletproof every single way a fire can start, but we haven't done enough. We still haven't done enough to make sure that overhead power lines are not the source of bushfires in the state of Victoria. And that is something that we need to continue to redouble our efforts on. 173 people lost their lives, 414 people were injured, and more than 450,000 hectares of land was lost. It was a catastrophic set of fires, the like of which I hope we will never see again. In my electorate, there were 2 serious fires on that day. First was at Coleraine, and if it wasn't for a sudden shift of wind, then it is likely the whole township of Coleraine would have been burnt to the ground. In many ways, what happened was nothing short of a miracle. The wind changed to a northwesterly just as the fire was approaching the town and saved it. Can I commend all those right across the state, but in particular in my electorate, and particularly those who fought the fire around Coleraine, give them a big vote of thanks for what they do. Can I also recognise John Smeet, who went to save the house and the farm machinery around a neighbour's place, and that wind change caught him unawares, and sadly he had burns to over 50% of his body. I've met John Smeet and I've discussed with him what happened on that day, and I must say his bravery, the way he's dealt with what occurred to him, is an absolute credit to him. But it shows, once again, the complete dangers that bushfires present to our communities, and also the reason why we have to continue doing what we can to keep our communities safe from bushfires. There was also a fire at Wiright. 3,200 acres was burnt. The rail line was damaged between Geelong and Warrnambool. Over 3,000 sleepers damaged. Fortunately, no serious injury. And Deputy Speaker, I want to end on this note, that in the last 5-6 years, we've seen significant changes made to the Country Fire Authority in Victoria. It's hurt volunteerism in the CFA in regional and rural Victoria. And we need to put it all to bed. We need to get back to doing everything we can to support our wonderful volunteers in regional rural Victoria. We've got to make sure that we're providing them with the support and the encouragement to keep our communities safe. And the Andrews government needs to stop the politics in the CFA and get behind our wonderful volunteers. Otherwise, we get another fire like this, our communities won't be safe.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3. Motion in relation to nicotine vaping products.
I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to nicotine vaping products in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
The member for Curtin has the call.
Nicotine vaping products, or vapes, may have some benefit for smokers who use them to quit cigarettes. But vaping carries very real risks, and the number of young people vaping is increasing dramatically. Health professionals say we are sleepwalking into a public health disaster. The policy challenge is making vapes available for smokers where appropriate, but not available to children and young people. In October 2021, Australia became the first country to introduce a medical access model of regulating vapes. This requires that people wanting to vape get a prescription in order to obtain vapes with nicotine in them. Now, there have been challenges with enforcement of this model, and the Therapeutic Goods Administration is considering potential reforms. I know the Minister is concerned about the impact of vaping and the need to reinvigorate action on smoking, but this is an urgent issue that needs an urgent response. The main problem is that there's a loophole allowing users and retailers to import vapes from overseas if they're not labelled as nicotine. But labelling on imports is unreliable. Most vapes being sold contain nicotine, including some with labelling that says they don't. This means that vapes containing nicotine are getting past customs and are being sold over the counter, including to kids. There's growing community and expert concern, not about smokers transitioning down to vaping, but about young non-smokers transitioning up to vaping. In the words of a 23-year-old constituent, most of my friends vape and none of them were smokers before. In the short term, the nicotine in vaping is damaging and addictive. In the long term, ANU has shown that non-smokers who vape are 3 times as likely to take up smoking than non-smokers who do not vape. And as for the rest of the chemicals in vapes, we don't yet know about the long-term impacts because it's so new. Vapes contain a range of chemicals and solvents, including flavouring agents, many of which are toxic or carcinogenic. Vapes are being targeted at kids. They come in flavours that sound like lollies: cola, strawberry watermelon, pink lemonade. Teenagers are buying vapes at convenience stores, petrol stations and online. It's hard to know how prevalent vaping is right now amongst young people because it's growing so rapidly. A few years ago, New South Wales Health reported that the proportion of young people vaping had more than doubled between 2020 and 2021 to 11%. Since then, anecdotally, at least in my electorate, it looks like it's increased significantly. On the weekend, the West Australian newspaper reported nearly 4,000 suspensions in WA public schools last year due to vaping. The tobacco industry has seen the potential for its future market and is now keen to promote vaping as well as cigarettes. Responsible Vaping Australia, which sounds like a good idea, was established by British American Tobacco. It has an interest in stopping the black market and developing its own new markets for vaping products. Exploiting a loophole in the tobacco advertising regulatory regime, Responsible Vaping Australia is advertising online because it can be classified as political advertising, not tobacco advertising. There's also a proliferation of reports supporting vaping, many funded directly or indirectly by the tobacco and vaping industries. GPs say this is all part of a cynical attempt by the tobacco industry to hook a new generation on nicotine. Schools are doing their best to limit vaping, but are losing the battle. AHESA, the peak body for independent schools, says, despite schools' best efforts, students' willingness to experiment with vaping appears to be increasing, and schools are being challenged not only to counter students' interest in vaping, but to help meet the needs of students who may be suffering a serious and potentially fatal addiction. So what's the solution? Vaping may have a place for people trying to quit smoking, although there is debate about their effectiveness. To end the black market in vapes, we need a ban on importation and supply of all e-cigarette products, regardless of labelled nicotine content, except by pharmacies for smokers with a prescription. This way, we can then implement stronger border controls to intercept e-cigarette products. We need to update our tobacco advertising ban, which was introduced before the internet and has significant loopholes. This is urgent, and I urge the Minister to take action.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for McKellar. The question then is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for MacArthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Curtin very much for moving this motion, which is very important for the health and well-being of the Australian public, and in particular Australian children who are being targeted by the tobacco industry. If I can start my speech by saying the tobacco industry is an industry as malignant as the diseases it causes. They are wandering the corridors of Parliament, trying to lobby politicians to maintain their business model. I have been long concerned about the vaping industry, which is being promoted by the tobacco industry as part of their business model. In 2018, with the chair of the Standing Committee of Health, Aged Care and Sport, myself and other members of Parliament conducted an inquiry into vaping and vaping products. And I think it's illustrated really by one thing. We had a lot of evidence from people all around the country, pro-vape, anti-vape, doctors, vaping groups, patients, smokers, etc. But I remember very well the public meeting we had in Sydney where the so-called medical representative of British and American Tobacco had come from England to give evidence to it. When I asked her whether the industry itself was conducting any research into the side effects or any of the long-term effects of vaping, she looked at the floor. She didn't answer to start with. She then looked up, looked down again and then said, no. We asked her again, is there any research you are doing into the effects of vaping? The answer was no. That's how bad this industry is. And yet we still see them wandering the halls of Parliament, meeting with politicians. We know that one group, Philip Morris, donated to the National Party $55,000 in the last election and $55,000 also to the Liberal Democrats. They are still trying to lobby the Parliament to allow free access to vaping for children, really for adolescents to adults, in this somehow misguided thought that they may stop people smoking. There is no evidence to suggest that. I think that the prescription model that we have in Australia is a really good one. The only argument the tobacco industry has to that is, well, in other countries they allow free access to vaping. Australia has had some of the best anti-tobacco legislation in the world, and we should not compromise it by allowing free access to vaping. The products are not tested. We know that even though they say they don't contain nicotine, most products do. They are targeted to children, with, as the member for Curtin's already mentioned, flavours like watermelon, peaches and cream, things that clearly target children as a way to get them into nicotine addiction. And nicotine addiction is one of the strongest addictions that you can have. People who are addicted to nicotine have a much smaller chance of being able to be weaned from the nicotine than, for example, people who are addicted to alcohol. It is a terrible addiction. Effective legislation can stop this, and we have to fight to continue it. There have been multiple inquiries. After our 2018 inquiry into vaping, in 2019, the tobacco industry managed to get one of their favoured politicians, who's still in this parliament, to start yet another inquiry into vaping, wanting to make it available through retail outlets virtually to everyone. They say restrict it to people over 18. Very little way of enforcing that at all. The Retailers Association have been somehow coerced into agreeing that this is a good thing to have vapings available through petrol stations, corner stores, retail outlets everywhere. The tobacco industry has not given up its fight. They should not still be wandering the corridors of this parliament, trying to coerce politicians into agreeing to their very, very flawed and dangerous business model. I thank once again the member for Curtin for bringing this motion to the parliament. It is very important that we maintain vigilance. Vaping is not something we want our children to be doing to get another pathway to get addicted to nicotine. And it's disgraceful that we're having yet another attempt by the tobacco industry. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Macarthur. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the member for Curtin's motion that calls on the government to address the increased use of e-cigarettes, particularly amongst young people. As a doctor, I am alarmed at the prospect of Australia once again having the wool pulled over our eyes by the tobacco industry, as they now prey on our children via the portal of e-cigarettes. Australia led the world when it came to implementing public health initiatives to protect Australians from smoking-related harms. In 2012, Australia became the first country in the world to implement plain packaging laws for cigarettes. To date, 24 countries have followed Australia's lead in adopting these similar rules. Over the last 3 decades, smoking rates in this country have fallen from 24% to 11%. And yet here we are, 10 years on from that success, readying ourselves for yet another battle, a battle against e-cigarettes, smoking 2.0. What's worse is this time it is our children who are the target of the tobacco industry's predatory behaviour, with the bright coloured packaging and the lollipop flavours. The World Health Organization has confirmed that e-cigarette emissions typically contain nicotine and other toxic substances that are harmful to both users and non-users who are exposed to the aerosols second-hand. Don't be fooled by the sweet smell of the emissions. E-cigarettes can contain as many as 200 toxic chemicals. A single disposable product can contain as much nicotine as 150 traditional cigarettes and cost as little as $5. Not infrequently, they contain nicotine even if they are labelled as nicotine-free. Not quite the cookies and cream or the strawberry kisses that the packaging promises. Research published as recently as December 2022 concluded that vaping is the strongest risk factor for smoking. And a recent study of adolescents in New South Wales reported that half of the kids who regularly consumed e-cigarettes had never smoked. So rather than being a smoking cessation tool, for young people, e-cigarettes are actually a gateway drug to smoking. So it is no surprise that major international tobacco companies have invested heavily in e-cigarettes in recent years, and tobacco companies now own many of the top e-cigarette brands. It seems like the strategy of Big Tobacco is to move our children from e-cigarettes to cigarettes by getting them hooked on nicotine. Media, school and community reports suggest that the use of e-cigarettes amongst young people in New South Wales has exploded in recent years. Stores which sell e-cigarettes are popping up in communities all over Australia, including in my electorate of Mackellar. These stores are often located near bus stops and train stations that ferry our children to and from school. And there have been recent reports of tobacconists selling e-cigarettes to children in school uniforms. Data from the New South Wales Ministry of Health shows that in 2021, the number of illegal nicotine products that were seized from retailers was over 11 times the number than in the same period in 2020. And adolescents, 80% of adolescents say they found it easy to access these products. Something must be done to stop the sale of these highly toxic, highly addictive products to our children. Big Tobacco is preying on our youth, and all levels of government must work together to stop this. There are steps that the Commonwealth Government can and should take to help fix this ballooning problem. They include stronger border protections and customs prohibitions for all vaping products, better minimum quality and safety standards, plain packaging and health warnings for starters, and prohibiting all added flavours. I call on the government to act swiftly and decisively to protect our children from the growing scourge of e-cigarettes. We must once again become world leaders in protecting our children from both cigarettes and e-cigarettes.
And I thank the member for Mackellar. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Curtin for drawing attention to this important health issue and allowing us all the opportunity to speak on it. In September last year, the Cancer Council published the results of their Generation Vape study, which looked into the use of vaping products by young people in New South Wales aged between 14 and 17 years old. This study found that 32% of 14 to 17-year-olds had used vaping products. More than half of that group knew that the vape they used contained nicotine, and most of these teenagers found it very easy to access vapes. It is clear that the regulations on vaping are not preventing vaping products from being accessed by the general public and our kids. My daughters are nearly 12 years old. My son's 8. I don't want one of them to be able to freely and openly access a product that is illegal to them. Current laws are co-administered by the Commonwealth and state and territory legislation and allow smokers to obtain these products solely for smoking cessation, following consultation and prescription from a medical practitioner. Those products can only be lawfully supplied by pharmacies in Australia. Well, we all know that's not the case. In my own electorate of Bennelong, you can walk into countless tobacconists and convenience stores and purchase nicotine vapes. I know this is the case not only in my electorate but right throughout Australia. Clearly, a shadow market of vaping product exists, and they're being easily accessed unlawfully by children, adolescents and adults alike without any prescription. To be honest though, it's not really a shadow market or an underground market. It's out there for everybody to see. Tobacconists openly display huge neon signs advertising their vaping products. This illegal trade of vaping products brings serious concerns about this gateway to smoking and nicotine addiction and the long-term health implications of nicotine use. The Australian National University found their review of global evidence of the health risk of vaping products that there is strong evidence that never smokers who use e-cigarettes are nearly 3 times as likely to take up cigarette smoking than those who never use e-cigarettes, and they form a dependence on nicotine. And the danger is that many young people think that vaping is safer than cigarette use. I mean, why wouldn't you? They're marketed to the young. The vaping device can be colourful, it can light up, and for some it can be a stylish accessory. Then you go into the flavours, and a quick browse online shows you can get blue raspberry, Fuji apple strawberry, nectarine. I don't know how they fit all of those flavours into one vape, but they do, and even Granny Smith. As relatively new products, the health implications of vaping are relatively unknown. However, this lack of information does not mean that they're safe. We know that e-cigarette users are exposed to chemicals and toxins that can harm their health. We know that vaping usage can cause throat irritation, cough, dizziness, headaches, nausea, serious burns and injuries, nicotine poisoning, and lung injury, which can sometimes be fatal. And they're the only implications that we know of. There's not enough information to understand the impacts of vaping on conditions such as cancer, cardiovascular disease, reproductive health, and mental health. Many constituents have contacted our office urging me to reach out to the government to take further action, which is why we have. The Health Minister announced that the TGA would undertake public consultation process on potential reforms to regulate nicotine vaping products late last year. And we heard of some of those measures by the member for Curtin and the member for McKellar and the member for Macarthur. We understand where the current regulatory. We need to understand where the current regulatory framework fails and what action governments can take to curb the unlawful supply of these products, to create a regulated source of these products, to strengthen the product standard to make them unattractive to children and adolescents, and to clarify the status of nicotine vaping as therapeutic goods to ensure that the regulatory framework captures any vaping product containing nicotine. Labor governments have a proud history implementing world-leading anti-smoking policies. It was us who brought in plain packaging legislation, which was then a world first. I'm confident we'll continue to work hard with industry stakeholders and the general public to protect my kids and our kids and friends from this dangerous product. We'll continue to take decisive action in this priority health area. Thank you.
I thank the member for Bennelong. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion in relation to volunteering.
And I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to volunteering in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
And the member for Werriwa has the call.
Thank you. Over the past few years, Australians have collectively experienced some of the most challenging times in decades, from once-in-a-100-year pandemic to several once-in-a-100 natural disasters. And unfortunately, these challenges don't seem to be in the past. We've recently seen the devastating flood events that inundated large parts of the Kimberley in Western Australia and the bushfires raging across Queensland. Recovery efforts for these will take months, if not years. Whilst local, state and federal governments have a role to play in assisting those who experience difficult times, it really is the volunteers throughout our community that provide that immediate and ongoing support to those who are most vulnerable. And whilst they don't volunteer for recognition, they absolutely deserve it. From an economic perspective, volunteers provide almost 600 million hours of voluntary work in 2019. Whilst the exact estimates of how much this equates to for the economy are difficult to quantify, it's certainly billions of dollars. And that's purely economic. Socially, it's invaluable. Each of those hours, someone volunteers by delivering food, cleaning our waterways or environment, fighting fires and assisting during national disasters, and coaching our children makes such a difference to our community. Unfortunately, volunteer organisations have been severely impacted over the last few years. The casualisation of the workforce and other issues has put increased pressure on organisations at a time when volunteering rates have continued to decline. Since 2014, there's been a 20% drop in volunteer hours. The Albanese government will provide an additional $4 million boost for the volunteering resource centres across the country to bolster their efforts in recruiting, training and supporting volunteers.
I would encourage anyone who can volunteer to do so. As someone who's volunteered so much in the past, I know that you get much more out of the work than you put in. Helping people in the community is definitely a rewarding thing to do, and our communities, charities and NGOs depend on it. Volunteering builds social cohesion, increases wellbeing for both the volunteer and those they're helping, and I commend Volunteer Australia in their new national strategy for volunteering. Further, the Albanese government is providing $367,000 to Volunteering Australia to assist in the strategy's implementation. Society has changed dramatically since the last strategy in 2011, so it's very important they continue to modernise and update the approach to volunteering and recruitment. And we as Members of Parliament must do what we can to support and raise the volunteers in our community up. In the electorate of Werriwa, I formally recognise volunteers throughout my community. Last year was the 7th year I presented the Werriwa Volunteer Awards. The 2022 recipients were Kirsty Parks, Sharon Pietriano, Cecilia Cabaran, Pam Lawther, Anne Murphy, Michael Stoats, Maria Tonkin, Tessilia Vavale, Jeanette Wilson, Nabil Jambor, Bruce Clark, Chris Darcy and Susan Raya. Thank you all for the incredible work you do in our community. I'll be running the Werriwa Volunteers Awards again this year in May. Nominations will open in the coming weeks. In fact, a former Werriwa awardee was the Australian Volunteer of the Year, announced when the 2023 Australia Day Awards were announced. Amar Singh and Terminals for Australia provides meals and practical support for those experiencing difficulties caused by the economic circumstances or national disasters. And the 2022 Werriwa awardee, Chris Darcy, was Liverpool Council's Citizen of the Year. It's important to bring together various volunteers and organisations, not only to recognise their contribution, but to talk about the needs of our communities and their concerns about how we can help. For those in New South Wales, you can visit the New South Wales Government Make a Difference website, which allows you to find opportunities and organisation based on your interests, whether it's animal welfare, environment, arts, communities or disaster relief. Thank you again to all the volunteers in Werriwa and all around Australia.
And I thank the member for Werriwa. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for bringing this very important motion and for giving us the opportunity in this place to thank and celebrate the incredible work done by volunteers across our nation. Volunteering is an incredibly powerful expression of who we are, what we value and what kind of world we wish to create for ourselves, our communities, our children and future generations. Volunteering has always been an essential part of Australian society, but it has taken on even greater significance in recent years. From recession to climate disasters to the ongoing impacts of COVID-19, volunteer workers and organisations have been at the forefront of our crisis response, and it will continue to lead our nation's recovery. Volunteers provide health, disability and emergency services. They run sporting activities, environmental conservation efforts, they provide patronage to the arts. The list is so long. Many of them are the linchpins of local committees, associations, clubs and schools. The latest ABS statistics show that 1 in 5 Australians volunteer. And though we have yet to see a return to pre-pandemic levels, this is a huge number of people, and the significance of their contribution to the economy really needs to be noted. It is some $46 billion contribution to the Australian economy through volunteering efforts. It's what makes our world and our wheels continue to go round. It's important to note that this data is not inclusive of the informal volunteering work of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and individuals from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds to give back to their respective communities as well. It's time we thank and acknowledge those who have selflessly dedicated their time, energy and expertise towards putting the needs of others in their community before their own. As Australians move back to their normal lives in the aftermath of COVID-19 lockdowns, the absence of volunteers and services they make possible will become more and more apparent and concerning. Some organisations are struggling to recruit and maintain a volunteer workforce to fulfil their purpose. And while some are struggling under the weight of exacerbated community demands, so the decrease in volunteer numbers will diminish or eliminate activities and services our communities rely on and will be disproportionately impact society's most vulnerable. So I urge everyone to consider volunteering. Going forward, we must continue to recognise the value of volunteering and ensure that it is adequately supported. We need the right infrastructure in place to support volunteer organisations, including better labour force planning, greater coordination of recovery responses and additional training, guidance for volunteers and volunteer managers. We also need to ensure that we're doing all we can to make volunteering more accessible to those who want to get involved and make sure we have the right levers from a regulatory point of view. And I also urge the government to continue with the communities grants, for example, which are so important at supporting smaller organisations within our communities. Without those grants, they would not have gotten through the COVID period, and it is so important that those grants continue. We need to encourage greater technological adaptation among volunteer organisations, which allows for more creative ways to recruit and provides more flexible ways to volunteer and facilitates a new generation's expectation of how they can contribute. On a personal note, I'd like to thank all the organisations in Warringah who do such an amazing job, from our RFS to the SES to the communities. We have from Meals on Wheels to Oz Harvest to just so many organisations doing amazing work in feeding and helping our communities. And of course, I'd like to thank the Team Zali volunteers, which have seen a real engagement in politics in the last few years, where communities are really finding their voice. And this is democracy at work, and it helps us do politics differently in this place. We need to engage with our communities and make sure their views and concerns are represented. For me, it simply wouldn't be possible to represent Warringah without the assistance of so many volunteers in my electoral office, and I have to say a very specific thank you. I have some volunteers in the team who have been there consistently now for 4 years, every day of the week, every day of the year. They are there all the time to support me. And so to all of those, they know who I'm talking about, my reception angels and so many more that are helping me. Thank you so much. The community of Warringah really appreciates it and knows how much it's important. Some are incredible experts in their fields, and this opportunity to give back is so important. So I commend this motion, I thank the member, and thank you to all the volunteers.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank my friend the member for Wiriwa, for bringing this a very important motion forward. Thank you. We all know the work of our local volunteers is critical and valuable element to our community. Their work is done day in, day out, week in, week out, every month of the year, without asking for any recognition or special awards. They do not seek any benefits other than knowing that they have made a positive contribution to our community. Volunteers turn a suburb into a community. But, Speaker, as I said, the vast majority of volunteers rarely seek acknowledgement for their services and are often amongst some of our most humble and modest citizens. I take this opportunity to thank and pay tribute to all of our volunteers. Please know that we do notice your efforts, and your community do recognise the invaluable role you play to make our people's lives richer and better. Speaker, according to Volunteering Australia, our amazing volunteers contributed a staggering 600 million hours of voluntary work to the local communities in 2019. And Speaker, we have all done it. Turned a snag at Bunnings for a local netball team, or helped the local footy team on game day running a raffle or cleaning out the sheds. Helped the local RFS in their time of need, or established or worked with local Lions or Rotary clubs to deliver the much-needed project for our community. We have volunteers who work tirelessly in the homelessness space, advocating for human rights and looking after veterans and seniors. our local RSL sub-branch and places like South Lakes Incorporated and Mum's Cottage. We have hundreds of volunteers in the Hunter electorate who deliver hundreds of thousands of meals a year to people at home through Meals on Wheels. Speaker, whether it is a flood, a fire, an earthquake or a cyclone, Australians are the best in the world for volunteering in trying and challenging times. We all know of the vital and important community support provided by our police, fire and ambulance services, and for this we are truly grateful. But I'd also like to pay tribute and thanks to our SES, the RFS and the VRA volunteers. Too often we hear of volunteers who have lost their own property due to fire or flood while they're away helping others. It is this selfless determination to assist others during testing times that defies the principles of what it takes to be a volunteer. Speaker, the list goes on and on. To be honest, we wouldn't have what we have here in Australia without our volunteers. Now, Speaker, obviously COVID has played a large part in the dramatic reduction in the number of hours people are giving over the last 3 years. The Australian Bureau of Statistics General Society survey estimates only that 30% of Australians aged 15 and over participate in volunteer work in 2019, dropping to 25% in 2020. Speaker, put simply, we are volunteering less than we used to. We are not only less likely to volunteer, but we're also less likely to join community organisations or play team sports. We've got fewer actual friends than we did in the 1980s, and we know fewer of our neighbours than we used to. We've become disconnected. We saw the previous government with their attacks on charities. Now that the adults are in charge, we have ended the war on charities and are working with volunteers and charities to build a more reconnected Australia. Last week, the government announced a once-in-a-generation review of Australian philanthropy. Being undertaken by the Productivity Commission, the goal of the review is to boost donations to charities and meet the Australian government's goal of doubling philanthropic giving by 2030. Thanks to our Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury, the Honourable Dr Andrew Leigh, who is driving this change. Speaker, we are all guilty of being time poor. However, I encourage everyone to consider their potential to volunteer. Everyone can make a difference, and we know the positive impacts and value volunteering have to their local communities. I will always support the organisations and individuals who dedicate their time for betterment of our communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Wirrawar for this really important motion. It's crucial that we continue to recognise and thank our volunteers, and I'm sure every member in this House knows the power of our words when we mention their names and share their stories in this House. So it's an important motion, and I'm honoured to speak on it, and because I have a really passionate belief, Deputy Speaker, that we talk often, and the books will tell you about the 3 levels of government: federal, state and local, but for myself the most important level is the 4th level, the community. And that's really in many ways represented by those amazing volunteers that give their time, give their effort, sacrifice so much. Our emergency services, our CFAs, our SES sacrifice not just their time, but in many cases they sacrifice their health, both physical and mental, to serve our communities, and they don't ask for payments for that. And as I spoke earlier today and spoke last week on Black Saturday, and the 14-year anniversary is always an important reminder for myself of the work that volunteers do. But I know it's across the country that they volunteer, and it was recently that I shared a post on social media about the Coldstream CFA and a fundraiser that they were doing to fund their CFA. And one of my constituents and someone I know well, Patrick, posed the question: why do the police and the ambulance services get paid, not have to pay for their operating costs, and our SESs and our CFAs have to turn snags and do other fundraising on top of the service that they do for our community. And it's a very good question, and it's one that I believe we in this House, in state and local government, should have a conversation about. Volunteers in emergency service, they volunteer their time to save lives, not to turn sausages. They do it because they have to. A senior CFA member who's a volunteer suggested to myself that it's approximately $25,000 a year in operating costs that CFAs in Victoria have to fundraise just to keep going and to keep the doors open. And I'm sure it's a very similar number across the country, and it really is quite amazing that we're asking them to fundraise for themselves. And I acknowledge the significant fiscal challenges we face across the country, and historically emergency services funding has been a state responsibility. But I believe this is a national conversation we need to have, because we see more and more emergency, natural disasters of significant scales. And Black Saturday is one I'll talk about a lot, but there were significant bushfires in the summer of 2019, clearly the floods that we've just experienced. And we're asking these volunteers to do more and more with their time. And we need to support them. We need to find ways to give them the resources they need, because we know that our community volunteers are the first people, they are the first responders that will be there. By the very nature of an emergency, we don't know when and how it's going to strike, so we are not able to get significant paid resources, whether it's the Army, whether it's professional firefighters, police, to that spot. It's always the community volunteers. And it's so important that we give them the resources that they need to make sure that they can protect our community. But it's not just emergency services that give so much to so many, to our communities. We're blessed in Casey as a semi-rural area to have amazing township groups that provide not only a strong voice for their communities, but also organise activities to support their community. Beck Rosewell recently won the Yarra Ranges Council Citizen of the Year for organising the Lilydale Street Fair through an organisation called the Lilydale Township Action Group. And that idea was born out of helping the town that was really struggling with the lockdowns of COVID. That's just one of the hundreds of examples I could give. 5 minutes isn't enough time to talk about all the community groups that support so much, whether it's our Rotary, whether it's our Country Women's Association, the people that support charities like homeless organisations, like every electorate across the country. Casey is blessed to have so many amazing volunteers, and I thank them for the time and the commitment that they give to our community. And I thank their families, because in many ways their families don't see as much of them as they could, because they are serving our community. And those partners and children and family do that because they know they're giving back to make a stronger community.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Werriwa for this very important motion. And I was reminded again how important volunteering is when I was at a mobile office at the Wheelers Hill Shopping Centre in my electorate of Chisholm, and I ran into friends from the Lions Club of Wheelers Hill who were doing an amazing job raising money for the people suffering in Turkey and Syria as a result of the earthquakes. And I had a very good conversation about them, about the contributions they make to the community, and they had a full day of activities planned right around the electorate, giving back to a community that they love and I love. Obviously, volunteers, I think it's safe to say, are the heart of our community. They keep so many organisations, whether they be sporting clubs, civic organisations, neighbourhood houses, emergency service groups, going. I was brought up in a family that had most of my members volunteer in various organisations. So the importance of volunteering, of giving back to the community, was instilled in me from a very young age, whether it was volunteering at the local op shop, the hospital kiosk, in music groups, tutoring asylum seekers, volunteering for food rescue charities. These are different organisations that myself and members of my family have participated in, and I found it personally very enriching. One of the very first announcements that I was able to make as a candidate during the election campaign was to reinstate an initiative that had been implemented by the wonderful former member for Chisholm, Anna Burke, which was the Caroline Chisholm Awards. My electorate is named by one of Australia's most famous volunteers, Caroline Chisholm, who dedicated her life to civic service and looking after people around her in all of the communities that she lived in throughout her life. And so we held the Caroline Chisholm Awards last year around International Volunteers Day in December, and it was my absolute honour to be able to give a platform in our community to the people who give so much to the people around them. And I do want to name those Caroline Chisholm Award recipients here today because I can't acknowledge them enough. So every opportunity I have to name them, I will take. So I want to acknowledge Ling Ling Zan, John Elliott, Wendy Hui Zhang and Polly Feng, Janice Healy, Ling Wang, Lei Zhao, Don Shane, Sandra Robertson, Bin Yu Wang and Hui Ling Ji, Ken Calder, Rong Zong Lin, Johnny Hung Kwong Yu, Tess McBarron, Martika Liu, Bing Du and Cheryl Webster. All of these people do work in so many different kinds of organisations, sporting groups, musical groups, through churches, through neighbourhood houses, with people of all different ages and walks of life. And particularly after the last few years of the pandemic that have been very challenging for communities, the fact that the people that have volunteered in the past have jumped straight back into action to revive a lot of groups that may not have been able to meet during the very worst parts of the pandemic has been extraordinary. And a lot of these groups are really roaring back to life. I was able to enjoy many Christmas events with a lot of these organisations in December, which gave me another opportunity to say thank you for everything that they do. I think there's always a role for governments to do more to support the people in our communities who give so much of their time, and that's why I am really delighted that we have announced an inquiry into philanthropy and into ways that we can make it easier for people to give money and resources to the people who set up community groups that we would be lost without. Right across Australia. So I'm looking forward to doing whatever I can in my local community to support the community groups and volunteers that enrich the area of Chisholm, and I look forward to being part of a government that will do what it can to support the people who support our communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the volunteers across the country and encourage even more Australians to volunteer, to invest in their communities. And I hope that this week's National Volunteering Conference in Canberra will leave attendees feeling valued and reinvigorated because the work that you do is so incredibly important. And so I do rise to speak in support of this motion. Last year saw the release of the National Strategy for Volunteering, and that's due to be finalised and launched this month. And we can't afford to take volunteering for granted. We know that essentially volunteering underpins the work of our community. In Volunteering Australia 2022 report, it provides such an evidence base with insight into the recent decline of volunteering. And we've seen that decline over the last 2 decades, but in particular we've seen a dramatic fall since COVID. And it just hasn't recovered, and this deeply worries me, and I know it worries many people in my community. So we need to find ways that we can re-engage, we can engage in the first place, and how do we retain the volunteers that we currently have? Now, one thing that's really concerning me and many in my community is the funding for the National Network of Volunteer Resource Centres, known as VRCs. They're a vital part of Australia's existing volunteer ecosystem, and they need to be retained. Last October, the network reported that over half of the centres in the country are set to close or reduce services after changes to the funding model in mid-2022. And that cut $3.4 million from the VRC's direct budgets and again received inadequate funding in last October's budget. Now, they fulfil a vital role in effectively being the connector and the support base for volunteers and organisations looking for volunteers. Now, I'm told they're pretty much out of reserves. Many are effectively closing now. I'd just like to give a couple of examples of the Southern Volunteering South Australia, one of the volunteer resource centres in my community, which has made volunteering accessible and inclusive for everyone. They worked with a person with cerebral palsy who was unable to communicate through speech and used a wheelchair, who had applied for so many volunteering roles online without success, and they were able to gain a meaningful role with a non-for-profit. And this has changed that volunteer's life. Now, that wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the Volunteer Resource Centre. They helped to identify suitable volunteer roles for a recently unemployed 27-year-old former baker who was struggling to move into retail without having retail experience. They provided referrals, they provided introductions. They supported a socially isolated person in their 60s who was seeking skills, confidence and online awareness to re-enter the workforce independently by identifying volunteer roles, contacting organisations and guiding them through online requirements and paperwork. Referring a young person with mental health issues by identifying roles aligned with their interests and referral to an organisation they knew would be supportive. That young person is loving their life and is loving the work they're doing. So Southern Volunteering is just one of these VRCs around the country that's facing closure. And, you know, how shameful would it be that they would be closing just because of $3.4 million of funding that they receive annually? I mean, really, you know, that's small change in the federal budget. Yet we know that these organisations do a power of good and really make every dollar count for 10. And I think if we don't provide this support to these organisations, this small, very small amount of government funding, how really can we then say that we value volunteering? Because if, you know, money talks, and really $3.4 million is such a small amount, Mr Deputy Speaker. I really would urge the government to reconsider this funding cut in this federal budget, because if we say that we support volunteering and that we value volunteers, let's put our money where our mouth is. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, motion in relation to mental health support.
I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to mental health support in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Last year, whilst out campaigning for the election, the now Prime Minister Anthony Albanese told Australians we should regard people's access to mental health care as no different to if someone breaks an arm, pledging to further focus on mental health. Yet, what we have seen since from the Albanese government is a direct shift against one of the core pillars of evidence-based medicine, moving away from the science in terms of policy making. Leading research highlights psychological problems such as post-traumatic stress disorder require more than the average number of sessions to provide the necessary care. The Sydney Morning Herald reports 10 sessions will not treat many mental health issues. In fact, extensive international research tells us around 1 in 10 patients simply can't improve with just 10 psychology sessions. The Better Access report conducted by the government indicates that people with more severe symptoms access more services and subsequently show the most significant improvement. Completely disregarding the evidence is not a solution. Not the solution for a mum from Glenmore Park in my electorate of Lindsay, who is scared that her daughter will not be able to access the full 20 Medicare subsidised psychology sessions that were previously available to her before this government halved the sessions on January 1 this year. Not the solution for almost half of young women aged 16 to 24 who have experienced mental health issues in the last financial year. Not the solution for 1 in 5 Australians who will suffer from mental illness in any given year. Simply put, it is not the solutions that Australians deserve. The government is now reducing accessibility while misleading the public that they genuinely believe they are strengthening mental health care, stating that it is only helping the wealthy. These are not high-income people hogging the sessions, leaving nothing for others, as Health Minister Mark Butler has argued. These are everyday Australians in need, and the Albanese government is turning their backs on them. Turning their backs without an alternative plan to support the mental health of Australians who access Medicare-funded psychology sessions each year. Let's have a look at the expert advice. Australian Psychological Society President Dr Katrina Davis-McCabe said the government commissioned Better Access Evaluation report found that workforce shortages and location as key barriers to patient care, which makes the axing of the program of the additional sessions hard to understand. This program safely gave many people telehealth or in-person psychological care for the first time in their lives, yet many patients will have to ration or stop treatment altogether. She added, just as people shouldn't be asked to ration vital medicines like insulin, they shouldn't have to ration mental health care. Similar sentiments to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese when he was in Tasmania before the election deceived the general public about strengthening mental health care. We should regard people's access to mental health care as no different to if someone breaks their arm, he said. Sydney Morning Herald also reported that Mental Health Australia Chair Matt Berriman said the cut to Medicare subsidised psychological sessions had raised broader concerns about the mental health system, and he challenged the government to reveal its longer-term plan for the sector. We need added services and action yesterday, not less, he said. The new government should make mental health a key priority, which has seemed to have been lost since taking power. Where's Labor's plan for mental health in this country? Further backing the outcry, in a letter to the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, the Australian Psychological Society, Rural Health Alliance, Victorians Ambulance Union, the Australian Federal Police Association, all united against the cuts, shining a light on the additional non-direct pressures this decision will place on the system. The tragedy behind this decision is its untimeliness, when Australians are most vulnerable, recovering after the years of the COVID pandemic, when people have been hit by multiple flood events, multiple fires, natural disasters. The Albanese government has decided that the Medicare-funded sessions that provide so much support to so many Australians are unnecessary. At a time when suicides are rising and the mental health epidemic is worsening, the question, is the government listening to Australians at all?
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak about our nation's mental health. And this is an issue that's way too important to be political. An Australian Bureau of Statistics report found that 8 Australians, the majority of whom are men, die every day by suicide. Over 65,000 Australians attempt suicide each year. And, Deputy Speaker, this is a devastating impact on a personal, social and economic scale. That report came out before COVID, and we know that COVID has exacerbated the already existing mental health crisis. So there's no doubt that this is a national emergency. And as such, we must ensure that the services we provide are targeted, achieve the desired results and are evidence-based and, very important, independent. And I'd like to stress the word independent. Evaluation by the Uni of Melbourne of the Better Access initiative showed the current scheme is not delivering for all Australians equally. It found that people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, those living in regional, rural and remote areas, and aged care residents are missing out. The evaluation also found that the additional sessions were generally not being targeted to people with complex mental health issues. Research consistently shows that COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted disadvantaged Australians, but evidence from the evaluation indicated these people who are already doing it tough are often unable to receive mental health support under Better Access. Deputy Speaker, in 2021, Australians used 5 sessions on average, and 83% of people used 10 or fewer sessions. In addition, wait times to see a professional blew out. The evaluation found that all the additional services went to existing patients, and the number of new patients who were able to get into the system and get access to psychology services declined by 7%. Now, this independent assessment has been supported by other experts in the field. For example, Professor Patrick McGorry agreed with the independent assessment in the Sydney Morning Herald in December last year. He said that while a small group of people, that for which an extra 10 sessions would be helpful, the extra sessions amounted to a really weak and inadequate second-tier solution. In The Guardian, Professor Sam Harvey, Executive Director and Chief Scientist at the Black Dog Institute, said that the changes we are proposing could see shorter waiting times and more people able to make appointments. Deputy Speaker, I'll say it again, our nation's mental health is too important to play politics with. I get many calls, as many do in this place, from people in my electorate who are desperate because they can't access services. And we all want to do all we can to ensure that our investment in mental health gets to the people who need it. And that's why we're tackling this problem from a number of ways. Gap fees are at an all-time high, Deputy Speaker. People are paying more for their care, and when they can't afford those fees, they go without. And this is why we're undertaking a reform of Medicare to ensure that people are not shut out of getting help because they can't afford it. And this is also why we've invested an additional $114 million for mental health services in the October budget. It's an extra $114 million for mental health, which included $48 million to reinstate a loading to make telehealth psychiatry more affordable for people in rural and regional areas. And Deputy Speaker, this is also why we have convened a forum of key experts and people with lived experience of mental illness. The aim is to assess the recommendations of the independent evaluation and provide reform advice on how to improve better access, so that all Australians have access to the same level of evidence-based care. Now, discussions at the forum focused on how to make services more affordable and accessible to those who need them most, as part of a broader system of care. So, Deputy Speaker, too many people are struggling with mental health issues. We see it every day. And it is our duty to ensure that the services we provide are appropriate, accessible for everyone who needs them, that they're targeted, and to ensure that we grow the services that exist, but in a targeted way for those people that need them most.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this motion. I congratulate the member for Lindsay, who is doing a terrific job in holding this government to account as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Mental Health. Mr Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Fisher, mental health issues have consistently been identified among the community's greatest concerns. According to the 2021 census data, it was the #1 health concern for men and women under the age of 55. The mental health and well-being of Australians should be a core priority for any government. I was proud to have played a role in a coalition government delivering record investment into mental health and suicide prevention, a $3 billion package, and I want to congratulate the great work that David Coleman and also Greg Hunt did when they were in their respective roles. But when it comes to mental health, we can't just measure in money invested. We have to look at the real-life outcomes for everyday Australians. And on that metric, it is clear that the Coalition is on the side of Australians. Let's take a look at just my electorate of Fisher. Since my election in 2016, I've fought to boost mental health services and outcomes. I've made it my ambition to see the Sunshine Coast become a hub for world-class mental health care. We've delivered $11.4 million to establish and deliver mental health and suicide prevention research and training through the Uni-SC Thompson Institute, $8.3 million to establish a national PTSD centre at the Uni-SC Thompson Institute, a research and clinical services centre, the first of its kind in Australia, $7.3 million to establish and deliver world-class treatment at Wandi Nerida, Australia's first residential eating disorder facility, a facility which I was advised today may have to close by the end of this year because this government, this federal government, will not continue the funding that we'd made when we set it up. And I'll say more about that in days to come. Around $4 million to create a brand new headspace in Caloundra to support the growing population of youth and young adults in the area. Over $200,000 to support NDED in their eating disorder recovery and rehabilitation efforts, and hundreds of thousands of dollars for Men's Sheds mental health research, veteran support and volunteer mental health training. That is the Coalition's record on mental health just in my electorate in Fisher, supporting vulnerable Australians, transforming the way we treat mental illnesses and saving lives. And in less than a year, the Albanese Labor government have delivered cuts, cuts and more cuts to mental health care. We wanted a Veterans Wellbeing Centre on the Sunshine Coast. The Coalition, we wanted to deliver this. Labor said no. We committed $10 million to Fordham Australia, an organisation doing exemplary work supporting first responders with mental health support. Labor axed $7.5 million in funding, meaning that Fordham would not be able to open their outreach programs across regional Australia, including on the Sunshine Coast. It wasn't until and after sustained advocacy from members of the Coalition that we were able to embarrass this government into reversing their cuts. And now, while the country contends with a myriad of mental health concerns beyond COVID lockdowns, and in the face of a cost of living crisis, Labor has done the unthinkable. They have cut funding to Medicare for mental health care. They have slashed funding for psychologist visits by half. They claim it's based on an independent evaluation of the Better Access Initiative, but it's as if they didn't even bother to read the report, which recommends at recommendation 12 that they keep the additional 10 sessions in place. Nothing to see here. It's just so typical of this Labor government. They slash and they cut. They throw up smoke and mirrors and echo vacuous promises. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will make it my mission to ensure that this government, that it, at the very least, continues to match the funding that we did, particularly in relation to eating disorders. This minister, this health minister, seems to be totally deaf when it comes to significant and complex mental health care, and it's one of my jobs to ensure that he continues this funding. It is vital for Australians, and we'll hold his feet to the fire.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against the motion moved in the name of the member for Lindsay. I do not speak against a motion like this lightly on such serious subject matters, namely that of mental health. I'm sure this motion was not moved with any animus or craven intentions. I am sure that this was not an exercise in political point scoring. I am sure we are all better than that. So this is why I'm not making such an argument here today. I note that the member for Lindsay went before the House last week and asked a question of the Prime Minister, which was subsequently answered by the Minister for Health and Aged Care, which was resoundingly similar to the tone of her motion. Yet here we are, Deputy Speaker. The member for Lindsay, who would now know that the previous government put in place a number of measures that would expire after the election. One example would notably be the fuel excise. Another example is the extension of additional Medicare subsidised sessions through the Better Access Initiative, which is the basis of this motion. The member for Lindsay states in her motion that serious mental health issues are often at their highest 2 to 3 years after a crisis, pandemic or natural disaster. Yet still, the motion remains entirely silent on the fact that the Morrison government, in the previous parliament, a parliament that the member for Lindsay was part of, opted to make these additional Medicare subsidised sessions under the Better Access scheme merely temporary measures. You wouldn't have seen that mentioned in the headlines of the now former member for Flinders media releases or press conferences. But these measures, much like his political career, were not intended to see out the year of 2022. I'm not sure whether the former member's political career was cut short by circumstance or design, but the temporary measures that increased subsidised visits through the Better Access scheme were most definitely by design. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that if the Morrison government were re-elected this year, the member for Lindsay would have been the first one into this place, into her party room, using lines like she has used in her motion. Lines such as prioritising their budget over the health and wellbeing of Australians. Lines such as using an independent evaluation to defend ripping away mental health support. I was, to be fair, paraphrasing slightly, but in the essence, this is what the member for Lindsay has put to this place. I would like to hope that, upon learning that the previous government put a clock on these extra sessions, was as strong and full-throated in her defence of those extra sessions to the decision-makers at its inception and not completely silent. Deputy Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the member for Lindsay has used the word disingenuous in her motion, levelling that against the government. Language is very important. I do recognise that the member for Lindsay is the Shadow Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, and I hope, through her advocacy in this space, she can help make a positive contribution in this space, but at present this contribution appears somewhat disjointed. The member for Lindsay appears to both applaud the legacy of the previous Morrison Liberal government, whilst at the same time lambasting the Albanese Labor government for the decisions made by the very same government that she was quick to praise. The Albanese Labor government sought expert medical advice to evaluate and Better Access initiative. The evaluation sung many praises of the initiative itself for those who were able to access it and benefit from it. What the member for Lindsay does not emphasise is the inequality in this scheme, namely the inequality where young people, First Nations people, people from rural and regional areas, people from low-income households, many from my electorate of Spence, fit these categories quite prominently. When it comes to mental health, we as a nation cannot afford to leave tens of thousands of vulnerable people out in the cold where we should be striving for equality. We cannot say that leaving people behind in a system that is working well for some can qualify as a success story. I'm glad that the Minister for Health, along with the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention have, as recently as the 30th of January, held a formal forum with both clinicians and people with lived experience with mental ill health, with the remit of working out how to bring equity and fairness back into treatment and access to treatment, as it should be. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I begin today, I just wanted to take a moment to encourage anyone who is triggered by anything I say from this point forward to please reach out to those you trust and love. Alternatively, to one of a number of excellent services who are there to support people experiencing mental distress. They include Kids Helpline on 1800 551 800, Lifeline on 131114, or Beyond Blue on 1300 22 4636. With that said then, I stand before you today as a passionate advocate for youth in Australia, and in particular for youth mental health. Throughout my career and since being elected to Parliament, trying to build greater support for vulnerable young Australians facing mental distress has been a primary focus for me. It devastates me that youth mental ill health in Australia has reached unprecedented levels, with the most recent ABS data showing that 2 out of 5 young Australians aged between 16 and 24 have experienced a mental health disorder in just the past year. Devastatingly, suicide remains the leading cause of death for young people in Australia. In this context, then, the beginning of End Youth Suicide Week this week, today, provides us with an important opportunity to stop and reflect on what role those of us in this place can play in improving the circumstances of young people. This campaign, driven by a number of organisations, including the incredible team at Youth in Search, encourages our community and young people to defy the stigma associated with mental health and openly talk about suicide with their friends, families and communities. There are many factors that can bring someone to this position, including social isolation, relationship breakdown, trauma and even the rising cost of living. And while all of it is understandable, the loss of even one life due to it is unacceptable. Behind the numbers are real people, young Australians who have incredible futures ahead of them and deserve access to the support they need to live out their potential. And while this crisis unfolds, the health sector carries a growing burden as it awaits the fulfilment of a promise for system-wide mental health reform in Australia. Whilst I support talk by the government of reform and understand such reform takes time, immense resource and sensitivity to the issues, we need to start seeing roll out. The National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Agreement outlines the shared intention of all governments to work in partnership to improve the mental health for all Australians, while the Vision 2030 Blueprint for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention provides a blueprint for a successful, connected mental health and suicide prevention system to meet the needs of all Australians. Both of these strategies are welcome, but we desperately need to move beyond good intentions and towards tangible interventions that meet young people in the space they need to be met, by ensuring we know what services are needed, where and by whom, and then working to provide those services in a way that is infinitely accessible to all, regardless of where the person lives or their socio-economic or cultural status or background. We can do better, and I call on the government to take tangible action today. I stress the urgency of the situation that is faced by the health sector in this waiting game. In 2022, of those diagnosed with a mental health disorder between 16 and 34, when more than 1 in 3 had not had their counselling needs met. In November last year, I questioned the government on their plans to cut its support for subsidised mental health sessions by half in 2023, and I continue to condemn the government's decision to move forward with that decision. Chronic mental health conditions need more than 10 quick appointments. We need a system that is mobilised around the individual's needs, rather than one that is curtailed by an arbitrary number. The previous government introduced 20 Medicare subsidised sessions available to young people, purposefully in response to the prevalence of mental ill health in the country. With the crisis only worsening, young people must be able to access the mental health service they need. I disagree with the government's independent evaluation of the Better Access Initiative to defend their decision to take away this mental health support from young Australians and continue to argue it's not justified. The urgency of the situation does not allow for the budget to be prioritised above the health and well-being of young Australians. Speaking with people at the coalface of this challenge across our community has shown me that we have the information and innovation needed to make the necessary long-term improvements to the mental health of young Australians. We just need the political will. It is time to prioritise the system-wide health reforms promised by the government to ensure our nation remains the best country in the world for all Australians. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mental health is a crucial issue that affects the well-being of all Australians, and I am proud to say that this government is taking a comprehensive and proactive approach to addressing this crucial issue. In recent years, the prevalence of mental illness has increased dramatically, and it is more important than ever that we take steps to rectify the delivering of mental health services in Australia. The Albanese Labor government recognises the impact that mental illness can have on individuals, families and our entire community. We are committed to providing the necessary resources, support and funding to ensure everyone can access mental health care they need. Putting the voices of experts, carers and consumers at the front and centre of policy development and decision-making is essential to delivering mental health system Australians deserve. To achieve this, the government has worked closely with stakeholders across the mental health sector to ensure the people of this country have the resources and support they need to receive the best possible care. Deputy Speaker, the crucial step in reviewing the government's mental health and suicide prevention policies was the Better Access Forum. This forum followed the release of the independent Better Access evaluation by the University of Melbourne, which showed that while the program delivered promising outcomes, many Australians continued to miss out. For example, in 2022, less than half of the people from low socioeconomic backgrounds, like many of those who live in my electorate of Holt, were able to access the treatment they needed, despite most services being delivered in these areas. This forum, which demonstrated this government's cornerstone cooperative approach, focused on improving the system's equity and aimed to understand how Australia could improve access to care without compromising positive health outcomes. It recognises the shared goals of the government, the mental health sector, and those with lived experience, and the mutual commitment to working together to continue building an equitable mental health system. The forum also informed Minister for Health and Aged Care, Mark Butler MP's decision to announce a significant $8.5 million investment to support those with lived and living experience of mental ill health to shape the policies and programs that affect them. This includes $7.5 million to establish and operate two independent national mental health lived experience peak bodies, one representing consumers and the other representing carers, families and kin. Additionally, the government will give lived experience Australians an extra $900,000 to continue their work in leading lived experience research and building the capacity of consumers and carers. The remaining $100,000 will help establish a regular stakeholder forum to increase transparency, accountability and partnership with the sector, and demonstrates the Albanese Labor government's emphasis on constant and continuous improvement. The evaluation found that people using Better Access experience positive outcomes who from a low socioeconomic backgrounds and those living in regional, rural and remote communities were missing out. This meant Australians most at risk, also those who were unable to access the care they needed and deserved. These alarming findings informed Minister Butler's considered decision not to prolong the temporary Better Access expansion beyond the 31st of December 2022 and encouraged the government to focus on making the system more equitable. An equitable system will mean communities facing socioeconomic disadvantages like people of Holt can have faith that this country's mental health system cares for them too. I am proud the Albanese Labor government understands the importance of mental health and well-being, and it is committed to improving mental health support for all Australians. I commend Minister Butler and Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Emma McBride MP, for working tirelessly to ensure everyone has access and care they need. I thank the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Lindsay for removing this motion, particularly at this time. Today is the first day of the End Youth Suicide Week, initiative of Youth in Search to raise awareness, to overcome stigma and hopefully to provide support to those who need it. Talking with the people of Wentworth over the summer, its youth mental health is one of the most common concerns people raise with me. And it's not just young people who are raising this. Youth mental health is frequently raised by older people who are desperately worried about their children, their grandchildren, and the young people in their communities. During the election, a number of people came up to me personally and told me about their own mental health journeys. A young man in particular came to talk to me and asked me what I was doing in terms of supporting young men. And then we had a hard conversation about the impact of mental health on young men in particular, the alarming suicide rates, and his own personal journey of dealing with the suicides of his friends and his own mental health. The statistics sadly really speak for themselves. Over the last decade, the suicide rate for those people 18 to 24 went from 10.8 per 100,000 to 14.6, an increase of more than 1/3. For people in the 18 to 24 age group, suicide accounts for around 1/3 of all deaths. It is the leading cause of death in that age group, and it is much, much too high. The subject of today's motion is the government's decision to reduce the number of Medicare subsidised mental health sessions from 20 to 10. I've raised this with the Minister directly, and I'd like to thank him publicly for taking the time to meet with me to discuss this and other issues on several occasions. As I understand it, the government accepted the findings of research by the University of Melbourne, which found that there was a lack of equity in the Better Health Initiative, with people from more affluent areas receiving more support, while those from less affluent areas. The research also found that those with more complex mental health issues were not receiving sufficient support. It is quite reasonable for the government to target its limited resources to where it can do the most good. I accept that principle and advocate it for being adopted more widely. But the economic impacts and the community impacts of mental health are significant. The 2020 Productivity Commission estimated the benefits would be more than $18 billion per year. That is more than the value of our wheat exports. The value of effective mental health programs are enormous. And the impact on our communities when a young person makes the most awful decision for them in their lives is absolutely brutal, and no money can be put on as a value of that. Rather than cutting back on better access because of equity and complexity issues, we should be building on it and developing additional solutions that are targeted to those groups who are missing out, such as low-income individuals, those in regional areas, and those with complex mental health conditions. Mental health support should not be a zero-sum game, where funding is taken from one group and given to another. We have to improve the results across the community and find innovative ways of delivering services, rather than rationing services for some, despite the positive and demonstrated impacts of that support. So I call on the government to reconsider this decision, restore the additional mental health sessions, and make mental health and suicide prevention an absolute priority for this parliament. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you. I thank the member for Lindsay for putting forward this motion. The Albanese Labor government understands the importance of mental health and how the various aspects of an individual's life can affect their mental well-being. We know that early intervention and support is key to promoting positive mental health, and we are investing in innovative and compassionate projects. The Albanese government has this month invested $1.7 million to extend the Essential Network, or the TEN project. This project, facilitated by the Black Dog Institute, provides tailored mental health and wellbeing support to healthcare professionals, including clinical interventions, peer support, self-guided checkups and digital programs. Help has helped more than 86,000 health professionals across Australia. It is vital that we support our healthcare workers who have always been there to care for us. The Albanese government is also investing $203 million this year with the rollout of the Student Wellbeing Boost for every school and student across the country. On average, each school will get $20,000 depending on its need and size. In addition to the boost, all Australian education ministers have signed a new 5-year $307 million Federation funding agreement to deliver the National Student Wellbeing Program. Back in my electorate of Cunningham, there are some absolutely outstanding local initiatives that are shining a light on mental health. Last year, on Christmas Day, the member for Wollongong, Paul Scully, and I spent some time visiting some amazing businesses and organisations that opened their doors to ensure that no one was left alone on what can be a very isolating day.
We started our day at the Foundry in Port Kembla, where their volunteers joined forces with the Salvation Army to provide a special Christmas brunch for those looking for a friendly face. Local business owners, Wayne and Jane from Tenito's Continental Cakes, donated some amazing pastries and cakes from their shop across the street. There was even enough left over to take to our second stop of the day at the Wollongong One Door Clubhouse. One Door Mental Health Wollongong provides specialised mental health services to the Illawarra region, including centre-based services, one-on-one support and assistance transitioning to the NDIS. Here we caught up with Shannon, who is a fierce advocate for fixing the NDIS, having attended local rallies and campaigns for many years. It was great to spend time with participants and carers alike, who were able to spend the holiday with those that simply understood. I would like to thank my good friend Janine Cullen and Clifford Jackson, Donna Walker and Artemis Atkinson for their dedication to supporting and promoting mental health in our community. Mental health illnesses can be severely exacerbated during the holiday period, and I thank these volunteers for recognising that support should be a priority during this time. To end the day, we stopped at His Boy Elroy in Wollongong, who, along with their associated mental health initiative, the Barstool Brothers, provided a free burger to anyone that had nowhere else to go. Lockie, Daniel and Selena, thank you so much for giving up your day to cook for, converse with and support those who really needed it. Thank you also to Zweefer's Cake Shop for donating dessert for the occasion. It was truly heartwarming to see so many local businesses joining forces to make Christmas Day so special for those around them. It would be remiss of me not to mention the Barstool Brothers and not highlight another amazing new venture they are about to undertake. These guys are amazing. The Barstool Brothers Community Initiative has seen their local member base grow to over 1,500 men, and it continues to grow through the running of multiple free social events every month, with a focus on helping to facilitate relationship growth and support between men. In less than a month, their members will tackle the Kokoda Trail, documenting the journey while producing a film that they hope will inspire, educate and reassure men battling mental health that they are not alone. The group going to Kokoda plans to be open and vulnerable about their mental health battles in what they hope will be an extremely raw look at the struggles that men can face, quite often in silence. They will also be exploring the traits that our heroic diggers encapsulated, such as mateship, resilience and courage, and how they relate to modern-day men and the values that Australians are proud to be known for. I'm excited to watch these Wollongong men continue to push for positive change and look forward to following their journey through Kokoda. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber is now suspended until 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I recently conducted a survey of Mackellar and it shows that integrity in politics is still the second most important issue for my electorate. Since the last election, Parliament has successfully introduced the National Anti-Corruption Commission, which is an incredible achievement. But this is only the start when it comes to building integrity into our political system. Australians deserve to not only be able to trust their politicians, but also the institutions which underpin our democracy and the decisions that stem from them. As the Grattan Institute reveals, all too often government institutions are stacked with party-friendly appointments made at the discretion of the relevant minister. As an independent member of Parliament, I believe it is my job to hold this government to account. The National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill is soon to be introduced. I support this important initiative as it will help transform and future-proof Australia's industry and economy. However, one aspect of the bill troubles me. The government tells us that the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation will be managed by an independent board. This board will be charged with making $11 billion of investment decisions over several years. But what does it mean when the government says the board will be independent? How will the board members be appointed? Clause 18 of the proposed bill states that board members are to be appointed by the ministers by written instrument for a period
Apologies,
not
the member's time has expired and I call the member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, it is so welcome that we're finally doing away with the senseless punishing limbo that has been inflicted on so many through temporary protection and safe haven visas. For 10 years, there have been thousands of people who came to Australia seeking protection and refuge, locked in a state of uncertainty, deprived of access to basic services and achingly separated from family, in many cases separated from their children. The week before the 2019 election, I met with a group of men who were being squeezed in that terrible Kafkaesque vice of irrelevant rules and pointless deprivation. It is awful that another 4 years have passed. It is enormously welcome that today we're delivering on our commitment to end that punishing limbo. I thank the Minister for Home Affairs and particularly the Minister for Immigration for their work and dedication to achieving that commitment in a careful but urgent manner. I want to acknowledge the incredible effort by the refugee and asylum seeker support community in my electorate and around Australia for years and years. Your advocacy has been absolutely vital. Your work in supporting the lives and hopes of people who have suffered through the TPV and Chev nightmare has been a life-saving labour of love. Deputy Speaker, from today, thousands of people, thousands of lives caught in a harmful paralysis are able finally to begin again on a path towards inclusion, reconnection and belonging.
I call the member for Curtin.
Last week was quite the week for great media reveals of previously undisclosed donations to political parties and campaigns. On Thursday, we heard that Sportsbet, one of Australia's gambling giants, had donated $19,000 to the Minister of Communications, who oversees regulation of gambling. And on Friday, the ABC revealed that Hancock Prospecting, controlled by Australia's richest person who resides in my electorate, Gina Rinehart, donated an undisclosed $300,000 to the Liberal Party over the last 2 years. This enormous sum was undisclosed because it was transferred via a third party, the Sydney Mining Club. It seems pretty likely that it was transferred in this way so it could remain undisclosed. This sum is more than the total that Hancock Prospecting has declared in donations to all political parties since 1988. Who knows if there's more? And so the questions asked of the Minister for Communications on Thursday can be asked again today of the Liberal Party. What influence has this hidden donation bought? What deal was made between Ms Rinehart, the Sydney Mining Club and the Liberal Party for the receipt of this money? How can we have a democracy that acts in the interests of its people if big business can secretly buy favours? My community demands more. If there's a loophole in Australia's disclosure laws that allows $300,000 in secret donations, the law needs to change.
Call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss a real hidden gem located within my electorate of Spence, one which, as a veteran myself and co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, adds to the pride I feel knowing this piece of Australian military history resides within Spence. Located in Edinburgh, the National Military Vehicle Museum was opened back in 1993 in Port Adelaide, but it eventually found its way back up into the northern suburbs of Adelaide in the heart of the Edinburgh Defence Precinct. The museum is run by the Military Vehicle Preservation Society of South Australia, whose volunteers keep the museum alive. Acting Deputy Speaker, it isn't just vehicles that are a draw card to the National Military Vehicle Museum, for their building houses a remarkable collection of signals equipment, with its oldest piece being a kerosene signal lamp that would have been in use during the Boer War. Quite remarkable. Given the RAAF Edinburgh is home to the Defence Science and Technology Group, I'm sure some of our current serving personnel are just as engrossed by the collection as I am, if not more so. The magic of the National Military Vehicle Museum was first shown to me by a gentleman by the name of Jeff Pinney, someone who has been a volunteer here for quite some time. Jeff spent his working life at GM Holden's up in the northern suburbs of Adelaide for 36 years and 17 serving in the 3/9 South Australian Mounted Rifles. Thank you, Jeff, to everyone at the museum and that have indulged my curiosity and love of the Military Museum.
I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Friday morning, I heard the power of truth in storytelling. As I attended the Memories in the Mall commemorative ceremony hosted by Liverpool City Council and the Gundagara Local Aboriginal Land Council, our own local elder, Auntie Barbara Sims, stepped up and staged and shared her story. Her story moved me. Auntie Barbara told us how she was forcibly taken from her home in La Perouse, where she lived with her mother and father when she was just 8 years old. Her 3 brothers and sisters were also taken away. Imagine an 8-year-old child today, our primary school-aged children, being taken from their family. It's unthinkable. As many of you know, today is the anniversary of the apology to the stolen generations. It's a significant day for all of us as Australians. It's a day when we can acknowledge our past and reflect on our history, while looking ahead to what our future holds.
Order. A division has been called for the House. Proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. And I call the very patient member for Fowler in continuation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Auntie Barbara said, it was now time to think about how we can walk together, talk together and break bread together. Breaking bread together, a true symbol of reconciliation, forgiveness and harmony. Back in 2008, when the then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd said sorry to the stolen generations, Auntie Barbara was there in person. I am, for one, humbled by her words. She is a woman of strength and resilience. She's an inspiration to all Australians, past, present and future. First Nations people are the original storytellers, and I want to thank you, Auntie Barbara, for sharing your story. Your words are truly words of wisdom. Thank you.
Call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday night, the member for Whitlam, the state member for Wollongong and I had the absolute pleasure of attending the Vietnamese community in Wollongong's Lunar New Year celebrations, welcoming in the Year of the Cat. I had attended this event many times in past years, but this was the first time in my capacity as the member for Cunningham. Lunar New Year, also known as Tet, is always a colourful, loud, entertaining and fun event with so many different performances. There was an abundance of dancing, from traditional Vietnamese dancing through to hip-hop, and a fashion parade with models ranging from toddlers through to a model in her 90s. Ken Habak, the chair of the Multicultural Communities Council of the Illawarra, gave an entertaining speech about the attributes of the cat and what that might mean for the year ahead. The Vietnamese community also conducted a special minute silence to commemorate veterans who lost their lives in the Vietnam War. The way that this community speaks about their love and admiration for the Australian soldiers who came to help them is just beautiful. Our local Vietnam veterans were represented on the night by Ian Birch and Pam Bowmaker from the Illawarra Vietnam Veterans Association. Our Vietnamese community is also the first to put up their hand to help others in need. They have recently fundraised for flood victims across the country and for the humanitarian effort in Ukraine. Congratulations, Theresa Tran, President of the Vietnamese community in Wollongong, and the entire Executive Committee on another successful celebration, and thank you for all the work you do in our community.
I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to express my congratulations to Bradfield's very own Triple H Sport for winning the Troy Garner Excellence in Sports Programming Award at the Community Radio Awards 2022. The team at Triple H Sports received this award in recognition of their coverage of the Cricket New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Competition. Triple H 100.1 FM is a much-loved community radio station serving the Hornsby-Ku-ring-gai area and operates out of the Wallarobba Arts and Cultural Centre in Hornsby. I was very pleased to receive the news that Triple H had won this award, which deservedly and appropriately highlights the work of this dedicated and passion-driven community organisation, filled with people dedicated to using the media to enrich our community. Community radio is very important in promoting local events, and of course they're also great champions of the arts as well as sport in strengthening our local community. Triple H Radio is an essential voice for our community and provides a crucial outlet for its volunteers to showcase their passions and talents for our local audience. So I express my very warm congratulations to Triple H Sport Great job.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Finally, Upper Mountains residents are going to have the benefit of full fibre internet as part of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to expanding access to 1.5 million additional premises. This is going to be such welcome news for people in the first areas to be converted from fibre to the node to fibre to the premises. Blackheath, Leura, Wentworth Falls and Katoomba will be upgraded throughout 2024, and there are more announcements to come on the remaining villages. Residents in these areas have been tied to the old copper network, which can never meet the demands of 21st century connectivity. We were one of the first areas to receive fibre to the node, and the problems with connection and service throughout the rollout and since has demonstrated how inadequate it is. The Minister for Communications joined me in Blackheath in 2017 to hear about slow speeds and dropouts. And then in November 2021, the now Prime Minister and the Minister came to Leura to make the commitment to increase the fibre in the NBN network to start to fix the mess that we had been left with. Reliable internet is more vital than ever before. Families and businesses depend on it. It isn't a luxury, it's an absolute essential. In 6 years, we've seen NBN data use triple, and we don't expect that to slow. This is a big win for the years of struggle for people in the Upper Mountains.
I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday night, music lovers from all over the coast descended on Devonport for one of my personal favourites, the Tasmanian Symphony Orchestra's Symphony on the Waterfront. This was the first time for this much-loved event, and the first time it was held on the coast. The event coincided with the official opening of the Devonport Waterfront Precinct. This important $17 million redevelopment was made possible by a $10 million investment from the former Liberal government. I couldn't be more proud to have been the member for Braddon who oversaw the delivery of this transformational project for the people of Devonport and everyone who visits this great city. The spectacular park includes children's play area, barbecues, an amphitheatre, an events precinct, all surrounded by native Tasmanian paintings and art. This incredible 160-metre-long elevated walkway that juts out into the beautiful Mersey River will no doubt become yet another iconic Devonport landmark. And during Saturday night's performance, right on cue, the Spirit of Tasmania, with a full load of visitors, returning travellers, sailed up the Mersey River from Geelong. What an amazing sight Devonport's living city is developing into. And thanks to the Tasmanian Symphony Orchestra for bringing your wonderful music and talents to our regions. And I look forward to future concerts across the Northwest, the West Coast and King Island, the great state of Tasmania.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks to two great Labor governments, the Albanese federal and the Andrews state governments, there are now 55,000 fee-free TAFE places available in Victoria. And people in my community are jumping on board this opportunity. And I encourage everyone, if you've been thinking about studying something new or upskilling, now is the time. Local fee-free TAFE and vocational education and training courses are open for enrolment, and this is your opportunity. We have in Victoria job vacancies for bar attendants and baristas, advertising and marketing professionals, education aides, social workers, database and system administrators, ICT security specialists. You can now study these occupations for free at Chisholm TAFE, and where else would you go? We are seeing shortages in the aged care sector, in the care sector more broadly, agriculture, construction, hospitality and tourism, technology and sovereign capability in manufacturing. We as a government want to deliver skilled workers at a time of acute skilled shortages. We need that in Victoria, and you can do that at the wonderful Chisholm TAFE. Students like Remy, who I met on my most recent visit to Frankston TAFE, who is studying nursing. She's getting the skills to look after people in hospitals and aged care, and if you want to look after people, there's an opportunity for you too.
Call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The federal Labor government has cut $150 million from the Safer Communities Fund, a program used by the previous government to deliver CCTV cameras in my community of the Redlands. The program's design was to assist communities to feel safe by reducing crime and addressing antisocial behaviour. The Liberal and Nationals government utilised the fund to deliver some much-needed CCTV cameras around the Redlands, and I was hoping to utilise it to continue to deliver even more. Redlands City Council was a beneficiary of 2 grants totalling over $110,000. The funding provided for 31 CCTV cameras in known hotspots such as Capalaba Place and Wynham Creek Ferry Terminal and car park at Redland Bay. Since their introduction, Wynham Creek has seen a reduction in auto crimes and antisocial behaviour. Many Bay Island residents have reported to me that they now feel a lot safer at night as they park, make their way to their vehicles and await their ferries. The CCTV initiatives were the result of a collaboration between council, police, the state and federal governments. Through local business input and community feedback, they identified known trouble spots where the cameras would be most effective. I was hoping to utilise the funding to deliver new CCTV cameras at Cleveland Point and other local hooning hotspots. During the election, we committed to invest $175,000 for this purpose. I'm calling on the Albanese Labor government to reverse this decision and restore the funding that has served my community so well.
I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We all know about the famous exploits of the member for Hume, the now Shadow Treasurer, and his blatant decision to deliberately hide electricity price rises from the Australian people during the last election. But I was astounded to read over the weekend evidence emerged that the former Energy Minister was not alone in hiding this information. As reported in The Guardian, the member for Cook, the former Prime Minister and the former Treasurer, who are all the same person, and their mate Frydenberg were in cahoots with the member for Hume to make this happen. Don't get me wrong, I'm not astounded the former PM and Treasurers were both involved, but seeing it was an absolute revelation. Answers to questions I noticed by PMC show the former Prime Minister was told by the former Treasurer, not him, the other one, that he had given the member for Hume the power to hide the price rises, and that's just what he did. On the 7th of April 2002, he changed the regulations and put off the notification of the price rise until the week after the election. A deliberate strategy to lie to the Australian people. And then the member for Hume has the gall to come into this place and vote against our energy plans. He stuffed up the energy market not once but 21 times and made us vulnerable to international shocks that we're now experiencing. If he cared about it and those opposite cared, they would come in and redo it and vote for household assistance. Shame on them. It's time that the member for Hume and Cook followed his mate Frydenberg and got out of here.
I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ethan Parry is one of our local Sporting Champion grant recipients, and he'll be representing Australia at the Virtus Global Games in 2023 in France later this year. And now the Virtus Games are usually the year preceding the Paralympics. He's proudly competed for Queensland and Australia last year. He won gold medals at the state titles for the 100 and the long jump. But listen to this for a haul, Madam Deputy Speaker. He then competed for Australia for the second time at the Oceania Asia Games, and he brought home 3 golds for the 200, the tri event, which consists of the 100, the long jump and the shot put, and the 4x100 relay, where our boys also secured a world record. A world record. He then won 2 silver for the 100 metre and the long jump, and Ethan also set new Australian records in the 200 metres and the long jump. He's coached by Daniel Parker, better known as Sticks. Sticks is a veteran who's won gold and silver medals at both the 17 and 18 Invictus Games. And Ethan's sister Ella, she hasn't missed out either. She's been a recipient of the local Sporting Champions program for AFL and athletics. Now, this is a fantastic program, Madam Deputy Speaker, a fantastic program that helps with the sometimes significant expenses for local athletes, coaches and officials aged 12 to 18 to take part in state, national and international competitions. But what a champion Ethan Parry is, what an incredible haul, what a unique individual is out there flying the green and gold for Australia. And I say to Ethan, you go get him.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today in Parliament we acknowledge the 15th anniversary of the apology to...
Member for Corangamite. A division has been called for the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. In accordance with Standing Order 43, time for members' statements has concluded. Apologies, everyone. Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 6, motion relating to motorsports.
I call the member for Forde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to motorsports in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, names such as Brabham, Brock, Doohan, Johnson, Lowndes, Madison, Reid, Webber, Ricardo, Price, these are the legends of Australian motorsport. They have more in common than just their immense driving talent. Their incredible achievements were made possible by the amazing support base that is the Australian motorsports industry. And I'd like to thank at the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, my co-chair, the member for Solomon, and also the other members contributing to this debate, the member for Wide Bay and Herbert, and also the members for McEwen and Hasluck. Motorsports Australia, the peak body for motorsports in the country, estimates that more than 180,000 Australians make a significant contribution to the sport every year. Through the incredibly wide variety of racing styles, categories, competitions, motorsport is deeply ingrained in the Australian sporting landscape. This popularity correlates to almost 47,000 direct and indirect jobs, with almost 19,000 volunteers supporting them, be it as team mechanics, race stewards or race day staff, allowing so many young Australians to get a start in this sport. From this activity, the economic impact of motorsports cannot be underestimated. It is estimated that motorsports contributes $8.6 billion to the economy every year, and Queensland is home to a significant proportion of this economic input, and Forde is home or neighbour to some of the best businesses in the motor racing industry in this country. Dick Johnson Racing, Shell V-Power Racing Team, is a premier Ford Mustang outfit in the Repco Supercar Championship, one of Australia's top racing categories. Based at Stapleton, the legendary team has seen a recent run of race wins and championships under the able leadership of Dr Ryan Story, but now under the team principal of Ben Croak, the 2023 season is being looked forward to with great relish. And recently they unveiled their new Shell V-Power Gen 3 Mustang GT, which will make its first debut at the first race of the season in the streets of Newcastle in March. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the interest of balance, on the other side of the Ford-Holden GM rivalry is Matt Stone Racing, the truck assist racing team. Competing through a number of categories, including the Supercar Championship, Dunlop Super 2 Series V8 and V8 Utes, this team is based at Yatala. And this year will be historic for the truck assist racing team in the championship, as the Commodore era has ended, and we see the replacement of the Commodores with the Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro ZL1, which will be driven by drivers Jack LeBrock and Cameron Hill. I wish both Shell V-Power and the truck assist racing teams all the best for the 2023 season. But as we look at motorsport more generally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we get caught up in the big end of town, the V8 supercars and Formula One and those sort of events. But it's also important to recognise the local events that occur in our electorates. Events such as racing events at the Kingston Park Raceway, which is our premier go-karting facility in the City of Logan and one of the premier facilities in south-east Queensland. Or Mount Cotton Hill Climb, the hill climbing circuit run by the MG Car Club of Queensland, just outside of my electorate in the electorate of Bowman. Additionally, when we look at the young people and those looking to get a start in motorsports, and they can enjoy a day out racing at Slideways Go-Karting World at Pimpamar. And while groups such as the Gold Coast Motocross Club in Yatala have been providing key development opportunities through coaching, practice and local racing sessions. And interestingly, with many of these clubs, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're finding as the urban footprint encroaches on those clubs, the ability for them to do what they enjoy doing every day gets more and more difficult. As we look to the future, we see a landscape changing rapidly across the globe in the motor racing industry. With the uptake of electric vehicles, the grassroots racing landscape will also change dramatically in the coming decade. With new cars entering the market, new racing categories will also present themselves. I want to thank the member for Solomon as my co-chair as we continue to work with the motor racing industry to look forward to these great opportunities, whether it's from touring cars to open wheels, rally and any of the other competitive motorsports. We look forward to the wonderful work they continue to do in the years to come.
Is there a seconder for the motion? For the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and very happy to speak. I want to start by thanking my friend, the member for Ford, for approaching me to be the co-chair for the Parliamentary Friends of Motorsports. I know how important they are to our community and to Australia more broadly, and it's great to see him as a former competitor, but also my colleagues, a member for Hasluck, who used to ride bikes, the member for McEwen, and also not here, but the member for Spence used to race in the past as well, and I'm sure there's others in the parliament that once raced. And when I let people know that we're launching this event, there was a lot of interest and a lot of acknowledgement about how important motorsports are to our nation. It's a massive contributor to the NT economy, and I'm very keen to see it grow. And I reject claims that I hear from some from time to time that it's not a real sport. Anyone who's ever been to a competition knows the skills required, the hard work, the athleticism that goes into it, not just by the drivers and the riders, but also by their support teams. And we thank the volunteers, because the volunteers who make it all happen, day after day, week after week, around our great nation. It's entertaining, it's thrilling, and it's a huge employer, a big economic boost for our regions. As the member for Ford outlined, the total gross annual output of Australian motorsports is valued at more than $8.6 billion. Now, for the NT, a recent Ernst & Young report put the economic benefit to the NT from motorsports at just under $100 million, but that was without the bikes. So when you add in the bikes, well over $100 million and a huge economic driver. Almost 200,000 Australians participate in motorsports across the board each year, and more than 65,000 people work to make competitions a reality, both in direct jobs and, of course, those vital unpaid volunteer positions. And people do it, Deputy Speaker, because they love it. They love the sport. It's a sport that inspires a tremendous amount of passion and enthusiasm. The other thing worth noting is that motorsports, as the various competitions travel around the country, inject money and excitement into so many small towns. And that's vital for them. The fans spend money on accommodation, on retail, food and drink. The knock-on effects flow through so many other industries, supply chains. In the Northern Territory, from Hidden Valley and my electorate in Darwin, where we have the supercars, but so many other sports, so many other different motorsports, through to the Red Centre Nats and the Fink Desert Race in the Red Centre, Territorians love our motorsports. When there's a competition on, whole place buzzes. Now, the member for Ford and I want to keep that going, to build on it, keep building regional Australia. And we want to see those jobs created and career pathways for future generations, including for the girls and young women, men and women of all ages. There's a job for everyone in motorsports, or a role for everyone in motorsports. And on that note, I visited the Girls on Track Training Day in Darwin recently and saw how much those young girls and the teenagers enjoyed learning about all aspects of motor racing. They really enjoyed it. And this parliamentary friendship group that we've launched is national, so I've been really happy to try and help the efforts at Wakefield Park Raceway about getting that track up and running again. And just this Saturday night just passed, I was pleased to be down in Alice Springs for the NT Motorsports Awards. These awards, on a bipartisan note, there was the NT Sports Minister, Kate Warden, but also a member of the opposition in the NT, Bill Yan, the member for Namatjira, who's got a strong history in motorsports down there in Alice Springs. Now, I haven't got time to go through all the winners in detail, but I do want to acknowledge them quickly. We had junior official Chantal Fisher, junior rider Aidan Blowers, junior driver River Spitzbath. We had rising star Zach Hannon, volunteer of the year Nina Keys, official of the year Jane Cartwright, administrator of the year Gail Kroonstryver, Rider of the Year, Emma Lovecombe. Driver of the Year, David Ling. Event of the Year, Chariots of Thunder Sprint Car Series. Club Person of the Year, Gail Kroonstraber. NT Club of the Year, Central Australia Drag Racing. And NT Champion of the Year in the NT, Emma Lovecombe. It was a great event. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Acting Deputy Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise to speak on this motion today, and I commend both the member for Solomon and the member for Ford for establishing a friends group for motorsport. It's absolutely, there is nothing more Australian than motorsport. And also I'd like to acknowledge the presence of other motorsport enthusiasts in the chamber, the member for McEwen and the member for Hasluck, particularly the member for Hasluck, who has a far more esteemed and successful motorcycle on-track record than myself, who broke my neck. I broke my neck in 2021 at Lakeside Racetrack at a series of corners called the Bus Stop. Apparently it's because everyone gets off there. But anyway, I can't remember much of it, but I live to tell the story. But motorsport is very important in this country. As has been said, nearly 200,000 Australians every week engage in some form of motorsport. And that covers all ages, it covers genders, it covers everything. Everyone gets involved when it comes to motorsport. So not only is it such an inclusive area for us as citizens, but it's also, as has been also mentioned, it's a great driver of the economy, with $8.6 billion being injected into the economy. And I said there's nothing more Australian than motorsport, and it makes me think about my growing up in Australia in the 1980s, when it was Wayne Gardner on an absolute maniacal 500cc machine. That was how anyone rode them, I don't know, but he did it for us, and the nation rode with him when he won his world championship. And then the 90s, we had the incredible Mick Doohan, who followed that through to the four-strokes. And to the modern era of Jack Miller on KTM and formerly on Ducati. We've ridden the highs and lows of Australian motorsport. Back in more than 20 years ago, I used to be a big fan of a fella called Andy Caldicott. He was a off-road racer on motorbikes, an Australian legend, won the Australian Safari 4 times, and was a place getter in the Paris to Dakar on the motorbikes. And I used to wake up every morning to see where Andy had got in the placings, and he won a couple of stages. And then I'll never forget the morning I woke up, and unfortunately Andy had lost his life in the race, and it was sad. But that's motorsport. It's an expression of freedom. It does come with its risks. But there is a lot more good that comes from motorsport than bad. And I say that particularly in that so much of what we rely on today in our motor cars is derived from motorsport. And I mention Andy for that reason. Yes, people will tell you it's dangerous. But when you think about tyre technology, when you think about suspension, traction control, you think about what saves us every day, most of it has been refined in motorsport and then come down to the everyday road user. It's a great proving ground. It's a great place for kids to learn vehicle dynamics, and like so many areas in life, you actually find the kids that have learnt to ride fast on a track don't ride fast on the road. They know that the place to do this is on the track, where the conditions suit what you're doing. There's all of the safety precautions are taken, and they know that. So, as a former accident investigator who has seen too much death and carnage on the roads, I know that motorsport contributes to lowering the road toll. And if we're to continue on our goal to reaching 0 fatalities motorsport will play a big part in it. So with that, I will say long live the combustion engine. And well done to everyone who promotes motorsport in this fine nation of ours, and well done to the member for Forde and the member for Solomon in creating the Friends of Motorsport Parliamentary Friends Group.
I thank the member for Wide Bay. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's not often you get to talk about things that you're passionate about and have a lifelong dedication to. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm a petrol head through and through. And I just want to point out the irony, the member for Forde forgetting Alan Moffat, OBE. That's okay, it's a bit of a dig, but motor racing starts at go-karts and runs all the way through to Formula One. And I've had the pleasure of being involved with all these sports right across the nation. Having the fun of being able to stand in the starter's box at a Formula One race with CAMS, the Confederation of Australian Motorsports. Having been able to, even in my younger days, and I urge members not to look at this tape, at the 1988 Thunderdome, where there was a skinny little bloke with curly blonde hair and he was towing the cars off the track as they crashed. And I still have Dick Johnson's headlight cover. It's something that is a treasured possession of mine. Because I am a red team person in politics, but when it comes to cars, it's blue team all the way. Born in Broadmeadows, you don't have a choice. Cars are in your blood. But I want to talk about things that when we talk about motorsport, and it's great that we come together and we all talk about this and support it, but talk about the serious side of things such as the jobs that it creates and the industry that it creates. I remember with a friend of mine who owned Southside Cylinder Heads down in South Melbourne, one of the Formula One teams came in, they needed a particular bracket to be made. He made that bracket quickly and swiftly and picked up that work that led to thousands and thousands of dollars worth of work. Because in Australia we have the ability to manufacture high-quality products in small numbers very quickly. And these sort of jobs are the ones that people like me who didn't want to stay at school and become a lawyer enjoy. Being able to put together an engine, being able to put together a gearbox and learning this thing. And that's why the importance of what we're talking about with Free TAFE, about getting the motorsport courses that help you to develop vehicle engineering. As a member for Wide Bay said, we all jump in our cars each and every day. Motorsport delivered ABS brakes, proper fuel injection, all these things that we take for granted, paddle shift steering, that all come from the technology that's put into motorsports. But one of the motorsports that's not often talked about enough when we talk about an $8.6 billion a year industry is drag racing. And I want to be very clear, drag racing is not illegal street racing. They are two totally different things. If you go to a drag racing strip, and I have been to the Willowbank Raceway. I've been all across Australia except for Perth. In my time at working on drag racing cars, where we won 3 Australian championships in the Supergas field, working for Steve Crook, you know the difference between a professional organisation where people come and drivers get dressed in their fire suits, their helmets, and safety is the #1 paramount thing. You couldn't even drop one drop of oil on a track and you're off, because that can lead to catastrophic situations. And we've seen that just recently at Willowbank with Sam Fennick, who I know many of my friends knew very personally, and they are really shattered with that. Lost his life in a terrible accident, an absolutely terrible accident. And it's something that happens occasionally. Don Watson in 1993. Bit of a mate, he was a customer of mine, lost a disc brake shattered on his car at Bathurst, and he perished. You know, it was a frightening thing to wake up the next day and look at the Herald Sun and there's a picture of Don's car upside down and just the carnage that had caused. These things do happen, but for every one of those is an opportunity, and it does happen where we actually develop more and more technology to make it safer, including things like neck braces now, which are mandatory. Because if you hit a wall at 200 mile an hour, you stop pretty quickly and pretty sharply. But drag racing is something that across the country, I know many businesses that have left Victoria and gone to Queensland because of the ability to be able to race at places like Ipswich, because Victoria is the only state that doesn't have a publicly owned and sanctioned international standard drag racing facility. And I think that's a bit of a shame that that's happened. And I think that, to be fair, the drag racing fraternity's got to get together and work together to get this to happen. Because the heydays when we were racing back in the 90s, we'd have 40,000, 50,000 people attend one event, a one-day event. and you did that many times. Now, that's all the jobs of the fire crews, the marshals, the volunteers, the ticket sales, all these things that happen. And that's why it's important that we keep supporting and promoting motorsports, because we get the jobs out of it through TAFE, we get the careers, we get the high flyers. You know, we have international stars that go around the world to be their best. But importantly, when we look back, it starts at go-karts. You look at most Formula One drivers and the likes, and those that have got to the V8 supercar pinnacles, all started their life with go-karts. It's important we keep supporting motorsport, and I'm glad we're doing it.
I thank the member for McEwen. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Motorsport is in Townsville's DNA. It doesn't matter whether you're a die-hard Ford or Holden fan, you can't live in Townsville and not have motorsport impact your life in some way. It might be as simple as yearly Townsville 500 supercars closing the road on your commute to work. Or it might be you might be one of the 145,000 people who attend the three-day event every year. We're very fortunate in Townsville to have played host to the supercars for many years. This not-to-be-missed part of our events calendar has been part of our city every year since 2009. Not even the COVID-19 pandemic could stop the event going ahead. In fact, it was only a positive thing. Queensland was one of the safest bets for organisers to host events because we didn't have the outbreaks specifically in the north. This led to double-header events in both 2020 and 2021, with an extra round being held in both years on consecutive weekends. The Reid Park circuit has become one of the country's most well-recognised and respected tracks. And it's a favourite among the drivers. It's a hybrid track that has sections that are purpose-built for the event and sections that form part of our regular road network. It's been a happy hunting ground for the 888 race team. Jamie Whincup has recorded 12 individual race wins at the track. Then, since about 2016, Shane Van Gisbergen has been almost unstoppable with 10 wins to his name. Some of these wins at Reid Park have been etched into motorsport history forever. And it's no wonder that motorsport is so important to the people of Townsville. It's a sport which brings people together, brings billions of dollars of economic benefit. It's not unheard of for every single motel and hotel in the town to be completely booked out for the weekend of the race. In fact, one year we built a tent city to accommodate the many people who come to town for the spectacle. So that's why I'm very happy to support this motion today. We should be doing everything we can to support this sport. And it's not just the professionals who we're recognising today. It's the grassroots. It's the mums, dads, sons and daughters who spend their weekend at tracks across the country and working on cars, motorbikes and carts. The ones who travel around in search of the win at racetracks, at speedways and regional and rural locations, supporting those towns and cities as they go. It's like people like Madison Dunstan, a fantastic young woman from Townsville who's put her blood, sweat and tears into working her way to a very high level, racing in support categories like the Aussie Racing Cars Championship and the Toyota 86 series. But Maddie and her family aren't just focused on themselves, they're always giving back to the community. Her family runs a go-kart track, which also gives at-risk youth an opportunity to learn mechanic skills as a part of the federally funded program. Unfortunately, because we have a hybrid racetrack, there has been a lack of dedicated facilities for motorsport in the community of Townsville. That's why I fought hard to support Drive It, a grassroots campaign to build a purpose-built racetrack. Through Drive It's hard work and advocacy, we were able to secure $12 million under the former coalition government to build not just a 2.75-kilometre race circuit, but a driver education complex. I'm very happy to be able to report that just last week the bitumen is now complete on the track. This means it won't be long until race meets can take place at the facility. This is a fantastic result, and I can't wait to see what it means for our city. It won't just be a place for motorsports enthusiasts. It will put in practice their driving. The Drive It team estimates an economic benefit to the region of around $35 million. At the same time, Drive It offers space for rollover recovery training, lights and sirens, driver training for emergency services, and a safe environment with plenty of room to move. It's an excellent example of how sport and its facilities can have a huge benefit beyond those who use it for events. I'd like to convey my congratulations to Greg, Pat and the whole Drive It team for their amazing work they have done. And Deputy Speaker, motorsport is a key part of our community and I'm very happy to support this motion today.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you. There are a lot of rev heads in Australia. In fact, a suburb in my seat of Hasluck is named Brabham after Sir Jack Brabham, in recognition of his early racing career at the Caversham motor racing circuit. Personally, I ride a motorbike, not so regularly now, but my love for the sport over 30 years continues. My dad bought me my first bike when I was still a teenager, and until recently, I loved getting out on a ride with him, exploring the Perth Hills. But at 78, Dad has now decided he will try going pillion. I'm always happy to find time on the weekend to explore dirt trails in the bush. I've competed in a number of local motorsport events, racing on the track and trail and enduro. I also like to help when I can and attending professional events, not just as a spectator, but in the past in my capacity then as the President of Motorcycling Australia and Oceania President. I was the first Western Australian of that body and also the first female president. There, with the board, I worked to modernise the organisation, delivering a national approach to safety and risk and ensuring Australia continued to create the champions on the international stage. And we certainly have more champions than most countries across speedway, motocross, trials, enduro, MotoGP, of course. Some of these modern-day fighter pilots I know are household names. Mick Dillon, we heard earlier, Wayne Gardner, Casey Stoner, Jack the Thriller Miller, Toby Price, Neil Price, Jason Doyle. There are so many, but while the gender ledger is not yet balanced, it can be, as evidenced by pioneers like Dot Robinson and Peggy Hyde, who were the first to race competitively both in Australia and the US over 50 years ago. Thanks to organisations like the Australian Women in Motorcycling Commission, with the support from international leadership by the FIM, female participation in Australian motorsport is now at a tipping point, with women and girls showing significant interest and a number of competitors showing the way. We have contemporaries like Taylor Jones, Gemma Wilson, Jessica Gardner. They competed in the international six-day enduro and won every one of their events since 2013, and they are the most successful unchanged team since the event first started back in 1913. I also want to give a big shout out to the Motorsport Australia's Girls on Track program, which enables girls from 8 to 18 to participate in events for free, exposing them to many facets of the sport. Also, Race Chicks, who run their own race school and network to support and increase the participation of women in all aspects of sport. And this is not just necessarily behind the wheel or in the saddle, but as flag marshals, scrutineers, pit crew, safety officers and coaches, all positions which can lead to a really exciting international career. Motorsports, including Formula One, NASCAR, MotoGP and the IndyCar, they've provided no end of innovation in their enthusiastic pursuit of the checkered flag. From the very first prize offered way back in 1894 for the first car to make it from Paris to Rouen, that innovation has found its way surely into mainstream car and motorbike manufacturing to the benefit of all consumers. These innovations include, of course, fuel efficiency, but also embedded data recording devices, full-face helmets, fire-retardant materials, better tyre development, the disc brake, anti-lock braking, traction control technology, lightweight parts, aerodynamics, kinetic energy recovery system, and even the rear-view mirror. With innovation comes jobs, but also environmental benefits. Formula E, the Electric Car Racing World Championships, has provided ongoing innovation to the electric car industry for the last 10 years. As Sylvain Philippi, the manager of Vision Virgin Racing, stated in 2021, electric racing is the hardest test on any battery. Companies like Philippi have the motivation and the expertise to continue to deliver better performance in both recharging and endurance, which translates into greater take-up of EVs in the community and a greater range of applications for EVs, including in heavy transport. Formula One has a commitment to net zero by 2030, and the MotoGP have also announced their plans to get sustainable fuel by 2027. These are formidable challenges and commendable efforts. In order to get there, a great deal of development will need to occur. But come what may, in 50 years' time, we'll still be participating in this wonderful sport, even if it's an electric vehicle dominated, and it's thanks to that technology that I hope that, like my dad, I'll still be out on my bike then too.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 7, relating to skin cancer.
And I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to move the motion relating to skin cancer in the terms in which appears in the notice paper in my name. Thank you. Skin cancer is a huge health problem in Australia and in other countries. Unfortunately, Australia leads the world in melanoma diagnoses per capita, but also has a very large number of people diagnosed with other forms of skin cancer, such as squamous cell carcinoma and basal cell carcinoma, much more than in other countries. In the average year, we have about 13,000 diagnoses of melanoma in Australia, and over 950,000 non-melanoma skin cancer diagnoses in Australia. A huge number and a huge burden on the health system. Very simply, the causes of skin cancer can be complex, but the two factors are, number one, exposure to ultraviolet light, which is what we do get in Australia because of our climate, and genetics. People with pale skin and blonde or red hair have a much higher risk of skin cancer than people with olive or dark skin. And so Australia, because of its history of colonisation by the Europeans, has the genetics that increase the risk of skin cancer and a very high ultraviolet light exposure. Now, melanoma is the most serious form of skin cancer, and it can spread very quickly, and its growth can be very rapid. Early diagnosis in melanoma and other forms of skin cancer is very important in cure. And we know with melanomas, if they have at diagnosis at less than 1 millimetre thickness, there's a well over 90% chance of a 10-year survival. However, once the lesion is more than 4 millimetres in thickness, only a 50% or less 10-year survival. So the importance of knowing that is that early diagnosis is very important, as is prevention. And things have changed in Australia, but in my childhood this was very limited understanding of the causes of skin cancer. We were all exposed to ultraviolet light unendingly, I think without the use of sun protection, without proper clothing, and for prolonged periods of time. Many occupations, such as people who worked on the land, people who worked outdoors, have a much higher incidence of skin cancer, unfortunately. And whilst melanoma is the most serious form, other forms of skin cancer can be quite disfiguring. Basal cell carcinoma can invade local structures, particularly around the head, the neck and the face, and can cause quite disfiguring scars when it's removed. Very rarely it can metastasise. It's quite rare with basal cell carcinoma. Squamous cell carcinoma, however, can cause multiple lesions and can metastasise. And whilst it's not as quickly growing as melanoma, can be a serious and life-threatening illness. Diagnosis can be quick, but we have to get people access to treatment. And very briefly, before I came to the chamber this afternoon, I rang around several of my local clinics to get to see a dermatologist in Campbelltown. There's no bulk billing. The average dermatologist charges almost $300, $290 to be exact, with a rebate from Medicare of $78. and so an out-of-pocket cost of well over $200. That is very expensive for people at this time of cost of living stresses. To see a GP skin cancer clinic, they charge less, $220, with a rebate from Medicare of about $60, but the wait time is almost 6 months. And so it's very hard for people to access skin checks. And I think it's very important that we consider a special bulk billed item number for GP skin checks and dermatologist skin checks so that people can access timely early assessment, because that is the key to diagnosis, and that is the key, particularly with melanoma, to long-term survival. We need to get people aware about the importance of things like melanoma. I've seen melanoma in retinas, I've seen it in ears, I've seen it on feet, in nail beds. So it can occur in places that are hard to see, and so it's very important that people are aware of the importance of a full skin check. Thank you.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Would you like to?
I'd be very happy to second the motion, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Parkes.
And I'd like to thank the member for Macarthur for bringing this to the House. And it's something, it's a subject very close to my heart. As someone who represents a Western New South Wales electorate with great exposure to the sun, I'm well aware of the complications. And as a matter of fact, I could be Exhibit A. Tomorrow I won't be here. I'll be in Tamworth having a melanoma and 2 basal cell carcinomas removed from my face. And that's low-grade melanoma, so it should be fine. But I've grown those in the last 12 months after I had the last melanoma, and the doctor told me that once you've had a melanoma, you're 20 times more likely to get another one. And so, there have been great advances made, and with immunotherapy, particularly for the stage 4s and once it's metastasised, have had great results. Not everyone. I understand it's about 65% of people will respond very positively to immunotherapy. And as a matter of fact, I've got a cousin who had a melanoma in his bowel and has had great results through immunotherapy. Why he got in his bowel, some were saying that's maybe where he thinks the sun shines from, but that's another matter. But as the previous speaker said, they can come under the arches of your feet, under your fingernails, and all sorts of places. And indeed, the one that I'm having removed tomorrow has been under a hat. As a younger person, all through summer, I would work out in the paddocks with a pair of shorts and a hat and a pair of boots. And that was what everyone did in those days. And indeed, I was 50 when I made my first speech in this place, and up until then, all my work had been outside under the sun. So I think we need to do more. And I do have some concerns that during the pandemic, a lot of the services to the bush are delivered by FIFO, fly-in, fly-out specialists. And thankfully, we have them that will come out from the city and run a clinic in Dubbo and places like that. But with the closures and the clamping down of travel during the pandemic, I am concerned that we are going to see possibly some undiagnosed skin cancer issues because people haven't been having those regular checkups. And I know I can see some people in the chamber here that have issues around connected to drug companies, and there has been some great advances too in treatments in that space. And so I guess following on from the member for Macarthur's opening statement, I think we do need to be more aware, and I wholeheartedly agree with getting a Medicare item number for this. Just out of my procedure tomorrow will cost $1,600 out of pocket to get that done. And I mean, for some people, that would be a big imposition on their budget. I would certainly think it would be a tragedy if people chose not to get these things dealt with because they were concerned about the financial implications. And so there has been, I was a member of the Apex Club of Warialda for 20 years before I came here, and some of the things we did early on, actually the Apex Club of Moree started a campaign about melanoma and skin cancer. This is back in the early 80s. They'd lost a member of their club at a young age through melanoma, and so we started putting skin protective creams at local swimming pools and awareness campaigns in local media because there really was no understanding of the connection between exposure to the sun and the ongoing effects later in life. And if you look at my grandkids now, they are wearing rashies and hats and SP50 before they even go outside. So the message has got through, and hopefully we might be the last generation that is riding this wave of high incidence of melanoma, BCCs, and as the member for Macarthur said, squamous cells, which can be quite dangerous. So, slip, slop, slap, but get an annual checkup at least because that could save your life.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of my parliamentary colleague, the member for Macarthur, on skin cancer and the Albanese Labour Government's significant funding of programmes and campaigns to ensure that skin cancer is appropriately managed. Skin cancer and cancer in general are diseases that unfortunately impact on too many families and individuals. Melanoma of the skin was estimated to be the second most common diagnosed cancer in males in 2021. Behind prostate cancer, and the third most common in females behind breast cancer and colorectal cancers. Last year, in 2022, more than 17,500 people were expected to have been diagnosed with melanoma. As a survivor of cancer and patron of the West Coast Relay for Life, I know all too well the devastation and fear that the diagnosis sparks in individuals, family and friends. It is a frightening moment in time, a moment in which we could immediately turn back the clock. For some people who are diagnosed with skin cancer, the spot might not be detected for some time, especially if it's located somewhere on the body that's concealed, whether it be scalp or bottom of the foot. A friend of mine had skin cancer that appeared on the bottom of her foot. And as you'd understand, that isn't a spot that we would regularly check, if at all. The spot is understood to have developed while she was sunbathing, face down, feet up, something that we now know to avoid by being sun safe, but unfortunately then was not really an awareness. Early diagnosis is absolutely crucial. Detecting and treating cancers like skin cancer can have a better outcome and a high success rate. But if detection isn't taken early, then there is significant problems. Fortunately, Australia's survival rate following a skin cancer and melanoma diagnosis is one of the highest in the world. The current 5-year survival rate for melanoma is 93%, and for non-melanoma skin cancer, this is nearly 70%. The Albanese Labour Government is absolutely committed to improving outcomes for people affected by this disease. We are working alongside experts in the field. A 2-year national skin cancer prevention campaign was announced by Health Minister Mark Butler in 2022. This appropriately took place during the Cancer Council's National Skin Cancer Action Week in November. $10 million was invested in the campaign, which is being delivered in partnership with Cancer Council Australia. This builds on a $10 million skin cancer campaign the department delivered in partnership with the Cancer Council Australia in the summer of 2021-2022. Increased awareness is vital to early detection, and this campaign seeks to raise awareness of how to prevent skin cancer. While all Australians will be targeted in the 2022-23 campaign, there will be a particular focus on men aged between 40 to 59, because they typically practice less sun-safe behaviours. Data from the Cancer Council's National Sun Protection Surveys show that between 2003 and 2004 and 2016 and 2017, sun protection behaviours have improved, but noted that there are still significant gains to be made, especially for adolescents when compared with adults. This is important given that all Australian capital cities except Hobart and Melbourne have at least 1 month a year when the average UV rating is extreme, which is a health risk. Beyond that significant $10 million awareness campaign investment, the Albanese Labor government has also delivered on a budget commitment of $14.8 million funding over 4 years to the Melanoma Institute of Australia. This important funding is to extend delivery of the Institute's Melanoma Nurse Programme across the country, where it currently operates in Perth, Sydney, Wagga Wagga and Hobart. The National Melanoma Nurses Programme will support 35 melanoma nurses by 2025-26. The work of a melanoma nurse is incredibly valuable. They help patients find their way through the health system and make informed decisions about their cancer treatment and management. The Albanese Labor government is ensuring that skin cancer and melanoma awareness and treatment are being appropriately funded. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
I certainly agree with the motion, Deputy Speaker, and acknowledge the comments made by previous speakers and wish the member for Parkes all the very best. Let's hope he, in the words of Robbie Williams' song, comes back a better man. And let's hope that the biopsy is certainly negative. We need the member for Parkes. We need his common sense in this place. And it's common sense to stay out of the sun as much as you can. It's common sense to put sunscreen on and to wear hats and to do all of those things. But as the member for Parkes and the member for Macarthur have already stated, back in the day, it wasn't all that well known, the harmful effects of the sun. And I was fortunate I had a mother, my late mother Eileen, who always made sure that I had a hat on when I went outside, and certainly when I was playing cricket. Not that I used to bat that long, but that was more of an issue about my ability rather than perhaps the fact that I needed to wear a hat. But when it comes to sport, Wagga is a very sporting community, and I well recall somebody who was a good cricketer, Peter St Clair. He and his wife Annette had a beautiful daughter, Amy, and she is no longer with us. One day after her 23rd birthday, she lost her battle with melanoma, and she had discovered a lump in her groin when she was only 20 years old. And she was very prompt in seeking medical advice. She did all the right things. She had an ultrasound, biopsy. She was diagnosed with melanoma, and there was no primary skin lesion ever found, ever. Her parents will be here on this Wednesday, and the Parliamentary Friends of Fighting Melanoma are having their launch. The St Clairs will be here for that, and I commend the member for Blaxland and the member for Gippsland for co-chairing that important group. I hope as many members as possible can join that particular group and can certainly turn up to the launch function. And I know the member for Blaxland, the Minister for Education, is a good man, a very good man. I think all members of Parliament would agree that he is a very valuable member of this Parliament, and his contribution is mighty. In September 2019, he had a scare with melanoma. I'm not talking out of turn, I'm not talking out of school, he did. And he made it well known. He had a situation with his leg that required an operation that was quite severe, and he said himself it made him reflect on life, and made him reflect on how lucky he was, because it too, it proved benign, but it could have been the other way. And I note the comments made by previous speakers about the fact that the incidence for men, and men aren't always as quick or willing to go and seek treatment, medical treatment, as perhaps women are, and that is a fault of ours. It's always, she'll be right, mate, but it's not right. When it comes to these sorts of things, get checked out. Take the opportunity this week as parliamentarians, but others too should take the chance to be checked out. And I concur with the member for Parkes' comments about the cost. I concur with the member for Macarthur's comments about making it a Medicare provider number. That would be an important initiative, and certainly anything I can do to support him in that, I will. And just in relation to Amy St Clair, they now have a trust, a wonderful trust to raise money and awareness for skin safety. And just this weekend, in fact, they had a colour run raising very valuable awareness and, moreover, funds for that at Apex Park. And whilst a lot of fun was had and a lot of people attended and a lot of people got smothered with paint, it is a great education program that they did, and certainly the legacy of Amy St Clair lives on. While she is no longer with us, and more is the pity, indeed, her legacy lives on through her parents and through the advocacy of all her friends and family who support the cause, who support the trust, who continue to advocate. And if it just saves just one life, if it makes one person go and have a check, go and have that medical appointment, then it's the whole cause of it will be worthwhile. So I commend the motion. I thank both the members for Blaxland and Gippsland for having the foresight to have that Friends of group, and I wish the member for Parkes, my great friend and colleague, all the very best tomorrow in Tamworth.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I commend the member for Macarthur for bringing this matter before the House for debate. And as someone with lifelong medical experience, I believe that this House should take note of his comments in respect to this matter and his general wisdom when it comes to medical procedures more broadly. Madam Deputy Speaker, every illness or every disease is extremely debilitating and disruptive, and I'm sure the member for Parkes, who talked about his own situation, would attest to that. It's emotionally and financially draining. And for people that suffer from a serious illness, I suspect that very little else matters to them until the illness is under control. Their focus would be solely on that, so they can get back to normal life. And the reality is that so many illnesses are indeed preventable, including melanoma and other skin cancers. And we've seen over the years that we can get good results with campaigns such as smoking, bowel cancer, asbestos awareness, and even with the Slip Slop Slap campaign, which I have no doubt has made a difference and saved lives. Melanoma is indeed a serious cancer, and again, I think we could do a lot more. It costs lives, and apart from the fact that it costs some $400 million each year, the reality is, as the member for Pearce quite rightly pointed out, each year some 17,500 people are diagnosed with the illness, and of those, 1,225 or thereabouts will not get past the first 5 years. If you put that into a more, I guess, understandable series of statistics, every day around 48 people are diagnosed with melanoma, and of those, somewhere between 3 and 4 will not survive it. Now, when you look at it like that, you realise that this is a medical issue that does affect a lot of lives, and just as importantly, it's a medical issue that I believe that as a society we can do more about. And can I say, with respect to that, again, the member for Pearce has quite rightly pointed to the $14.8 million over 4 years to the Melanoma Institute of Australia that was announced by this government, and that will deliver some 35 nurses across the country, and also the $10 million of funding over 2 years for skin cancer awareness campaigns. And that builds on a previous $10 million. Again, I welcome those. I commend the Minister for those commitments, and I believe that they will make a huge difference. But I want to go to the substance of this motion, and I will just read 3 parts of it because I think it goes to the heart of what we're debating here today. And the member for Macarthur moves that Australians require more equitable access to skin cancer checks with the need for greater access through general practitioner clinics and dermatologists. That's 1B. 1E goes on to say diagnosis is being inhibited by the costs involved in GP and dermatologist skin cancer checks. And Part 2 says calls for the consideration of separate bulk bill GP and specialist item number for skin cancer checks. Those 3 points of the motion, I think, go to the heart of what we're debating, because they highlight the fact that we need more skin checks, and that's the way to prevent more people from not only getting the melanoma, but from perhaps dying from it. Secondly, the costs, and the member for Macarthur again referred to the costs when he quoted the statistics from his own research only today about how much it costs. And I know from speaking to people literally every day that medical costs do actually stop people from going to see doctors to have regular checkups that they should be having. Regular checkups that, not just for this illness, but for many others, could have saved their lives, but they won't do it because they simply cannot afford it in many cases, and other priorities take over. And so we have to try and overcome that. And so therefore, the member for Macarthur provides a suggestion that we consider a separate bulk billed GP and specialist item number for the skin cancer checks. My view is that if we can do that, the costs that we bear up front will be more than offset by the savings further down the track. And regrettably, and I've made this point in respect to a number of other health matters, regrettably, governments of all persuasions always look at the upfront costs without factoring in the economic savings right along the line and at the end. And it's time that we started to do that, because if we did, my view is that the process and procedure that the member for Macarthur is suggesting is actually affordable and fundable. It's fundable by looking at those savings, and I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and of course, like all other speakers, I rise to speak in favour of the motion and start by commending the member for Macarthur for bringing it before us, and also the other speakers who have all shared very important contributions that often involve personal stories. And it's one of the great things that we can do in this chamber is share experiences and perhaps come to understand some of the issues and challenges that we face, just how far-reaching they are in our community. And I particularly commend the member for Macarthur being from the government, moving a motion that is indeed asking for a significant reform of the government that he's a part of, and I don't make that as a political point at all. I think that's to be commended, and it reminds us that we humble legislators can indeed make sensible suggestions to the members of the executive, and I hope that this debate is an opportunity to pursue with some unanimity reform in that area. So thank you very much. I also think it's worth, on a positive side, noting how far we've come in awareness around the risk of skin cancer and the sort of behavioural changes that need to be made. And there are some horror stories I've heard from my parents about their childhood and how, almost, far from being sun smart, there were practices in the 50s and 60s that were almost asking for trouble. I think my father's sister used to, apply oil on her body and lie in the sun with mirrors pointed at her and a transistor radio. And of course, I know that was because of ignorance, not deciding that a short-term tan was worth the risk of potential death later in life. And so, growing up in the 80s, at the beginning of the slip, slop, slap campaigns, and I think there's a few others, a rap and something else on the end there now that the younger ones are aware of, that has led to a much transformed awareness of the risk of skin cancer, and that's a great thing. But Member for Parkes pointed out through his own vocation, we also, we live in this country where there's a very significant risk for so many people in the way in which they live their lives and their livelihoods, and particularly in this multicultural society. We're very proud of the multicultural society we're in, and there are certain, I've got Western European heritage, and we're not that good at standing up to a harsh Australian sun. And the fact that awareness is there now and everyone knows what their risks are is really important. The point I just wanted to dwell on was already made by the member for Riverina, and I make it as being in this cohort. I'm still just in my 30s, and as a almost 40-year-old man, one of the biggest problems we've got is the "she'll be right, mate" attitude that the average Aussie bloke like myself tends to have when it comes to our own health across all topics, not just skin. I think it's probably the most concerning around mental health, and it's been great to see the destigmatisation of having conversations about those sorts of things in recent years. A very dear friend of mine was diagnosed at a ridiculously young age of bowel cancer in his 20s, and regrettably his early symptoms he didn't take seriously enough, or he went on a holiday and decided he'd see his doctor about it a few months later when he got back, and regrettably it was all too late for him, and within 10 years he died of cancer that started as bowel cancer and spread to other parts of his body. And we've got to do all we can, particularly with cohorts like the one I'm in, to remind people how serious it is to take our health, and how much, to the member for Macon's point, how much a difference it is to embrace early intervention and understand that whatever that cost might be to government, apart from the important health outcome, it is actually not the cost that it looks like on paper, because the cost of treatment, because diagnosis hasn't happened early enough, is always going to be much higher than the cost of doing that. So I really welcome the opportunity to contribute to this and make that point that all of us, and it's really a great example, the member for Macarthur has brought something in this space where we've all been able to share some personal stories and talk about how we can do better as leaders in our community. That awareness is one thing that I'd like to take the opportunity to do more of as an elected representative, and this motion's provided that opportunity. So thank you very much. I commend it.
I thank the member for Sturt. I would like to thank all members for their contributions in that debate. It's very thoughtful. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day relating to housing. Resumption of debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we really seek to achieve our goals in regard to climate targets, then I urge the Australian Government to speed up the electrification of residential homes and businesses. We will be seeing the smart home of the future looking very different to the homes we have today. One of the big differences will be that gas could slowly disappear from the energy footprint. The general prediction for leading architects and renewable energy experts is that in the next decade, smart homes and fully electrified homes will come into their own. It can offer us lower running costs and more comfortable if we overall build homes that respect the climate we have in Australia. Why do we have a sea of black roofs in Western Sydney which heat up the homes and drive up air conditioning bills makes me shake my head. Why did we have shading pergolas and verandas in older style homes, and now many modern homes have big windows facing west and acting like a heat absorbers in summer? The plans to electrify homes will rely on government programs to enable this direction and must come with a review of the many energy wasteful practices we currently have in our planning and designing of our homes. We have to have architects, builders, consumer groups and the government set a framework of fully electrified home of the future and how it can look, with an overall lower energy footprint, and allow for the maximum use of solar and batteries in people's homes. Gas hot water tanks will become electric heat pumps. Heating and cooling will utilise electricity, but this electricity only helps in our climate goals if we use renewable energy in the generation of this electricity. One of the ways to achieve such a better energy outcome could be something along the line of the European Energy Pass for homes, which I have seen in practice in Germany. As we all know, energy efficiency is a crucial aspect in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigating the effects of climate change. The German Energy Pass is a document that provides information on the energy efficiency of buildings and can help homeowners and buyers make informed decisions about energy usage. The Energy Pass was introduced in Germany in 2008 and is now mandatory for all buildings that are put on the market for sale or rent. The Energy Pass provides information on the building's insulation, heating systems and other energy-related features and gives the building a rating from A to G, where A represents the most energy-efficient buildings and G the least efficient. One of the main benefits of the Energy Pass is that it helps people make informed decisions about the energy efficiency of a building. For example, a buyer or a renter can use the Energy Pass to compare the energy efficiency of different properties and make a decision based on the energy consumption and costs they are willing to incur. In addition, an Energy Pass can also be used to identify areas where a building can be made more energy efficient, helping to reduce energy consumption and cost, and to make the building more environmentally friendly. In conclusion, a future Energy Pass could be an important tool that provides information on the energy efficiency of buildings. By promoting energy-efficient buildings, the Energy Pass helps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lower energy consumption and costs, and make our buildings more environmentally friendly. So let's find a way to cut fossil fuels out of our consumption chain, but let's transition it smartly and cost-effectively. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I speak on this motion, I just wanted to say that I caught the end of the member for Sturt's contribution on the member for Macarthur's excellent motion on skin cancer, and I couldn't agree with you more. Men have to listen better to what their bodies are telling them. We all have to do better, but prevention is better than cure. And I would like to join with you with what you said about encouraging people to make sure that you get the medical checkups that you need and you look after yourself when you can. So thank you for that contribution. And thank you, member for North Sydney, for this motion. I think it's an important conversation to have about how we can do all that we can to reduce emissions and be more energy efficient. And sometimes we focus on the big and really important debates and forget to talk about the other things that we can do, which aren't small, but perhaps more easily digested and should be thought about more than the big issue of how we transition out of fossil fuels into renewable energy. And this is also part of it. Before I talk about the government's plan for better energy performance and add some extra thoughts of my own, I wanted to talk about one of the ways we are trying to do this in my local community and have had support from the Albanese government. Carrum Downs in my electorate is a great part of southeast Melbourne, but it has to be said it's not one of the wealthiest parts. No, it's full of hard-working Australians who struggle with any change in their weekly, let alone daily, cost of living. And I think that's partly why households across Carrum Downs have embraced renewable energy, with solar uptake at a higher rate than the Victorian average. More than 1 in 5 households across the entire city of Frankston, which is most of my electorate, have solar. But there is no doubt that for most households, the high price of batteries means that families are still struggling to release the full potential of rooftop solar, putting more pressure on our electricity grid. And with the current issues with rising power prices, it is more important than ever that we help households and families to play their part, which I know is what the member for North Sydney's motion is also partly about, but to play their part in doing what they can about not just reducing emissions but also reducing their power bills. So that's why I was thrilled when an election commitment was made to have a community battery in Carrum Downs, and I was, it must be said, even more thrilled when the Minister for Climate Change and Energy announced that Carrum Downs would have one of the first 58 batteries, and the tender is now open for applications to deliver that project. And I have before, and I do again, urge people in my community, businesses, individuals and organisations to look at that tender process and to apply. it is something that is going to make a big difference to the people of Carrum Downs, and I'm very hopeful that when this rolls out more broadly, because the benefits are seen, it will also benefit other people across my electorate. As I'm sure other government members have said when they've spoken on this motion, we are looking to develop a robust energy performance strategy. There is no doubt that if we work together with businesses and communities, but also all levels of government, local, state and federal, we can build better homes. We can upgrade existing stocks. We can bring better transparency to home energy performance. We can now use more efficient appliances in our homes and our businesses and better equipment in our industries. And we can find smart ways to manage demand, to use less electricity and to use it when it's cheapest and cleanest. We do want to empower people to do that, and the Assistant Minister, McAllister, has announced that she will deliver a national energy performance strategy to bring coordination and leadership to demand-side reform. We have many of the solutions that we need now. We just need the goodwill of all levels of government to work together to deliver them and to make sure that we utilise the technology that will undoubtedly be developed every moment of every day into the future.
I thank the member. And the question is that the motion be agreed to. And I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And goodwill amongst governments is one thing, but what we also need to make sure for this motion put forward by the member for North Sydney is that housing can still be affordable. Now, I very much appreciate that a better insulated house is going to reduce energy prices. Understandable. No qualms, no questions there. But what we can't do is, because of ideology, push the prices up so that it makes new homes, or any homes for that matter, renovations, refurbishments, unaffordable to the average buyer. Stricter energy standards for new homes and those new laws and regulations put in place in New South Wales is seeing the cost of building a house in Wagga Wagga, in my hometown, surge by up to $30,000. Now, yes, it may also lead to cheaper energy bills for residents, but when we've got higher prices for groceries, higher prices for energy costs, when we've got higher everything, cost of living, why would we want to go and, just for the sake of ideology, push the price of the average house for the new home buyer up by $30,000? Now, the New South Wales government announced, and this was going back September last year, all new homes and renovations which will cost more than $50,000 will need to meet a 7-star energy rating from October this year. Now, the current minimum rating at that time was just 5.5 stars, and builders were told, as part of this legislation, that they would need to start implementing better insulation, more double-glazed windows and smarter layouts to reach the new requirement. Now, some might argue, well, that's all well and good, but this is an industry which is fighting the good fight against higher prices for timber. Where do they source timber? Nobody in this country these days seems to want to cut down a tree. The price for just the metal brackets to go on frames is, if you could get those metal brackets, imported or otherwise, has gone through the roof. The price has soared. Now, I regularly get texts from Wagga Wagga builder Wayne Carter. He described the change brought about by the state government as another blow for the construction industry, which I might add is also facing, like every other industry, where do they find labour? If they can find labour, how much do they have to pay those workers to keep them, retain them in the sector? It's been on the table for a while and we've all been shuddering for it to be adopted, he said. It means it's going to cost so much more to build a house, and that's a cost which the local people who want to own homes can ill afford. I agree with Mr Carter. I know from very, very personal experience, my wife Catherine worked in the industry for 17 years as a regional manager. And her company, Dennis Family Homes, a Melbourne-based company, has shut up some of its regional operations because of the downturn in the industry. It's tough, and I know even despite the measures put in place by the member for Deakin to get the industry making sure it was its best self during COVID, it was hard to find labour, hard for the industry, whether they were local small-time operators or whether they were a big housing company like Dennis or others, to make ends meet. But not only that, Labor comes to government and promises 1 million social houses, affordable social housing. Good luck. I say good luck with that. I'll be watching with keen interest to see whether that actually comes off. Glenn Maslin, another local operator in Wagga Wagga, house builder in Wagga, says the price of housing has increased by 15% because of COVID. And now you're looking at another 5% on top of that. The industry is going to suffer from all these additional changes that seem to keep coming in. So it's difficult for... We need to think in this space about those people. It's about balance, Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge the member for North Sydney and her good intent with this private member's bill, but it's all about making sure that we can keep housing affordable for the person who wants to get into their new house or wants to buy for their family.
I thank the member, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Australia is no stranger to extreme weather, heat waves, droughts, floods, bushfires. Our community on the New South Wales South Coast has seen our fair share of it over the last few years. We know what it means to have reliable and efficient energy, or rather, should I say, we know what it means when that reliability fails because of climate change. In the wake of so many disasters, many local people are looking for new ways to climate-proof their homes. As we move into the next phase of our recovery, we are seeing a new set of questions being asked. The South Coast community saw direct impacts from these string of disasters. So the question is broader than just looking at where or what we build. It's about how we build. It's not just about protection from fire or protection from flood. It's also resilience about power failures, protection against heat and smoke, protection against mould, mildew and water inundation. We have just witnessed a decade of neglect from the previous government, failure to make a real energy plan, failure to take action on climate change, failure to address our escalating housing crisis. So these questions should come as no surprise. Well, the Albanese government is not going to make the same mistakes they did. We have already enshrined our emissions target in law, taking real action to address our changing climate. We have already started the path through our Powering Australia plan. During the election, I was delighted to promise a community battery for the Maloney's Beach community, helping people in this village reduce their energy costs, reduce their reliance on external power supplies, making them more resilient and better prepared for the future. In the wake of the bushfires, the Maloney's Beach Residents Association identified power and communications resilience as a key theme that local people wanted addressed. They did some research and found that if they had a whole of community buy-in, it would be cheaper and more efficient to have a battery and backup power generators. We agreed, and now we have the Community Battery for Household Solar program that can help communities like Maloney's Beach do just that. I'm really excited to see that come to fruition, but it is only just the beginning. More efficient homes improve our energy consumption, reduce emissions, improve resilience and improve health. It is win-win, not just for communities, but also for government, saving us all money in the long run. It is smart policy for individuals and for the country. With a government that will actually lead the way, we can have a sensible and constructive conversation about improving our energy performance to help us reduce emissions, instead of hyperbole and hysteria about the type of power we can actually make Australia an energy powerhouse. This is a real and genuine way to reduce energy costs and drive our transition to emissions-efficient power, smarter, cheaper, cleaner. So we will waste no time. We have already begun. In October, we announced that the Albanese government will deliver a national energy performance strategy. our long-term plan to bring affordability, reliability and sustainability to our energy system. We want to empower people to improve the energy performance of their homes because we know the wide-ranging benefits that will have, not just in times of disaster, but all year round. As part of our $15.2 million investment over 4 years to provide a framework for demand-side action, we released a consultation paper in November so that we can work with all stakeholders to develop a comprehensive energy performance plan, one that will take the pressure off of prices and take the pressure off our climate. Supporting efficient energy use and looking at the suitability of our targets to drive better energy performance across the country. What Australia has lacked over the last decade of the Liberals is a sensible government, holding sensible and constructive conversations with the experts about how we can tackle the challenges our energy sector is facing. We won't achieve anything with hysteria about so-called health impacts of wind farms. The science on that is settled. We won't achieve anything with distracting conversations about nuclear power. The science is settled on that as well. What we must do, and must do now, is address our changing climate and do what we can. We must prepare our communities for the very real impacts climate change is already having. We simply have to support locals with cheaper, cleaner, efficient energy and better energy performance. The Albanese government is committed to doing this without the hysteria. Just sensible conversations with the experts and our communities.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 8 relating to pharmaceutical benefit scheme.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Macarthur, thank
Macarthur,
you.
sorry. Macarthur.
Deputy Speaker.
I knew it was a Mac.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move notice number 8, private members' business, on behalf of the member for Robertson.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the pharmaceutical benefit scheme and the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. So I'm delighted to support this motion moved by the member for Robertson, my dear friend Dr Gordon Reid, who is a great asset to this parliament. I'm also proud to be a member of the Albanese government that introduced and passed the National Health Amendment, General Co-Payment Bill 2022. This legislation successfully resulted in cheaper medicines for almost 19 million Australians by ensuring that they pay almost 30% less for their pharmaceutical benefits scheme scripts. This is a win for all Australians, old, young, families and individuals, as it's now easier to access affordable medicines. And because of the increasing cost of living stresses on families, as a paediatrician, I fully support this. Fully supported this legislation, and I'm very grateful that we've been able to do this. As a doctor, I understand how stressful the cost of medication can be for patients and their families. It can sometimes be the difference between food in the fridge or prescription forms being completed. And not infrequently, I've had patients ask me, when given a list of medications they need for their child, what are the most important ones and which ones should they get straight away. This is true for young families who may have several kids with asthma, kids with severe eczema, for example, requiring multiple treatments, children with multiple allergies, children with a number of different disorders, including epilepsy. It was often a question for those families whether they should get all the prescriptions filled when they were needed, to see if they could delay at least some of them so they could afford the cost. This legislation really is an achievement worth noting. No other government has delivered cheaper medicines at this rate, and it's the first time that the cost of general scripts has fallen in the 75-year history of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, which you would all be aware was a great victory for the Chifley Labor government. In Macarthur, my electorate, This legislation is already having a significant effect and positive impact, with over 100,000 people benefiting already from this, ensuring more households can access medications that's needed with less financial pressure than before. I note the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Jed Carney, who also mentioned in her second reading speech about the legislation how Australians living with diabetes, which is millions of people, are some of the biggest winners from this legislation. Children are some of the biggest winners from this legislation, I would say, because they now can get all the treatments that they require. For an example, an individual who has 13 scripts per year for diabetes medication will save over $160, as the cost of the script has fallen for non-pensioners from $42.50 to $30. Another winner is those who require a tablet for the prevention of stroke, if you like, an anticoagulant or blood-thinning medication. Under this legislation, those that require 26 scripts per year are saving $325 every year, which is a huge financial win for Australian patients and their families. I believe that this legislation is also an important step in ensuring that healthcare access in Australia remains equitable as possible, because I really think at the moment there are questions about the equity of access to healthcare in Australia after 10 years of a coalition government. Health access is becoming increasingly difficult for some of the poorest Australians, and that's something that we must fight against. Health access is important for everyone, not just wealthy people, and the Albanese government is doing its best to try and reverse the trends of the last 10 years. Medication is important for people across the age spectrum, from the very young to the very old. We've often heard how pharmacists are often asked which is the cheaper brand options, or whether certain medications are necessary or not. Labor has a strong commitment and a proud record in healthcare, and we're doing our best as part of our ideology is to deal with the inequities in access to healthcare. I really look forward to changes that the Albanese government will be making to make health access much more equitable. Thank you.
Thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Second the motion, yes, and reserve my right to speak.
Okay. And would you like to speak or reserve your right to speak?
Speaking list later on.
You
So I'll
reserve your
reserve
right
it
to
for
speak?
the moment,
Okay,
yes.
thanks very much. Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this motion about the PBS and health more generally. And also this motion goes to the issue of cost of living, which I want to touch on from a health point of view and more generally. But firstly, I was very pleased to speak, of course, in support of legislation that brought in the dramatic reduction in the co-payment, which of course was an announcement that the coalition made in the election campaign, and it was matched by the then Labor opposition. And last year in the parliament we had the opportunity to debate and pass that legislation, and it was an excellent outcome from a cost of living point of view. Of course, making medicines cheaper for people, medicines that are listed on the PBS, is something that I was very proud that the government I was a part of announced in the campaign. We had bipartisanship around that principle by virtue of both sides agreeing to put it in place, and then of course it was just a few months ago that we passed it through the parliament, and that's a great outcome for the many millions of people that benefit from that reduction in the cost of the co-payment through the PBS. I'd also like to thank the TGA for the work that they do, and there's a lot of, they've had a lot of work to do over the last couple of years dealing with members of the public and their views on them, etc. And I think we're very lucky to have the system that we've got, which starts with the TGA and moves through to PBS listing. And I really do also commend former Minister Greg Hunt for the enormous number of medicines that were listed on the PBS during his tenure. And I remember all the times we would hear in the parliament about the new medicines that were listed on the PBS and how life-changing that is for people that need access to that treatment. And of course, it being on the PBS can make an enormous difference in some cases can go from someone having costs of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to having costs in the hundreds of dollars a year for treatment that they absolutely deserve to have supported through the PBS system. Of course, during COVID, while we were in government, we deployed the rollout of telehealth, which really is important to couple with the issue of prescription, because during that time, of course, when it was very difficult to access a physical consult with a GP, one of the great reforms that would have taken years, probably decades, were it not for the challenge of COVID and therefore a great openness for faster reform, we delivered that telehealth rollout. And I think it is worth remembering that in the universal telehealth rollout, we were able to deliver 100 million telehealth consults, 100 million, and that was to 17 million people, of course, bulk billed. And that was quite transformative. And when it comes to the access to medicines and prescriptions, that was one of the things that was such an obvious opportunity of telehealth, where there's an opportunity to undertake a repeat prescription in particular and have a very straightforward, smooth consult via telehealth rather than having to have a physical appointment. Both the risk during COVID of that, but also, of course, the reality that telehealth is much more efficient and quicker, and meant that we didn't have the situation that you do hear about at times where people, because of access issues, have a prescription medicine that they haven't had the prescription renewed and perhaps have a period of time or go off that medication that they should be on. And that's one of the great outcomes of telehealth, coupled with PBS reforms that we announced. That is an excellent cost of living outcome for people. But the risk that we have now is that even though we have a bipartisan dramatic reduction in the co-payment, what is going to happen in the years ahead as potential indexation increases within this scheme and other healthcare costs come into play when inflation is running so hot at nearly 8%? Because that is what I do worry about now, is that having dramatically reduced the co-payment, is that going to be slowly eaten away by indexation increases that will come and hit all of those that access the PBS equally as hard as the high inflation environment that we're in right now comes to play, which is why it is disingenuous in this motion to crow about some spectacular cost of living outcome from this, because the way things are structured and the way things will happen going forward, unless there's any changes, is that there will be some major indexation increases coming into the future, and it's up to the government to decide whether they will absorb that rather than pass it along to consumers.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Robertson for giving us all this great opportunity to get up and speak about this policy and its life-saving abilities and its ability to reduce the pressures on costs of living, because we know that Australian patients will, for the first time since the creation of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, get a much-needed cut to the cost of medicines, leaving more money in people's pockets to provide for their families. And at a time when costs of living is going up, putting pressure on families across the country, this is one measure showing that the government is working hard to ensure that the relief it provides is targeted, measured, and such that does not add to the inflationary time bomb we inherited from the former government. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, more than 900,000 patients delayed or didn't get a script filled in 2019 to 2020 due to the cost of their medications. No one, Deputy Speaker, should have to choose between filling prescriptions for life-saving medicines and affording their day-to-day necessities. Our determination to deliver cheaper medicines will help everyday Australians. Under the cheaper medicines policy, the co-payment has reduced from $42.50 to just $30. That's a whopping 29% reduction. This means for PBS medications, you'll only pay up to $30 and the government covers the rest. And this is having real-world benefits. This is helping everyday Australians. Penelope, in my electorate in Bennelong, contacted me at the end of last year. She's been a carer for her mum for the past 7 years. She had a broken ankle, was struggling to walk and struggling to make ends meet. She wanted to know how she could get access to cheaper medications to make some savings where she could. Because of the commitment of this government, from the 1st of January, she's now saving on her medications. She now has more money in her budget to help provide for her family. So since the 1st of January, when this legislation came into effect, people like Penelope can now better afford medicines that they need to keep themselves and their family healthy. Someone taking one medicine a month is now saving $150 every year. A family with 2 or 3 medications are now saving between $300 and $450 a year. That's money back in their pocket and back in the household budget. That's real cost of living relief, targeting those who really need it. And in Bennelong, cheaper medicine will mean over 87,000 patients putting money back into their pockets, money back for their families. They're now saving a collective amount of over $4.7 million a year. Being a local, I've visited a number of pharmacies in my electorate since this policy was announced and since its implementation. I've been to the Amcal chemist in the Macquarie Centre and to see Kevin, Johnny and Vivian at the North Ryde Pharmacy in Cox's Road Mall, and also my little pharmacy round the corner at Blenheim Road. These pharmacies and their staff are trusted, they care for their patients, and they have an intimate understanding of their patients' needs. And they all had the same story, Deputy Speaker. They told me of the scores of people that would go up to the counter with multiple scripts asking their pharmacist, which medicine can I afford to miss out on this week? These stories of people risking their health and going without the medicines they need because they could not afford their medications. And they're not just story, they're real people who are now, because of this government, paying less for their medicine. The 87,000 patients in Bennelong who will benefit from this form just one part of the 3.6 million Australians who have been saving on their medical scripts since the 1st of January under this government. We know our communities, and we know that vulnerable Australians deserve to be supported. That's why we've taken every opportunity, particularly at this time, to ease the cost of living. And as I close up, Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to particularly pay tribute to the members of this parliament who have a wealth of experience being doctors, GPs and pharmacists. Member for Macarthur, Higgins, Kooyong, McKellar, Dobell and, of course, the member for Romerson. I'm sure they catch up regularly and exchange notes and as part of the medical caucus, but what a time for such an experienced bunch of citizens to be in this parliament at a time when we know we need to improve access to medicines and to our medical system. So thank you for all they bring to this place.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Bennelong for his kind words. I rise to speak today in response to this motion regarding the recent reduction of the cost of medications on the PBS. Mr Speaker, healthy nations are prosperous nations. Australia's universal health system, Medicare, our world-class hospitals and the pharmaceutical benefits scheme are perhaps our greatest national asset. For this reason, I welcome the government's decision to reduce the patient contribution to medicines under the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. A 30% reduction in costs represents very real savings for Australian households. We know that the out-of-pocket costs to patients of GP visits and medicines are an increasing burden to many of us in this time of significant cost of living pressures. Accessible medicines are a pillar of our national health system. Medications have to be not just affordable, they have to be accessible. Australia imports more than 90% of its medications. In fact, we're dangerously dependent on imported medicines. Recent supply chain issues have impacted many of my constituents, putting them at risk of harm from side effects related to alternative preparations, but also to long-term health complications of uncontrolled disease. Mr Ian Picken from Balwyn told me, when seeking to purchase a monthly update of my prescription, which I've been taking for several years, my pharmacist advised that there is currently no stock. It's now several weeks that I've been waiting for supplies to be available. My pharmacist has put me on a priority list and has undertaken to call me once he has that stock, hopefully next week. Another Kooyong constituent, Daniel, is worried about being forced to change his medications. He said, "I found out from my doctor that the company has stopped making the drug and no other company makes it as it's no longer profitable. That is the bottom line. So I have to come off my drugs gradually and then nothing for at least another week before I can try another drug." He added, and he's right, you cannot change your medication like you change your socks. Mr Alex Mazzolini of Hawthorn advised me that on several occasions when I have been unable to get my diabetes medication, I've had to go on half dose to make the supply last longer. In the past few months alone, we've seen shortages of multiple antibiotics in Australia, including paediatric preparations, shortages of diabetes medications and of antidepressants. How many Australians are having their health compromised by a lack of access to the medications that they need? Other constituents have expressed frustration in relation to the prescribing and dispensing of medications in this country. They describe unnecessary, costly visits to their GP for repeat prescriptions and the limits placed on supply at the pharmacy, which cost both inconvenience but also often additional cost. The need for routine repeat scripts is an inconvenience. It's an avoidable cost to Medicare. It's an unnecessary demand on the GP sector, and more, it's an increased out-of-pocket cost to patients. The supply of prescription medications by pharmacies is regulated. Multiple prescriptions are supplied only in certain circumstances. In 2018, the PBAC recommended allowing dispensing of 2 months at a time of 143 commonly dispensed medications. Why are we still paying too much in dispensing fees? Our health system needs reform in order to adapt to changing demographics and the evolving health pressures. We need system revision with flexibility and agility. We need to avoid unnecessary repetition of both medical and pharmaceutical services, and we need to give patients greater agency over the management of their own health. We also need a national strategy to ensure reliable supply of medications, including a review of our sovereign manufacturing capacity and how our government can support it better. While our domestic market is small, we do have established supply chains and we have great proximity to the Pacific market. We could expand our manufacturing capacity, decrease our sovereign risk and support our Pacific partners by increasing local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. I thank my constituents for allowing me to share their personal experiences, which are the experiences of many Australians. There is still much work to do for us to make medicines more equitably, affordable and reliably accessible for all Australians.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. As someone who grew up in a household where my parents ran their own medical practice, the importance of universal public health is really something that's been instilled within me from a very young age. And I'm really excited to stand here today and speak about legislation that will see, for the first time since the creation of the PBS, patients pay less for medicines. Unfortunately, we are in the midst of a cost of living crisis inherited from the previous government, and anything we can do to relieve the cost of living pressures on families is really important to my community and indeed communities right across Australia. Health is really important to my community, as I'm sure it is to the communities of all of my colleagues here today. In my electorate of Chisholm, there's some really exciting news around health. The Victorian Heart Hospital, which was funded by the Victorian Labor Government and Monash University, will shortly open its doors, and it is the first and only cardiac hospital in Australia. We've recently turned the sod for Moderna in my electorate of Chisholm too, and they will join Pfizer as just two of the pharmaceutical and medical technology companies to set up businesses in my local area. So the importance of health, of medicines, of an accessible, equitable and well-funded health system really matters to my community. We'll also shortly see the National Reconstruction Fund be debated in this place. And this is a really important policy that we took to the last election and was very well received in my community. We have all experienced the global shortages of medicines due to disrupted supply chains, but also due to a failure for investment in sovereign capability and domestic manufacturing capacity. These are the high-wage, high-skilled jobs of the future. And on our watch, we will see this kind of manufacturing, this kind of advanced manufacturing be revived once again to provide the good, secure jobs that our communities rely on, and more than that, to make the kinds of things like medicines that our communities need. I think everyone was really shocked at the extent to which we were unable to make things here in Australia, and so I'm really pleased that under our government that's going to change. Labor governments, including the Albanese Labor government, have always invested and defended public health in this country. Of course, we were the first people to bring in universal healthcare in Australia, and unfortunately had to reintroduce it after it was abolished by the Coalition. What we're doing with this piece of legislation, the co-payment bill, and I'm really excited to speak about it, and it has already been making a difference to hip pockets, is saving people money. Not only are we saving people money, we're removing the horrible choice that people have to make between whether they go to the pharmacy and pay for life-saving medications, or they pay for their groceries, or their rent, or their petrol. This is a choice nobody in a country like Australia should ever be forced to make. We should be protecting our universal healthcare system and make sure it is equitable for everybody. So now, instead of paying what people used to for medications if they had one script that needed to be filled, they will be saving $150 a year, while those filling 2 scripts a month could save around $300 a year. There are 3.6 million Australians with current prescriptions over $30 who are already saving money. It is devastating that people have been forced into situations where they are making choices around their health because they might not be able to afford to get access to medicines. And of course, we've also seen people not being able to afford to go and see a general practitioner in the first instance to get a prescription. And in fact, over the last decade, in my electorate alone, and I suspect the numbers are similar in other places around the country, the out-of-pocket costs that people experience going to a GP increased by a shocking 38%. So in that instance too, we are seeing people making very difficult, very dangerous decisions about not seeing medical practitioners because they simply can't afford it. That's not good enough. We're doing better. I'm really pleased that people are starting to save money. We are committed to Medicare. We are committed to equitable, genuine universal health, and I'm really pleased that the member for Robertson has put this motion to the House. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, I was intrigued with the former contribution, having regard to the fact that everybody is agreed on universal health care. Everybody wants the best for their community, and there's a very clear statement by the member that these families are under enormous pressure on cost of living expenses exacerbated by the problems within healthcare in Australia. Deputy Speaker, right around the country we're seeing the ramping of hospitals, of ambulance ramping at every hospital, and it's getting worse and worse. It's not getting better. This is exacerbated by cuts to the telehealth and mental health rebates, exhausted and overwhelmed GPs, doctors, nurses, allied health professionals. Our health and hospital systems are in free fall. In fact, there was one lady who was going for an allied healthcare appointment in Gippsland. She was in such pain she thought she'd call in to the hospital on her way to the appointment for some pain relief. And they said, "It's no good sitting here, we can't see you for 2.5 hours. It's no good sitting here, we can't see you for 2.5 hours. And she's in such pain that she called into the hospital for help. I've never known a time like this in my time as a representative or a member of a community. No one seems to care enough about what's happening in the system to ask questions. No one's asking why. What's causing our nation's first-class health system to crumble in so many areas? There's a lot of blame being attributed to workforce shortages and staff being sick with COVID and other flu viruses. So why isn't the Health Minister putting pressure on the state counterparts to drop the insidious and redundant COVID-19 mandates and reinstate our heroic frontline workers who remain unable to work due to the mandates because they are not vaccinated? One of these workers, Lexi Tuckett, she doesn't mind me using her name, she's 22 years of age, and her story is heartbreaking. Lexi told me it was always her dream to help others, and she was rightly very proud when she graduated in December 2021 with a Bachelor of Paramedicine. 4 weeks later, she started her induction with the New South Wales Ambulance Service, part of the pre-employment check related to vaccines, but she was not at all concerned. She was up to date with all vaccines and had a medical exemption for COVID-19 vaccination approved by Medicare with a signed letter from a doctor. On the second day of her induction, Lexi received an email from New South Wales Ambulance to advise that her exemption had not met the ATAGI guidelines and that her COVID-19 vaccination exemption could not be approved. To continue with New South Wales Ambulance, she'd have to have her first dose of COVID-19 vaccination in 3 days' time and a second dose 3 weeks later after that. While Lexi's parents sought urgent legal advice on her behalf, Lexi was stood down effective immediately and advised she would be placed on leave without pay until vaccinated. Lexi was able to give her service to the High Country Ski Patrol. Why is it that you can give your service to save a life, which she did in the High Country, working with the Ski Patrol, but she can't work as a paramedic, paramedic in New South Wales? Why could that be? And how many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds are professional health workers out there cleaning toilets and washing dishes instead of doing what they should be doing, helping the people that they love?
I thank the member, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Australians are doing it tough, and after 9 years of neglect from the former government, the cost of living is soaring, and many Australians are cutting back on essentials in order to make ends meet. As a member for Newcastle, I know that Novocastrians are feeling the pinch. An ABC article this morning highlighted the story of a Newcastle local, Teresa Hetherington. I know Teresa well. She's a hard worker and immensely dedicated to the clients she sees in her job as a home carer. But Teresa says the days at the end of her pay cycle are hair-raising. She is reliant on her car to travel from client to client, and fuelling up has become so expensive she often has to choose between putting $20 worth of petrol in the car or eating. Teresa loves her job and has more than 2 decades of experience in the home care sector. But in order to cope with rising costs, she has to take a second job in a local clothes store. She says she simply can't function without an additional source of income. These are incredibly tough times, and unfortunately, Teresa's story is not unique. For other families, the high cost of living means choosing between filling prescriptions for potentially life-saving medicines and providing for their families. The co-payment for general patients has doubled since 2000, And according to ABS figures, more than 900,000 Australians delayed or did not get a script filled in 2019-2020 due to costs. To provide optimum health care to all Australians, we've got to turn this around. As a member for Newcastle, I am determined to deliver better outcomes for our community's future and for every household. The Albanese Labor government is putting in place a number of measures to help ease that pressure on household budgets. One such way we have done this is by reducing the maximum amount that Australians pay for their pharmaceutical benefits scheme medicines. The Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, or the PBS as it's most commonly known, is a significant component of the Commonwealth's investment in our health system, with the government allocating $13.8 billion in the 2020-21 financial year to make medicines more affordable. The Labor government's changes, which come into effect on the 1st of January, mean that Australians are now paying up to 30% less for their prescriptions. Our reduction to that co-payment means that the maximum Australians will pay for PBS medicines now is $30, down from $42.50. With this reduction of $12.50, 3.6 million Australians with current prescriptions over $30 will immediately save on medical scripts. People filling one script a month could save around $150 a year, while those filling 2 scripts a month could save around $300. In Newcastle, these changes will benefit 92,519 Novocastrians in filling almost 250,000 scripts each year. It's an estimated saving to Novocastrians of $3.5 million, and that is not to be sneezed at. This is indeed the first time in its 75-year history that the maximum cost of general scripts under the PBS has fallen. And I am so proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that is taking direct action to help ease pressure on family budgets. We do not want to see patients having to choose between the healthcare they need and providing for their families. This change is just one way that we're helping to ease the burden on Australian families, particularly those with chronic illnesses. All Australians should have access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care. That's Labor's mission, and it's our vision for Australia.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, order of the day number 1, resumption of debate on the motion related to nuclear energy.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the member for Lyons' motion. I also wish to speak about what the nuclear industry could mean for Australia and particularly my electorate of Flynn in central Queensland. According to Labor's budget estimates, the next 2 years will see an increase of electricity prices by 56%. So how can these electricity prices be reduced? Australia has signed up to net zero emissions by 2050. And how can this be achieved? Deputy Speaker, the answer is right in front of us. It is nuclear energy. Australia is the only G20 country not to have nuclear energy. According to the US Office of Nuclear Energy, nuclear is the largest source of clean power in the United States and is worth an estimated $60 billion to the country's gross domestic product. If that works in the United States and in Europe and elsewhere, why can't it work in Australia? Cost estimates for the nuclear energy can range from $65 a megawatt hour or below, which is less than a new coal plant, to over $300 a megawatt hour, high above the high-cost diesel generators. A small modular reactor has a maximum energy capacity of 7,300,000 megawatt-hours a year. Deputy Speaker, support for the nuclear power is growing. A Lowy Institute poll last year found a majority would support removing the ban on nuclear power. In 2011, only 35% of people were in favour of nuclear energy. Nuclear power is safe and has resulted in far fewer deaths than from dam failures, oil rig explosions and even on some measures the number of people who fall off while installing solar panels. Nuclear does less damage to the natural environment than other energy options. Wind energy takes 250 times more land than nuclear power. Solar energy takes up 150 times more land. Between 1965 and 2018, the world spent $2 trillion on nuclear energy compared to $2.3 trillion on solar and wind. Yet nuclear today produces around double the electricity of that of solar and wind and is 95% reliable, while solar and wind are 25% and 35% productive respectively. The nuclear asset life ranges from 40 to 80 years, which is far longer than the solar or wind projects that average around 20 years. What people fail to recognise is that this means that solar or wind projects need to be installed and disassembled possibly 4 times in the lifespan of a nuclear asset. This is also not mentioning the environmental impact of renewable energy, as wind turbine blades can't be recycled, so they're piling up in landfills. Australia has 20 coal-fired power stations which employ a total of 4,800 people. The Flynn electorate has 3 coal-fired power stations, Callide, Stanwell and Gladstone. Deputy Speaker, on the September 28th, the Queensland Labor Government announced plans to move to a transition Queensland coal-fired power stations to a clean energy hub from 2027. So why don't we convert these power stations in the electorate of Flynn to nuclear power stations when the time comes? In the United States, they are converting coal-fired power stations to nuclear plants, which provide tangible economic, employment and environmental benefits to local communities. It would also not require the massive expense of rewiring the grid with high-voltage transmission lines that are required to connect solar and wind farms. You may simply plug into the existing system with a nuclear option. Deputy Speaker, we already have a nuclear reactor in Australia and have had for many, many years. The Lucas Heights Nuclear Medicine Facility is right in the middle of Sydney. And we all know somebody who has suffered from cancer and has undergone radiation therapy. Lucas Heights is where this medical treatment is developed, so to argue that nuclear technology is not safe is not correct. Deputy Speaker, Australia has the world's largest known reserves of uranium, and we export it to over 40 countries worldwide. We have these reserves, so why not use them? It is rather hypocritical to have a zero-tolerance policy in respect to nuclear energy when we provide the world with the primary source to make nuclear power possible. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, it's important that Australia plans for the future, and I believe nuclear power is the answer to our energy needs. And to the federal government I say, let's have this conversation. It's time for an open discussion.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the member for Lyne for yet another opportunity to have a conversation about nuclear energy. I'd like to remind the member that he and his party had the last 9 years of government to implement some sort of effective energy policy. They had 22 chances with their stop-start energy policies to implement some sort of effective change. And what we see now is that Australians are feeling the crunch of the havoc in energy markets that they caused. But we come here today and we see that the opposition's solution is to look at an energy source that is the most expensive and the slowest to implement. I mean, I just don't understand why we're still here having yet another conversation about nuclear power. Maybe they think that if they can talk about nuclear energy for long enough, maybe they can distract the Australian people from their failed energy policies, that they can distract them from the fact that they dump their emissions intensity scheme, or that they dumped their clean energy target, or that they dumped 3 versions of the National Energy Guarantee, or that they dumped a Prime Minister over their energy policy failures. But there's one thing we know that the Liberals and Nationals in this place cannot dump, and that is their unhealthy obsession with nuclear power. And so I did a little bit of research, Deputy Speaker. We had the former member just there mention that we should start a conversation about nuclear power. Well, I thought I'd see how long have the Liberals and Nationals been talking about nuclear power. How long have we had to hear about their little radioactive carrot that they dangle in front of their radioactive base every now and then? And believe it or not, they've been having this conversation for 68 years. Hansard shows that Senator Spooner in 1955 took to the dispatch box to praise nuclear energy. 55 years they've been having this conversation, and we're here again today. The Liberals and Nationals talk about nuclear, about putting nuclear reactors right across Australia. But we all know the real facts, and we'll say them again, just as they were told back in 1955, nuclear energy for Australia does just not stack up. It's too expensive, it takes too long to build, and we have no plan to get rid of the radioactive waste. I mean, you should have seen the list of reasons, Deputy Speaker, as I typed up as to why nuclear energy isn't the solution. But, you know, I've only got 5 minutes, so I've put it down into a little speech so that next time this comes up, those opposite may want to listen to this speech again, because the reasons will be the same. Nuclear energy doesn't pass any reasonable economic test, and it certainly doesn't pass the pub test. It can't be introduced or maintained without a huge cost to taxpayers, and it is the most expensive form of energy today. More expensive than coal and gas, and of course more expensive than renewable energy. Even the industry itself, the World Nuclear Industry Status Report of 2020 said that nuclear, despite over half a century of industrial experience, continue to see costs rising, and CSIRO and AEMO continue to produce report after report that has found nuclear would be far and away the most expensive form of energy for Australia. And they're talking about these small modular reactors, this silver bullet for nuclear energy. And AEMO and CSIRO found that these reactors would cost $16,773 a kilowatt in capital costs. That's $5 billion per reactor, and that Australia would need 80 reactors. That's $400 billion for yet another Liberal energy folly. Compare that to what this government are doing. Contrast that to what the world is doing, investing in renewable energy. Renewable energy is a proven technology with low cost, with global momentum, investment desire, and importantly, near immediate dispatchable power. Renewable energy is creating jobs in the cities, it's creating jobs in the regions, it's the cheapest form of energy available today, and it's only getting cheaper. And renewables can be built quickly, meaning we can transition from fossil fuels to emissions-free power generations quickly to help save our planet. Now, I'd hope that this motion will be the last time a member of the Liberals and Nationals brings up nuclear, but I know it won't be. They've been talking about it since 1955. They're talking about it in 2023. It's just a continuation of denial, delay and dysfunction, and Australia's moved on. It's time to stop talking about nuclear.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and it does give me a deal of pleasure to rise to speak on this motion, this private member's motion by the member for Lyne. We must remove federal and state bans so nuclear energy can deliver affordable energy security to a decarbonised electricity grid. Australia has been at the forefront of nuclear science and technology since the 1950s, when the Australian Atomic Energy Commission set up a research reactor at Lucas Heights in Sydney. Lucas Heights is one of only 70 reactors worldwide capable of producing life-saving medical radioisotopes. We have one of the world's leading safety authorities to oversee the operation of Australia's nuclear industries. Today, in Senate estimates, a top federal bureaucrat needed help to answer questions about how Australia can achieve an uplift in transmission assets across the grid with the use with the issues of rolling out thousands of kilometres of lines, especially to remote solar and wind farms on communities that struggle with towers on their properties. Most decarbonisation scenarios show accelerating renewables deployment over time. Access to the thousands of sites needed for renewables will become increasingly difficult as the best sites are developed first. Australia's leading systems engineers came to Parliament and warned us that as the arms race to renewables takes off, land for lower capacity sites will become more expensive and difficult to find. The energy they provide is intermittent, so we will have to import new community batteries every 15 years. Yet, Environmental Department heads today could not give assurances that there will be enough batteries to sustain an 82% renewable grid. Our 2050 policy says everything from our cars, buses, planes to cement plants will be electric. We will need a 215% increase on the 200 terawatt-hours of electricity we generate now. Nuclear is the only low-emissions power generator that can operate reliably regardless of weather. It has worked for 33 nations in 6 continents for generations. Australia has one of the largest grids in the world. We used to have the 3rd cheapest power bills in the OECD. We are now the 3rd most expensive in the OECD, with the spot price reaching record highs last week. Labor claims nuclear power is not cost-effective. Why do more than 30 countries in the world rely on nuclear with power more affordable than ours? Engineers warn us that the total 60-year nominal capital cost of a renewable net zero option, including hydro, solar, wind and batteries, stands at over $1.2 trillion. The total 60-year nominal cost of nuclear power stations is less than half that, at $594 billion. Nuclear is cheaper than renewables. It's familiar to Australia. It's already on submarines that come to our harbours. It's already in Sydney. This Labor government prefers scaremongering to listening to experts. It seems to think if we build lots and lots of wind and solar, power will become as cheap as possible, but that is not the reality of things. These resources cannot match the demand of the grid, which must be met by reliable supply every second of the day and night. We instead will be left with an extremely expensive, highly volatile power system. Nuclear technology options are being manufactured to create reliable baseload power in Canada and in the United States. We just need them here. The perfect site for our nuclear power stations is our old coal-fired power stations, just as they are retrofitted in the United Kingdom. The existing steam turbine generators from old coal-fired power stations and their electrical distribution system can provide nuclear power to the grid without any significant modification, saving the pain and cost of building transmission lines for renewables, which threaten to carve up parts of Wide Bay. This is the only way we can reach net zero by 2050.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Is the member for New England seeking a call?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. Deputy Speaker, I'm back in the Senate. First of all, I'd like to commend the member for Lyne for his championing this issue. I think it's incredibly important that we clearly understand that the world is changing and Australia is going to get left behind again. The technology is racing ahead. We want smart manufacturing, well-paid manufacturing jobs. And we're missing out on this opportunities because of this sort of dark ages mentality. We live in this quasi-belief that all the other countries that are developing small modular reactors are somehow dumber than us. All these dumb countries like the United Kingdom, like France, like Scandinavia, Sweden, like Czechoslovakia, like Argentina, like Canada, like the United States, like Russia, like China, and we don't know completely what their purposes are, like Japan. We had the ambassador from Japan in merely last sitting day in Parliament. And we posed the question to them about where they are with nuclear, because we all hear about Fukushima. And they said, look, the issue we have is that Fukushima could have stood up to earthquakes, but it couldn't stand up to a tidal wave. Now, we have to get on the records that the fatalities from the Fukushima nuclear disaster was 0. No one died in the Fukushima nuclear disaster from the nuclear disaster. Now, but that's not a small modular reactor. They're large reactors. And we should be on board with making sure that we avail ourselves with the opportunities, the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that is coming forward in this new industry. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was not amazed, but I think it has to be quite clear. The Australian people's concern about us getting nuclear submarines has been overwhelmingly non-evident. People don't care. Now, what happens if one of these nuclear submarines comes into our port and turns on our light? Do we insist that they turn it off because that's nuclear power, lighting up our dock? What happens if someone runs an extension cord down to, I don't know, to drill a screw in on the port or do something away from the nuclear submarine? Are we going to ban it? It's archaic where we've ended up right now. We've got to understand that if we are going to try and hit zero emissions, then we are going to need sustainable baseload power. Now, we've seen what the costs are of Snowy Hydro 2.0. They're heading north of $10 billion. Renewables are incredibly expensive when you compare apples with apples, that is 24/7 dispatchable, because they need the cost of pump hydro, which is massive, or they need the costs of batteries, which is massive. And currently the battery technology has got no hope of delivering sustainable baseload power. The quote we got in this building of how much it would cost for a battery backup for 24/7 sustainable power was $5 trillion. We don't have that money. So we have got to be smart and work around it. Now, not only are they developing small modular reactors, we're also in the process in Australia, such as Professor Marco, developing micro-reactors up to 50 megawatts. These are going to end up on Pacific Islands. They're going to be all around the world. And what we're going to sit back here and say, oh, well, like we don't believe in them. It's like saying you don't believe in mobile phones or fridges or colour televisions. It's coming. And the smartest thing for us to do in this nation is get on board. In the coming months, they are going to blow up Liddell Power Station. That means they're not going to dismantle it, they're going to blow it up. And here is a place with all the transmission lines in, with all the connections in, and it would be the ideal spot for us to work towards having small modular reactors. Put it to the people of Muswellbrook. Tell them that their jobs stay, that everything continues on. Tell them about exactly where the technology is. I want to note it on the record that we support small modular reactors, so in the future, when we get them, and they will turn up, we can refer back to this as those who were trying to make sure that Australia was on the front foot. If not, we continue on with this ridiculous process of the massive footprint of such things as wind turbines, which are disliked intensely in regional areas because of the transmission lines, the footprint, the social upset it causes. And once small modular reactors come in, and they will, they'll all be out of date. They'll all be out of date. So I support this. I clearly put down my support of it. And I tell you what, if you want to see a fight, come out to regional areas and see the fight we're having over wind towers.
So the question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in response to the motion of the member for Lyne regarding nuclear energy. First, a question. Who wants a nuclear reactor in their electorate? I know I don't, and I strongly believe that sentiment will be echoed and supported by communities in my electorate of Pearce. To be able to provide power on a scale needed under the Coalition's nuclear energy plan, we would need to build 80 small-scale nuclear reactors around Australia. 80. That would amount to a cost of $402 billion, or 17% of GDP, which is 30 times more than the government spent last year on transport and communications, and over 10 times more than the amount spent on defence. Nuclear energy has been looked into numerous times, in inquiry after inquiry, including the Switkowski report, which stated that nuclear reactors would need to be built close to population centres. Across the world, energy prices are rising as a result of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. This is wreaking havoc on energy markets around the globe and pushing up electricity prices in Australia. Yet the Liberals and Nationals' answer is to have a chat about nuclear energy. Let me remind all that during the 9 years of a Liberal National government, we had 22 stop-start energy policies. Australians are feeling the crunch, and yet Peter Dutton's solution is to look at the most expensive and slowest to implement energy. The CSIRO has written numerous reports.
Sorry to interrupt, but you need to refer to members by their proper titles.
My apologies. My apologies. The CSIRO has written numerous reports that found the cost of nuclear energy will be the most expensive energy for Australia. The CSIRO GenCost 2021-2022 final report estimates that electricity produced by nuclear energy using small modular reactors, or SMRs, would likely be approximately 2 to 5 times more expensive than electricity produced by renewables. To achieve the lower end of this range would require SMRs to be deployed globally in large enough numbers to bring down costs available to Australia. Even the nuclear energy industry itself admits the cost is a prohibitive factor compared with renewable energy. Clearly, the better option is to invest in renewables. The CSIRO's 2021 GenCost report confirms past year's findings that wind and solar are the cheapest source of electricity generation and storage in Australia. Nuclear power plants create radioactive waste, plain and simple. We need to remember that management of nuclear and radioactive waste has been a continuing issue in Australia, and we do not currently have a permanent disposable facility for radioactive waste. Previous governments have been searching for an appropriate location for approximately 4 decades. I ask, what is the opposition's plan to deal with the massive amounts of radioactive material that will be generated from 80 SMRs around Australia? And once you figure out where it's going to be disposed or stored, you then need to contemplate how it will be transported there. The likely scenario is on a truck. Dozens of trucks carrying nuclear radioactive waste across the country, collecting and depositing spent nuclear fuel rods. A recent incident in my home state of Western Australia caused worry and fear in the community when a tiny radioactive capsule was lost in transit. It is understood to have fallen off a truck. The emergency response was far from understated. 6 days across 1,400 kilometres of highway with specialist teams using radiation detective equipment. Fortunately, it was found, but it could have been worse. We need to consider what Australians want, and many fear nuclear power because of safety concerns. In 2010 and 2012, an Australia-wide survey assessed Australians' attitude to nuclear power, and while Australians believe nuclear power offers a cleaner, more efficient option to coal, they were against nuclear power due to safety concerns and distrust. Deputy Speaker, we are here to listen to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like most Australians, I've been keeping a very interested eye on the energy space in our country and indeed globally over the last 15 years or so. This was long before I was in politics because energy is so crucial to our modern society. As a small business owner, we need reliable, affordable power. As a father and a grandfather, I want energy that is environmentally friendly as possible to ensure my children and grandchildren have a healthy planet to live on well into the future. As a Liberal and therefore someone who believes in personal responsibility, I'm very much in the camp that believes it is not only the government's responsibility to do their bit, but it is also the responsibility of business and every individual to play their part in getting the energy mix right, ensuring that all three components of the energy mix are met: reliability, affordability and environment. Deputy Speaker, everything in life is about balance, and energy supply is no different. Renewables have their benefits and their place in the energy mix, but realistically only as a supplement to a good baseload power source. Little is spoken about the detriments of renewable energy, as many people see it as the saviour of the world. Yet many of the people in my electoral Longman ask questions like, where is the discussion around landfill when solar panels, wind towers and batteries reach end of life? Are we going to have cleaner air but dirtier soil and waterways? Where is the discussion about the volatility of lithium and its propensity to suddenly catch fire as we either sit on top of it as we drive EVs in the future, or have it downstairs in battery storage as we sleep in our homes? What about the fact that we will need ugly solar and wind farms over 3 times the size of Tasmania to meet our baseload energy needs? Not to mention the harm that it causes the environment by killing birds and clearing usable land. No, there is no discussion of any of this. That is simply ridiculous as we navigate our way through this energy transition stage. Not to mention the affordability issue, as we know that EVs are simply going to be out of the reach of the Aussie battler. Deputy Speaker, at this critical time, we must look to other countries who have experimented with different types of energy and learn from their mistakes and adopt their successes. Nuclear energy has long been a taboo subject in this country because of events such as Chernobyl, Fukushima and various other reasons. But as often happens with new technologies, they develop and improve over time, which is exactly what has happened with nuclear energy. I recently had the privilege of being part of a delegation to Taiwan, who have had nuclear power for many years and are now closing their reactors down. I asked them, why are you shutting down the nuclear energy in your country? Is it unreliable? Is it too expensive? The reply was, no, it is purely political, as we have many earthquakes in our country and people are concerned about the safety side. I then said, so will renewable energy you are replacing the nuclear with be as affordable and reliable? To which I was given the reply, no, we accept that there will be brownouts at times and that energy will be more expensive. Pressing further, I asked, so if you're in Australia, would you have nuclear energy? The reply was one word, absolutely. After much research and discussions, and from what I now understand about nuclear energy, I believe it very much needs to be part of the discussion for Australia's future energy supply. The benefits of the reliability and long-term affordability and the fact that it is very much considered a form of green energy hold nuclear in good stead. Other benefits include it can utilise the existing grid and coal-fired power station sites, which will save money on new infrastructure. This, along with Australia's stable landmass and our abundance of uranium, coupled with the now very safe small modular reactors, have led me to this conclusion. Deputy Speaker, I am a layman with no expertise in the energy sector. However, my desire is to have a balanced, pragmatic discussion around energy supply in this country with all energy types on the table. This discussion and research needs to be carried out by stakeholders who have no financial benefit or preconceived bias about any type of energy production, devoid of emotion, and based purely on facts, with all aspects and cohorts of society considered in the discussion. The entire life cycle of all energy generation types that considers reliability, affordability, environmental impacts, initial setup costs, disposal of waste at end of life, and refining costs all need to be considered, including nuclear energy. Deputy Speaker, if this government is serious about energy in this country, then they will include nuclear in the discussion, as we're the only G20 nation that doesn't have nuclear energy.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion put by the member for Lyon. I am advocating for us as a country to investigate how we utilise the nuclear expertise, technologies and scientists already in our country to investigate whether nuclear energy has a viable role to play in our country to assist as we transition to a decarbonised economy. I note that many in the government have extolled the virtues of renewable energy technologies. But, Deputy Speaker, they are not mutually exclusive. I also support renewables. Why is it, though, that we cannot look at both options? The electorate of Hughes punches well above its weight in many areas. I am particularly proud that Hughes is the home of Australia's nuclear science and technology organisation, known as ANSTO, and located in Lucas Heights. It has rightly been said in this motion that Australia has been at the forefront of nuclear science and technology since 1953, when the reactors were first established. ANSTO operates much of Australia's landmark infrastructure for nuclear science, research, innovation and technology. It contains the Open Pool Australian Light, or OPAL, water reactor that is designed to produce neutrons used in research and to promote radioisotopes. It is the only nuclear research reactor in Australia and also one of the world's most modern. The ANSTO staff have showcased the facility to me on a number of occasions. ANSTO has its mission statement to deliver knowledge, value and trust through the application of nuclear science, technology and engineering. It has three main priority areas. They are in health, environment and nuclear technologies. In terms of health, its most important research areas are in both human health and also in the biosciences. Human health researchers have expertise in the design and optimisation of treatment tools and methods using nuclear technologies, the modelling of complex radiation physics, and the use of nuclear techniques for understanding the neurophysiology of the brain. The Biosciences Group at ANSTO is focused on the development and translation of radiopharmaceuticals to improve the detection and diagnosis of disease. ANSTO has the expertise and capabilities to supply radioisotopes and undertake radiochemistry, radiation biology, as well as preclinical imaging studies. This work has particularly been invaluable for Australia's cancer patients. Within the environment priorities, ANSTO conducts and enables interdisciplinary research using nuclear and isotopic techniques to address some of Australia's and indeed the world's most challenging environmental problems. It has a primary focus on water resource sustainability, an issue which is integral to Australia. Using their capabilities in isotopic tracing analysis, ANSTO scientists provide water resource managers with information on water quality and the sustainability of groundwater resources and aquatic ecosystems. Nuclear technologies are also fundamental to ANSTO's work. Their researchers address key scientific questions related to both the current generation of nuclear reactors and also future systems. Particularly, ANSTO researchers are investigating the key properties of nuclear waste to improve safety for both short and long-term storage. ANSTO's education team offers a wide variety of learning resources that align with the New South Wales curriculum, as well as providing education into science, nuclear technology and sustainability. Deputy Speaker, in my first speech in this place, I said that with the significant environment and climate change issues that we face in Australia, combined with the energy crisis, I'm committed to approaching how we can utilise the nuclear technology and innovation at ANSTO to answer our energy questions. My 15-year-old self, who had posters of Midnight Oil throughout her bedroom, would shudder at this speech. However, the nuclear energy of 2022 is very different, is very different to that of the past. And I saw this most recently at COP27 in Egypt. Deputy Speaker, as Australia transitions to a decarbonised electricity grid, it makes no sense to cling to old attitudes towards nuclear, to stubbornly refuse to even investigate the possibility of nuclear energy. In all of these circumstances, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. And the time allotted for this debate has, there being no further speakers, the debate has adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Member for Indi. And I second the motion. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And the Federation Chamber will now stand adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow, and that is Thursday the 14th of Tuesday, not Thursday. Gosh, getting way ahead of myself. Tuesday the 14th of February. Possibly significant for some people this stage, but for us it's the Fed Chamber resuming. Thank you.